Chapter 24. The golden afterglow outside the window died at dark. Klein looked into Melissa's eyes and was momentarily at a loss for words. This was because he couldn't use any of the lines he had prepared. He coughed lightly as his mind raced. "Melissa, isn't this a waste of salary? In the future, when Banson and my colleagues come to visit, do we have to entertain them in such a place? In the future, when I get married to Banson and have a wife, do we still have to share a bed? Don't you guys not have a fiancé yet? You can wait a little longer and save up more money," Melissa said logically. "No, Melissa, this is the rule of society." Klein felt a headache coming on, so he could only reason. "Since you're getting a weekly salary of £3, you have to have the decency to match it." To be honest, he who had once lived in a shared apartment was no stranger to the living conditions. He was completely used to it, but it was precisely because of this experience that he understood the inconvenience of such an environment for girls. Furthermore, his goal was to become a beyonder, study mysticism, and find his way home. In the future, he would have to do some magic rituals at home. With so many people in the apartment, it was easy for problems to arise. Seeing that Melissa was about to continue, Klein hurriedly added, "Don't worry. I'm not considering a detached house. I plan on looking at townhouses. In short, I have to have my own bathroom. I also like Mrs. Slyn's bread, Tingeon biscuits, and lemon cakes. We can first consider a place closer to Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street." Melissa pursed her lips slightly, and after a moment of silence, she slowly nodded. "Besides, I'm in no hurry to move. I have to wait for Banson to return." Klein smiled and said, "Otherwise, when he opens the door, he will be very surprised and ask, 'Where's my stuff at home? Where's my siblings? Where's my home? Is this my home? Did I come to the wrong place? Goddess, quickly tell me if this is a dream. Why is it that I don't even have a home when I return after a few days?'" He imitated Banson's tone, which made Melissa's eyes crinkle unconsciously, revealing shallow dimples on her cheeks. "No, Mr. Franch will wait at the door until Banson hands over the key. Banson won't be able to go upstairs at all." The girl mocked the stingy and greedy landlord. In the Moretti family, everyone loved to make jokes about the landlord, Mr. Frankie. This was a trend that was started by his eldest brother, Banson. "Yes, he won't change the locks for the tenants behind him." Klein smiled in agreement, pointed to the door, and said humorously, "Madam Melissa, shall we go to Silver Crown Restaurant to celebrate?" Melissa sighed softly. "Klein, do you know Selina?" "My classmate, my good friend." "Selina?" An image of a girl with long burgundy hair and dark brown eyes surfaced in Klein's mind. Her parents were believers of the Evernight goddess and had blessed her in the name of Saint Selina. She wasn't even 16 yet, half a year younger than his sister Melissa. She was a happy, cheerful, and outgoing lady. Yeah. Klein nodded, indicating that he remembered Selina Wood. Her brother, Chris, is a solicitor. He currently earns close to £3 a week. His fiancée works part-time as a typist. Melissa first described the situation before saying, "They've been engaged for more than 4 years. In order to have a stable and decent life after marriage, they're still saving up to this day. They haven't entered the church and plan to wait for at least another year." According to Selina, people around her brother's age are all the same. They typically only get married at the age of 28. You have to prepare ahead of time and save up money. Don't waste it. It's just a meal at a restaurant. Is there a need to be so philosophical? Klein didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought for a few seconds and said, "Melissa, I'm earning £3 a week now. It will increase every year in the future, so don't worry. But we need to save up to prevent any accidents. For example, that security company might suddenly close down. I have a classmate who had to find temporary work at the docks because his father's company went bankrupt. His family's financial situation worsened instantly, so he had no choice but to drop out of school." Melissa persuaded her brother with a serious expression. Klein covered his face with his hand. That security company and the government. Yes, they have some relationship with the government. They won't close down so easily. But the government isn't stable either. After every election, if there's a change of parties, most positions will be changed. It'll be a mess, Melissa persistently retorted. Sis, you really know a lot. Klein shook his head in exasperation and amusement. All right, then I'll make a soup with the leftover ingredients from yesterday. Go buy a pan-fried fish, a piece of beef with black pepper sauce, a small can of cream, and bring me a glass of ginger beer. Anyway, let's celebrate a little. These were the food that the vendors on Iron Cross Street often sold. A pan-fried fish was 6 to 8 pence, a medium-sized piece of beef with black pepper sauce was 5 pence, a glass of ginger beer was 1 pence, and a small can of cream was about 1/4 of a pound, which cost 4 pence. Buying a pound of cream directly only cost 1 soldi and 3 pence. The original owner of the body would be responsible for the purchase of ingredients at home every holiday, so he was no stranger to the price. After a few seconds of mental calculation, Klein estimated that it would roughly cost 1 soldi and 6 pence, so he directly drew the 2 1 soldi notes. Okay. Melissa no longer objected to this. She put down her bag of stationery and took the notes. Watching his sister take out a small can of cream and a bowl of other food and walk briskly to the door, Klein thought for a moment and called out to her, "Melissa, buy some fruit with the rest of the money." There were many vendors on Iron Cross Street who would purchase fruits of poor quality or that had been stored for too long from other places. However, the people here were not angry because the price was very cheap. As long as they cut off the rotten parts after returning home, they would be able to taste the delicious food. It could be considered a cheap enjoyment. After saying this, Klein quickly walked over, took out the remaining copper pennies from his trouser pocket, and placed them in his sister's palm. Melissa looked at her brother with puzzlement and confusion in her brown eyes. Klein took 2 steps back and smiled. Remember to go to Mrs. Smiron's place and reward yourself with a small piece of lemon cake. Melissa opened her mouth and blinked. In the end, she only said one word. All right. She quickly turned around, pulled the door open, and ran to the stairs. A river flowed through the streets. Cypress and maple trees lined both sides, and the air was so fresh that it made one feel intoxicated. Klein, who had come to settle the interview, carried his revolver and cane as he alighted from the public carriage that he had paid for with 6 pence. He walked along the cement road and approached the 3-story brick building that was hidden in the greenery. It was Tianjin University's office building, as expected of one of the 2 most famous universities in the kingdom of Ruan. Klein, who was here for the first time, sighed as he walked. Compared to this place, Koei University on the other side of the river was simply shabby. Heya! Heya! As the shouts drew closer, 2 rowing boats rushed over from the upper reaches of the Koei River, their wooden oars moving in an orderly manner. This was a popular rowing sport in all the universities in the Kingdom of Ruan. With Klein's family's financial situation, he had to rely on scholarships to complete his university studies. He had participated in Koei University's rowing club with Welch and the others and was good at rowing. How young! Klein stopped and looked into the distance as he sighed. In another week, such a situation would no longer exist because the school would be on summer break. Following the tree-lined road, he walked to the gray 3-story brick building. After registering, he successfully entered and familiarly found the office that had received him the last time. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked lightly on the half-closed door. Come in. A man's voice came from behind the door. Seeing Klein push open the door and enter, the middle-aged instructor in a white shirt and black tuxedo frowned slightly. There's still an hour before the interview. Mr. Stone, do you still remember me? I'm Senior Associate Professor Cohen's student, Klein Moretti. You've seen my recommendation letter. Klein took off his hat with a smile. Haven Stone stroked his black beard and asked in puzzlement, What's the matter? I'm not in charge of the interview. It's like this. I've already found a job, so I won't be attending the interview today. Klein told him the reason for his visit. I see. Haven Stone came to a realization. He stood up and extended his right hand. Congratulations, what a polite young man. I'll inform Mr. Professor and the senior associate professors. Klein shook hands with him and was about to leave after exchanging a few pleasantries when he heard a familiar voice behind him. Moretti, you found another job? Klein turned around and saw a silver-haired old man with deep facial features but few wrinkles. He had sunken eyes, dark blue pupils, and a black tuxedo. Good morning, tutor Mr. Aztec. He hurriedly bowed. Why are you here? This old man was the senior associate professor of Koei University's history department. His mentor was Mr. Quentin Cohen. Next to Cohen was a middle-aged man with a medium build and bronze skin. He held a newspaper in his hand. He was beardless and wore a top hat. He had black hair and brown eyes. His facial features were soft, and his eyes revealed an indescribable sense of vicissitudes. Below his right ear, there was a black mole that could only be discovered upon closer inspection. Klein recognized him. It was Mr. Aztec, a history teacher at Koei University, who often helped the original Klein. He liked to argue with his mentor, Associate Professor Cohen, and their viewpoints often clashed. However, the two of them were very close. Otherwise, they wouldn't have liked to chat together. Cohen nodded and said in a soothing tone, I'm attending an academic conference with Aztec. What kind of job did you find? A security company that searches for, collects, and protects antiques. They need a professional consultant. £3 a week. Klein repeated what he had said to his sister yesterday and explained, You know, I like to explore history, not summarize it. Cohen nodded slightly and said, Everyone has their own choices. Everyone has their own choices. I'm very satisfied that you remembered to come to Tianjin University to inform them instead of just being absent. At this moment, Aztec interrupted and asked, Everyone has their own choices. Do you know what happened to Welch and Naya Klein? I read in the newspaper that they were killed by a burglar. The case turned into a burglar? And it's in the newspaper so soon? Klein was stunned. He deliberated over his words before saying, I'm not too sure about the exact situation. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Previously, Welch obtained a notebook from the Antigonus family of the Solomon Empire from the Fourth Epoch and asked me to help him decipher it. I went for a few days at first, but then I was busy looking for a job. 2 days ago, the police even came looking for me. He deliberately revealed Solomon Empire and Antigonus family to see if the two history teachers would know anything. Fourth Epoch. Cohen frowned and muttered. The bronze-skinned Aztec was stunned at first. He then took a deep breath and rubbed his sun acupoint with his left hand that was holding the newspaper. Chapter 25. As Aztec muttered to himself, he subconsciously glanced at Quentin Cohen, as if he was looking for hints and inspiration. Cohen, with his sunken eyes and dark blue pupils, shook his head without hesitation. I have no recollection of it. Okay, maybe it's just the same route. Aztec put down his left hand and laughed at himself. Klein was slightly disappointed with the result, but he couldn't help but add, Tutor, Mr. Aztec, you know that I'm very interested in exploring and restoring the history of the Fourth Epoch. If you remember anything or obtain other information, can you write to me? No problem. Because of today's events, the silver-haired senior associate Professor Cohen was very satisfied with Klein. Aztec nodded in agreement. Your address is still the same as before? For the time being, but we will be moving soon. I will write to you when the time comes, Klein replied respectfully. Senior Associate Professor Cohen waved his black cane. Indeed, we should move to a better environment. At this moment, Klein glanced at the newspaper in Aztec's hand and deliberated. Professor, Mr. Aztec, what did the newspaper say about Welch and Naya? I only knew a little about it from the police officer in charge of the investigation. Just as Isaac was about to answer, Cohen, who didn't have many wrinkles, suddenly took out a pocket watch from the gold chain on his tuxedo. Patter! He opened it and pointed his cane forward. The meeting is about to begin. Aztec, we cannot delay any longer. Give the papers to Moretti. All right. Aztec, pass the newspaper to Klein. We have to go upstairs. Remember to write the letter. Our address is still the same. It's still the Koei University's History Department office. Ha! Laughing, he turned around and left the room with Cohen. Klein took off his hat and watched the two gentlemen leave. Then he bade farewell to the owner of the office, Haven Stone. He walked along the corridor and slowly exited the door of the gray, three-story building. In the sunlight, he lifted his cane, unfolded the paper, and read at the top, Tianjin Morning Post. There are quite a number of newspapers and magazines in Tianjin. Morning Post, Evening Post, Honest Paper, Bakelin Daily, Tussock Times, Family Magazine, Story Review. Klein casually recalled and came up with 7 or 8 names. Of course, some of them weren't local. They were distributed based on the steam locomotive. With the development of industrial papermaking and printing, the price of a newspaper had been reduced to 1 penny, and the number of people it covered was also increasing. Klein did not read the other content carefully. He quickly found the news section, which was about the burglary and murder case. According to the police department, Mr. Welch's house was in a terrible state, and all the gold, jewelry, banknotes, and anything valuable that could be easily taken away were gone. Even copper pennies were gone. We have reason to believe that this is a group of cruel and vicious criminals. They will not hesitate to kill innocent people who saw their faces, such as Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya. This is a violation of the kingdom's laws. This was a provocation to public safety. No one wishes to encounter such a thing. Of course, the good news is that the police department has already locked onto the murderer and arrested the main culprit. We will give a follow-up report as soon as possible. Reporter, John Browning. It's been handled and covered up. Klein walked along the boulevard and nodded indiscernibly. He casually flipped through the newspaper and read other news and serialized stories as he strolled. Suddenly, the hair on his back stood on end, as though there were needles pricking him. Someone is watching me. Sizing me up? Spying on me? Thoughts arose in Klein's mind as he vaguely came to a realization. Back on Earth, he had once felt an invisible gaze and eventually discovered the source of the gaze. However, there had never been a time when his reaction was as clear as it was now. The conclusion was clear. The same thing happened in the original Klein's memory fragments. Did I transmigrate, or did that strange luck enhancement ritual strengthen my sixth sense? Klein resisted the urge to look for the person watching him. Learning from the novels, movies, and television dramas he had read, he slowly stopped in his tracks, put away the newspaper, and looked at the Koei River. Following that, he turned his head bit by bit as he looked at the scenery around him. Then he turned around naturally and took in his surroundings. Apart from the trees, the lawn, and the students passing by in the distance, there was no one there. However, Klein was certain that someone was watching him. This Klein's heart raced as his blood flowed with an intense thump. He unfurled the newspaper and covered half his face, afraid that someone would notice that something was wrong with his expression. At the same time, he gripped his cane tightly and prepared to draw his gun. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Klein walked forward slowly, just like before. The feeling of being spied on and sizing him up was still there, but there was no sudden outbreak of danger. His body stiffened as he walked down the boulevard and arrived at the waiting area for the public carriage. Fortunately, there was one coming. Iron. Zot. No, Champagne Street. Klein repeatedly denied his thoughts. He had originally planned on heading home directly, but he was afraid that he would attract the unknown spy to his apartment. Following that, he wanted to go to Zutland Street to seek help from the Nighthawks or colleagues, but he was worried that the spy would alert the enemy and expose himself. Therefore, he could only choose a random location. 6 pence, the toll collector answered with familiarity. Klein didn't bring any gold pounds with him today. He placed them in his usual hiding place and only took 2 solely notes. He had spent the same amount of money previously, so he happened to be left with 1 solely and 6 pence. Hence, he took out all the coins and gave them to the toll collector. After boarding the carriage, he found a seat and sat down. As the door closed, Klein felt that the uneasiness of being watched had finally disappeared. He slowly exhaled and felt his limbs tremble slightly. What should I do? What should I do next? Klein looked out the carriage window and tried his best to think of a solution. Without knowing the spy's motive, I'll first treat it as malicious. Ideas surfaced one after another, but they were all rejected by Klein. Having never experienced something like this before, it took him a few minutes to come up with an idea. I have to inform the Nighthawks. Only they can truly resolve the problem. But I can't just go there directly. That will expose me. Perhaps this is the spy's motive. Following this train of thought, Klein roughly formulated one plan after another, and his ideas gradually became clear. Phew! He exhaled and regained his basic calmness. He seriously looked at the scenery that was quickly passing by outside the window. Nothing happened until the carriage arrived at Champagne Street. However, when Klein pushed the door open and alighted, he immediately felt the uneasiness of being watched again. He pretended not to notice anything. He took the newspaper and cane and slowly walked in the direction of Zutland Street. However, he didn't enter that street. Instead, he circled to the back of Red Moon Street. There was a beautiful white square and a cathedral with a steepled roof. St. Selina Cathedral, the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess in Tingen. As a believer, it wasn't strange to participate in Mass and pray on a day of rest. The cathedral had an obvious, earth-like Gothic style. It was completely black in color, and the facade was a tall, mottled bell tower. It was located in the middle of a huge buttress between the red and blue latticed windows, piercing into the clouds. Klein walked into the cathedral and walked along the aisle to the prayer hall. Along the way, the narrow high windows that were inlaid with blue and red patterns shone through. The blue was so blue that it was almost black, and the red was like the moon. It made the surroundings abnormally dark. The feeling of being watched disappeared again. Klein's expression remained the same without any joy. He walked step by step to the open prayer hall. There were no high windows here, so the deep darkness became the main character. However, behind the arched altar on the wall facing the door, there were more than 10 fist-sized holes that led outside. They allowed the pure and brilliant rays of the sun to shine in and condense into light. It was like a traveler in the dark, suddenly raising his head and seeing the starry sky. He saw the resplendent stars that were so majestic, so pure, and so sacred. Even though he had always believed that gods could be studied and understood, Klein couldn't help but lower his head. Amidst the bishop's low and gentle sermon, he quietly walked along the aisle that separated the seats on the left and right. He found a place that was empty and close to the aisle and slowly sat down. After leaning his cane against the back of the chair in front of him, Klein took off his top hat and placed it on his thigh along with the newspaper. He then clasped his hands together and pressed them against his drooping forehead. He did the whole process slowly and orderly, as if he was really here to pray. Klein closed his eyes and quietly listened to the bishop's voice in the darkness. They were naked, without food or clothes, and had no cover in the cold. They were drenched by the rain, and because there was nowhere to hide, they hugged the rock. They were mothers whose children were taken away. They were orphans who had lost hope. They were poor people who were forced to leave the path of righteousness. The night did not abandon them. It blessed them. Note 1. As the echoes overlapped and entered his ears, Klein's vision turned black as if his soul had been cleansed. He calmly experienced this until the bishop finished his sermon and ended the Massachusetts. The bishop opened the door to the confessional. Ladies and gentlemen lined up one by one. Klein opened his eyes, put on his top hat, picked up his cane and newspaper, and got up to line up in an orderly manner. After more than 20 minutes, It was finally his turn. He stepped in and closed the door behind him. Klein's vision turned dark again. "Child, what do you want to say?" The bishop's voice came from behind the wooden partition. Klein took out the Special Operations Division 7th Team badge from his pocket and handed it to the bishop through the gap. "Someone is following me. I want to find Dunn Smith." As if tainted by the darkness, his tone became gentle. The bishop took the badge and said after a few seconds of silence, "Turn right at the entrance of the confessional. At the end, there's a secret door beside it. Someone will lead the way after you enter." As he spoke, he pulled a rope in the room, allowing a priest to hear the ringing of a bell. Klein took back the badge, took off his top hat, pressed it to his chest, and bowed slightly. Then he turned around, pushed the door open, and walked out. After confirming that the feeling of being watched did not appear again, he put on his black half-top hat again. Without any expression on his face, he picked up his cane and turned to the right, all the way to the side of the arched altar. On the wall facing the altar, he found the secret door, opened it silently and flashed in. The secret door closed silently. A middle-aged man in a black priest's robe appeared in Klein's sight under the illumination of the gas lamp. "What is it?" the middle-aged priest asked curtly. Klein showed his badge and repeated what he had said to the bishop. The middle-aged priest did not ask any further. He turned around and walked forward in silence. Klein nodded, stroked his top hat, held his black cane, and quietly followed behind the man. Roshan had said that St. Selena Cathedral was on the left of the intersection to Cheney's Gate. Chapter 26. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed in the dark and narrow corridor, spreading far and wide in the silence. There was no other noise. Klein straightened his back and followed the middle-aged priest at an unhurried pace. He didn't ask any questions or engage in idle chatter. He was as calm as a windless lake. After passing through the heavily guarded passageway, the middle-aged priest used a key to open a secret door. He pointed at the stone staircase and said, "To the left of the cross-shaped road is Cheney's Gate. May the goddess bless you." Klein tapped his chest 4 times, outlining the shape of the crimson moon. The secular world used secular etiquette, while the religious used religious rituals. "Praise the goddess." The middle-aged priest returned the gesture. Klein didn't speak further. He followed the stone staircase and walked into the darkness with the help of the elegant gas lamps embedded in the walls on both sides. Midway, he subconsciously turned his head and saw the middle-aged priest still standing by the door. He stood at the top of the staircase, standing in the shadows of the gas lamps like an immobile wax statue. Klein retracted his gaze and continued walking. Before long, he touched the cold stone floor and came to a crossroad. He didn't turn in the direction of Cheney's Gate because Dunn Smith, who had just been on duty, definitely wouldn't be there. Following the familiar path on the right, Klein climbed another staircase and appeared inside the Blackthorn Security Company. Seeing that the doors were either closed or ajar, he didn't rashly search for them. Instead, he entered the reception hall and saw a brown-haired girl with a sweet smile, engrossed in reading a magazine. "Hi, Roshan." Klein came to the side and deliberately knocked on the table. Creak! Roshan suddenly stood up and knocked over the chair. She said in a panic, "Hi, the weather is nice today." You, Klein, why are you here?" She held her chest and panted like a little girl afraid of being caught slacking by her father. "I have something to discuss with Captain," Klein answered briefly. "You scared me. I thought Captain had come out." Roshan glared at Klein. "You don't even know how to knock." "Humph. You should be glad that I am a generous and kind lady." I prefer the word girl." "Why are you looking for the captain?" "He is in the room opposite Madame Oriana." Even though he was rather tense, Klein was amused by Roshan. He pondered for a moment and said, "Secret." Roshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Klein bowed slightly and quickly took his leave. He re-entered the reception room and knocked on the door of the first office on the right. "Please come in." Dunn Smith's low and gentle voice rang out. Klein pushed the door open and closed it. He took off his hat and bowed. "Good morning, Captain." "Good morning. What can I do for you?" Dunn's black windbreaker and hat were hanging on the coat rack next to him. His exposed body was only wearing a white shirt and a black vest. Even though his hairline was a little high and his gray eyes were deep, he still looked a lot more refreshed. "Someone is following me," Klein answered truthfully without any embellishments. Dunn leaned back and clasped his hands together. His deep gray eyes looked into Klein's eyes. He didn't continue the topic of stalking. Instead, he asked, "You came from the cathedral?" "Yes," Klein answered with certainty. Dunn nodded slightly and didn't comment on the matter. He returned to the topic at hand. "Perhaps Welch's father doesn't believe the cause of death we reported and hired a private detective from the Wind City to investigate." Mid-Seashire's Constant City was also known as the Wind City. It was an area with an extremely developed coal and steel industry. It was ranked in the top 3 among all the cities in the Kingdom of Rouen. Without waiting for Klein to express his opinion, Dunn continued, "It might also come from the source of the notebook." We are currently investigating where Welch obtained the Antigonus family's notebook. Of course, we can't eliminate the possibility of other individuals or organizations pursuing this notebook." "What should I do?" Klein asked in a deep voice. Without a doubt, he hoped it was the first reason. Dunn did not reply immediately. He picked up his coffee cup and took a sip. His gray eyes did not ripple at all. His gray eyes remained calm as he said, "Follow the previous path back and do whatever you want." "Anything?" Klein returned with a question. "Anything." Dunn nodded affirmatively. "Of course, don't scare them away and don't break the law." "All right." Klein took a deep breath, bade farewell, and left the room before returning to the basement. He turned left at the intersection and bathed in the light from the gas lamps on both sides. He quietly walked through the empty, dark and cold passageway. The echoes overlapped, making him feel lonelier and more terrified. Soon, Klein approached the staircase and walked up step by step. He saw the middle-aged priest standing in the shadows by the door. The two met without a word. The middle-aged priest turned around in silence and made way for him. As he walked in silence, Klein returned to the prayer hall. The round holes behind the arched altar were still as pure as before. The room was still dark and quiet, and the line of gentlemen and ladies outside the confessional was still the same, except that there were fewer of them. After waiting for a while, Klein held his cane and newspaper as though nothing had happened. He slowly walked out of the prayer hall and left St. Selina Cathedral. The moment he walked out and saw the blazing sun, he immediately felt the familiar feeling of being watched. He felt like he was prey that was being watched by an eagle. Suddenly, a doubtful point appeared in his mind. Why didn't the voyeur follow me into the cathedral? Although I could have used the dark environment and the priest's help to temporarily disappear without his knowledge, would it have been difficult for him to pretend to pray and follow the surveillance? He didn't do anything bad, so what's wrong with entering openly? Unless he has a dark history and is afraid of the church and the bishop, knowing that the other party might have beyonder powers. From the looks of it, the possibility of him being a private detective is very low. Phew! Klein exhaled, no longer as tense as before. He walked leisurely and circled to the back of Zutland Street. He stopped in front of an ancient-looking building with mottled walls. The house number was 3, and the name was Zutland Shooting Club. The underground shooting range of the police department was open to the public to earn extra funds. The moment Klein entered, the feeling of being watched immediately disappeared. He took the opportunity to hand his Special Operations Department badge to the attendant in charge of reception. After a brief verification, he was led underground to a small, sealed shooting range. 10-meter target. After giving the attendant a simple instruction, Klein took out his revolver from his holster and took out the box of brass bullets from his pocket. The sudden stare made his desire to protect himself overcome his procrastination. Hence, he couldn't wait to practice his marksmanship. Pa! After the attendant left, he threw out the revolver and ejected the silver demon hunting bullets, one by one. Then he picked up the normal brass bullets and stuffed them into the cartridge. This time, he didn't leave any empty spots to prevent accidental shots. Nor did he take off his formal jacket or half-top hat. He wanted to practice in his most ordinary attire. After all, he couldn't possibly shout, "Please stop for a moment, let me change into something lighter," after encountering an enemy or danger. Click! Klein closed the revolver and slid it with his thumb. Suddenly, he held the gun with both hands and raised it up, aiming at the target 10 meters away. But he wasn't in a hurry to shoot. Instead, he seriously recalled the experience of missing the target during military training, as well as the three-point line and the recoil of firing a gun. Whoosh! Whoosh! Amidst the sound of clothes being tugged, Klein practiced aiming and holding the gun over and over again. He was so serious that he was like a child taking his college entrance examination. After a few repetitions, he retreated to a spot against the wall and sat on a soft bench. He put the revolver aside, massaged his arm, and rested for a while. After spending a few minutes to recall what had just happened, Klein picked up the gun with the wooden grip and bronze revolver again. He went to the shooting position, made a standard posture, and pulled the trigger. Bang! His arm trembled, and his body leaned back, slightly. The bullet missed the target. Bang! 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 Having learned from his previous experience, he shot again and again. He fumbled with the feeling in practice until he finished shooting all 6 bullets. It's time to hit the target. Klein retreated and sat down again, catching his breath. Pa! He threw out the revolver, letting the 6 bullet casings fall to the ground. Then, without a change in expression, he continued to insert the remaining brass bullets. After stretching and relaxing his arms, he stood up again and returned to his shooting position while summarizing. Bang! 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 The gunshot reverberated and the target shook. Klein practiced and rested again and again, emptying the 30 normal bullets he had received and the remaining 5. Gradually, he landed on the target steadily and began his quest for a high score. Shaking his sore arm, he poured out the last 5 bullet casings, lowered his head, and inserted the silver demon hunting bullets with complicated patterns one after another. He also left a spot for an accidental hit. After putting the revolver back into his armpit holster, Klein patted the dust off his body and walked out of the shooting range with a relaxed body. He then returned to the streets. The feeling of being observed surfaced once again, but Klein felt calmer than before. He slowly walked to Champagne Street and spent 4 pence to take a tracked public carriage back to Iron Cross Street. He then entered his apartment. The feeling of being observed disappeared without a trace. He took out his key and opened the door. He saw a short-haired man in his late 30s, dressed in a linen shirt, sitting in front of a desk. His heart tightened, but he quickly relaxed. Klein greeted him with a smile. "Good morning. No, good afternoon, Banson." The man was his and Melissa's elder brother, Banson Moretti. He was only 25 years old this year, but due to his receding hairline and aged appearance, he looked to be in his late 30s. He had black hair and brown eyes, resembling Klein to some extent, but he didn't have the faint scholarly air. "Good afternoon, Klein. How was the interview?" Banson stood up and revealed a smile. His black coat and half-top hat were hanging from the protrusion of the bunk bed. "Very bad," Klein replied without any expression. Seeing Banson stunned, Klein added with a chuckle, "In fact, I didn't even participate in the interview. I found a job ahead of time with a weekly salary of £3. He repeated what he had said to Melissa. Banson's expression eased as he shook his head and smiled. "It feels like watching a child grow up. Yes, this job isn't bad." He sighed and said, "That's right. I heard such good news right after I came back." "That's great. We should celebrate tonight. Shall we buy some beef?" Klein smiled. Okay, but I think Melissa will feel bad. Shall we go shopping together in the afternoon? Bring at least 3 soldi? To be honest, £1 for 20 soldi, 1 soldi for 12 pence, and there are also halfpence and quarterpence. Such a currency system goes against my intuition and is very troublesome. I think it must be one of the stupidest currency systems in the world. After saying that, he saw Banson's expression suddenly become serious. He suddenly felt a little nervous and wondered if he had said something wrong. Could it be that in the memory fragments of the original owner, Banson was a pure, extreme supporter of the kingdom and could not tolerate the slightest negation from others? Banson paced a few steps and retorted with a serious expression, "No, not one of them. The only one." Klein was stunned for a moment, but he quickly recovered and smiled at his brother. It was indeed the sarcastic humor that Banson was good at. The corners of Banson's mouth curled up as he added in all seriousness, Chapter 27. How incisive! Klein laughed out loud. Using his rich experience from his previous life, he mocked him again. In fact, there is no evidence that those big shots have brains. All right, very good. Banson laughed and gave a thumbs up. Klein, you're much more humorous than before. After taking a breath, he continued, I still have to go to the dock in the afternoon, so I can only rest tomorrow. When the time comes, well, let's go to the Tingen Housing Improvement Company and see if they have any cheap and decent townhouses for rent. Also, I have to visit Mr. Frankie first. Mr. Landlord? Klein asked, puzzled. Could it be that the current landlord has a row house with a good location? Banson glanced at his younger brother and said with a smile, You won't forget that we have a 1-year rental contract, right? It's only been 6 months. Hiss. Klein sucked in a breath of cold air. He had really forgotten about this matter. Although the rent was paid once a week, the lease period was a year long. If they moved now, it would be a breach of contract. If they were to be sued in court, they would have to pay a large sum of money. You still lack enough social experience. Benson touched his receding black hairline and said wistfully, This is the condition that I fought hard for back then. Otherwise, Mr. Frankie would only be willing to sign a contract every 3 months. To the rich, landlords will rent for a year, 2 years, or even 3 years to ensure stability. But to us and our neighbors in the past, landlords are constantly worried that someone might get into an accident and not be able to pay the rent. All they want is for a short-term contract. In this way, they can often raise the price according to the situation, Klein added, combining the memory fragments of the original Klein and his own experience of renting a house. Banson sighed. This is the reality and cruelty of today's society. All right, you don't have to worry about the contract. Frankly speaking, as long as we owe a week's rent, Mr. Frankie will immediately throw us out and confiscate our valuables. After all, his IQ is lower than a curly-haired baboon's, and he can't discern complicated matters. Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly recalled Sir Humphrey's meme and shook his head seriously. No, Banson, you're wrong. Why? Banson was puzzled. Mr. Frankie's IQ is still higher than a curly-haired baboon's, Klein replied solemnly. Just as Banson revealed a knowing smile, he added, If he's in good condition. Huh. Banson couldn't control his reaction. After laughing for a while, he pointed at Klein, momentarily unable to find a good way to express himself. All he could do was return to the topic at hand. Of course, as gentlemen, we won't use such a shameless method. We'll talk to Mr. Frankie tomorrow. Trust me, he'll be easily convinced. Klein had no doubt about this. The existence of the gas pipe was the strongest proof. The brothers chatted for a while before putting the leftover pan-fried fish into the vegetable stew. While it was cooking, they used the steam to soften the rye bread. After smearing some butter on the bread, Klein and Banson had a simple meal. However, they were still rather satisfied. After all, the milky fragrance and sweetness left a lingering aftertaste. After Benson left, Klein took 3 soldi notes and some copper pennies and headed for the lettuce and meat market. He spent 6 pence to buy a pound of beef and 7 pence to buy a large tussock fish with tender meat. In addition, he bought potatoes, peas, white radishes, rhubarb, lettuce, turnips, and other ingredients, as well as rosemary, basil, cumin, oil, and other items. During this process, he could still sense that someone was spying on him and watching him, but there was no physical contact. After spending some time at S.L.Y.N. Bakery, Klein returned home and began using heavy objects, such as stacked books, to train his arm strength. He originally wanted to do military boxing to strengthen his body, but he had even forgotten the moves of the radio calisthenics. Furthermore, this was something he had only come into contact with during military training, so he had no choice but to make it as simple as possible. Klein didn't let himself train too hard because that would only make him tired and increase the danger. He stopped at the right time and flipped through the original Klein's teaching materials and notes, hoping to go through the relevant knowledge of the fourth epoch. In the evening, Benson and Melissa sat in front of the study table, looking at the food that had been placed on the table. They behaved like children in the upper grades of elementary school. All sorts of fragrances composed a rich prelude to the food. It was the alluring aroma of the boiled beef, the obvious and lasting stimulation of the mashed potatoes, the sweet entanglement of the pea soup, the subtle and balanced balance of the stewed rhubarb, and the sweet and creamy encirclement of the rye bread. Benson swallowed a mouthful of saliva and turned to look at Klein, who was placing a crispy yellow fish on his plate. He felt the fragrance of the fried fish enter his throat through his nose, into his esophagus, and into his stomach. Rumble! His stomach made a clear sound. Klein rolled up the cuffs of his shirt, carried the fried fish plate, and placed it in the center of the tidied desk. Then he turned around and took out 2 large glasses of ginger beer from the cupboard. He placed them in the corresponding positions for Benson and himself. He smiled at Melissa and took out a lemon pudding as though he was performing a magic trick. "We have beer and you have this." "Thank you," Melissa said weakly as she took the lemon pudding. Seeing this, Benson raised his glass and smiled. "Come, let's celebrate Klein finding a good job." Klein raised his glass and clinked it with Benson's, then Melissa's lemon pudding. "Praise the lady." Rumble. He tilted his head back and took a sip. The spicy taste burned through his esophagus, bringing with it a wonderful aftertaste. Ginger beer's full name was ginger beer, but in fact, it did not contain any alcohol. The spiciness of ginger and the sourness of lemon were blended to create a beer-like taste. It was a beverage that even women and children could accept, but Melissa did not like the taste. "Praise the lady." Benson followed suit and took a sip. Melissa took a small bite of the lemon pudding and chewed it repeatedly, unwilling to swallow it. "Try it." Klein put down his glass, picked up his fork and spoon, and pointed at the table full of food. Among them, he had the least confidence in the pea soup. After all, he would never eat such a strange thing on earth. He could only recreate it based on the original Klein's memory fragments. As the elder brother, Benson did not stand on ceremony. He scooped a spoonful of mashed potatoes and stuffed it into his mouth. The mashed potatoes were stewed to the limit, and the taste was mixed with the faint taste of lard and just the right amount of salt. It made his saliva secrete crazily, and his appetite increased. "Not wrong, not bad," Benson praised vaguely. "It's much more delicious than the one I had at the company last time. Back then there was butter. This can be considered my specialty." Klein accepted the compliment calmly. "It's all thanks to the guidance of the Welch family's chef." Melissa looked at the beef soup. The green basil leaves, green lettuce heads, and white radish pieces were immersed in the colorless soup, hiding the stewed beef. The color was fresh, and the fragrance was alluring. She forked a piece of beef and put it in her mouth to chew. She felt the chewiness in the soft beef. The salt, the sweetness of the radish, and the spiciness of the basil combined to stimulate the taste of the beef. She seemed to be praising something, but she could not stop her mouth. Klein tasted it and felt that it was delicious, but not without regret. It was still not his best cooking. After all, he did not have some seasonings and could only use other substitutes. It was inevitable that it would be strange. Of course, even at his best, the food he cooked was just passable. Suddenly, he felt sorry for Banson and Melissa, who had never seen the world. After swallowing the beef in his mouth, Klein picked up a piece of fried tussock fish sprinkled with cumin and rosemary. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It was brown and delicious, and the salty aroma and oil taste intertwined. Nodding slightly, Klein tried a piece of stewed rhubarb and felt that it was okay. It could relieve the greasy taste of meat. Finally, he gathered his courage and scooped a spoonful of pea soup. Too sweet, too sour. Klein could not help but frown. But when he saw Banson and Melissa's satisfied looks after tasting it, he began to doubt his taste buds. He could not help but gulp down a mouthful of ginger beer to wash his tongue. This meal made the three siblings' stomachs bloated, and they were unable to get up from their chairs for a long time. "Let us praise the goddess again." Banson raised the remaining ginger beer and said in satisfaction, "Praise the goddess." Klein drank the last bit of beer in one gulp. "Praise the goddess." Melissa put the last bit of lemon pudding into her mouth and savored it. When Klein saw this, he used his tipsy state to laugh. "Melissa, that's not good. The best and most delicious food should be eaten right from the start. That way, you can see the most delicious side of it. When you're full and your appetite drops, the taste will be discounted." "No, it's still as delicious," Melissa replied firmly and stubbornly. The three siblings chatted and digested the food for a while. Then they cleaned up the plates, forks, and spoons together and poured the oil from the fried fish back. After they were done, one of them revised for the course, one studied accounting knowledge, and the other continued flipping through the textbooks and notes. It was a fulfilling and satisfying life. At 11 o'clock, Klein and his sister extinguished the gas lamp, washed up, and went to bed. It was dark in front of him, and he felt groggy. Suddenly, Klein saw Dunn Smith in a black knee-length trench coat and half-top hat. "Captain!" Klein woke up instantly and knew that he was in a dream. Dunn's gray eyes did not waver. He said, as if it was a trivial matter, "Someone snuck into your room." "Someone has snuck into your room. Grab your revolver and force him into the hallway. Leave the rest to us." "Someone snuck into my room?" The watcher finally made a move. Klein was shocked. He did not dare to ask further and only nodded. "All right." The scene in front of him changed immediately. Colors appeared chaotically and burst like bubbles. Chapter 28. Badump, badump, badump. Klein's heart suddenly began to beat violently. It contracted into a ball before suddenly expanding, causing his body to tremble slightly. For a moment, he nearly forgot what he wanted to do or what he should do until the infiltrator's figure suddenly paused. He turned his ears slightly as though he had heard some changes. As the blood in his brain receded, Klein regained his basic ability to think. He reached under his pillow and grabbed the wooden handle of the revolver. When he felt the hard and smooth sensation, his emotions quickly stabilized. He slowly and silently pulled out the revolver and aimed it at the infiltrator's head. To be honest, he wasn't confident that he could hit his target. Although he had been able to hit the target, a moving person and a fixed target were two completely different concepts. He wasn't arrogant enough to confuse the two. However, he vaguely remembered a saying from his previous life. It roughly meant that the greatest might of a nuclear bomb only existed before it was fired. In this situation, the logic was the same. The best deterrence was before the bullet was fired. If he didn't pull the trigger and blindly fire, the other party wouldn't be certain that he was a rookie. There was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to hit him. He would be worried, fearful, and consider many things, so much so that he would place restraints on himself. In that instant, thoughts surfaced in his mind one after another, making Klein immediately make a decision. He wasn't the kind of person who became calmer the more critical the situation was. Instead, He had long imagined the scene of him encountering a watcher. He had predicted that he would mainly use intimidation instead of attack. There was a saying in the foodie kingdom, better safe than sorry. When Klein aimed his gun at the infiltrator, the thin man suddenly froze as though he had sensed something. Right on the heels of that, he heard a chuckle. "Good evening, sir." The thin man's hands clenched as his body tensed up. Klein sat on the lower bunk of the bunk bed and aimed the gun at his head. He tried his best to speak in a relaxed and natural manner. "Please raise your hands and turn around. Try to be as slow as possible. Frankly speaking, I'm a timid person who gets nervous easily. If you move too fast, I'll be scared. I can't guarantee that I won't fire by mistake." "Yes, that's it." The slim man raised his hands to the side of his head and turned his body bit by bit. The first thing that caught Klein's eyes was the neatly buttoned black tights, followed by two thick and sharp brownish-yellow eyebrows. Klein couldn't see any fear in his blue eyes. Instead, he felt like he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. It seemed that if he wasn't careful, the other party would pounce on him and tear him to pieces. He tightened his grip on the gun and tried his best to keep his expression calm and indifferent. When the thin man was completely facing him, he raised his chin, pointed at the door, and said gently, "Don't worry. Sir, let's go out and talk. Don't disturb other people's sweet dreams. Slow down and light your steps. This is the most basic courtesy of a gentleman." The thin man's cold eyes turned and swept a glance at Klein. Still raising his hands, he walked towards the door step by step. Under the revolver's aim, he twisted the handle and slowly opened the door. Just as the door was half open, he suddenly squatted down and rolled forward. The door seemed to be pulled by a gust of wind as it closed with a bang. Banson, who was on the upper bunk, was startled by the huge movement. He was about to wake up in a daze. At this moment, a melodious and tranquil melody came from outside. A deep and soothing voice sang, "Ah, the thread of fear, the crimson hope! At least one thing is true, this life flies by. One thing is true, the rest is a lie. After the flower blooms once, it will leave the world forever." Note 1. The poem seemed to have the power to relax and calm people. Banson, who was on the upper bunk, and Melissa and the others in the inner room fell asleep again in a daze. Klein's body and mind were at peace, and he almost yawned. The thin man had escaped so quickly that he couldn't react in time. Looking at the closed door, he smiled and muttered to himself, "That's right. You might not believe it, but my bullet was actually a blank." Beware of mistakenly fired blanks. Following that, Klein listened to the poem at midnight and waited patiently for the battle outside to end. In less than a minute, the melody that was as tranquil as the moonlight on the surface of the lake stopped, and the night returned to its deepest silence. Klein silently slid the revolver and moved the empty spot away, waiting for the results to appear. He waited for 10 minutes. Just as he was feeling uneasy and hesitating about whether he should go out to investigate, Dunsmith's calm and gentle voice finally came from the door. "It's done." Phew! Klein exhaled. He picked up his revolver and the key. Barefooted, he carefully approached the door and silently opened it. He saw Dunsmith standing opposite him in a black trench coat that reached to his knees and a half-top hat. His gray eyes were deep and unfathomable. Closing the door behind him, he followed Dunn to the end of the corridor and stood under the faint crimson moonlight. "I wasted some time entering his dream," Dunn said calmly as he looked at the crimson moon outside the window. "You know where he came from?" Klein relaxed. Dunn nodded slightly and said, "An ancient organization called the Secret Order. They were established in the 4th epoch and are related to the Solomon Empire and some of the fallen nobles of that time." "Ha! The Antigonus family's notebook came from them. Due to a member's negligence, it entered the antique market and was obtained by Welch. They had no choice but to send people to search for it." Without waiting for Klein to ask, he paused and said, "We will capture some of their members based on the clues. The outcome might not be good." These fellows are like rats in the sewers, adept at hiding. But at least they will understand that the Antigonus family's notebook might have already been obtained by us, or rather, we have grasped the key clues. In that case, as long as it's not an extremely important item, they will completely give up on this operation. That's their philosophy of survival. What if the notebook is very, very important? Klein asked worriedly. Dunn smiled and didn't answer him. Instead, he said, "We know very little about the secret order. It's all thanks to your cleverness that we were able to succeed this time. It's all thanks to you. In consideration of the possible and hidden dangers, as well as the increased spiritual perception, it will help in finding the notebook. You will have a chance to choose." A chance to choose? Klein vaguely guessed something as his breathing subconsciously turned heavy. Dunn wiped away his smile and said with a solemn and serious expression, "Do you wish to become a Beyonder? You can only choose a Beyonder from an incomplete sequence. Of course, you can also give up on this opportunity and choose to accumulate credits. When it's enough for you to become a Sleepless, which is also the beginning of the Evernight guard that the goddess personally bestowed upon you, the beginning of the complete sequence that the Church holds." As expected, Klein was delighted. He didn't show any hesitation as he took the initiative to ask, "Then which sequence 9s can I choose from?" He needed detailed information before he could decide whether to give up or accept it, as well as which one to choose. Dunn turned around and looked Klein in the crimson veil that scattered down. He looked into Klein's eyes and slowly said, "Apart from Sleepless, the Church has 3 sequence 9-potion formulas. One of them is called Mystery Prior, which is the power that old Neil possesses. Roshan should have mentioned it to you before. She can never control her mouth." Klein smiled awkwardly, unsure of how to answer. Thankfully, Dunn didn't mind as he continued, "Apart from Sleepless, the Church has 3 sequence 9-potion formulas. Our Mystery Prior potion formula and the non-connected parts were obtained from the Moses ascetic order. At that time, it was said that they had not fallen yet. They still adhered to morals and precepts, persisted in the pursuit of knowledge, and strictly guarded their secrets. All those who joined the order had to be muted for 5 years after they became Mystery Priors. They had to learn silence so that they could train and improve their focus. The maxim of Mystery Priors, "Do as you please, but do no harm," originated from them. Mystery Priors have a comprehensive understanding and grasp of magic, witchcraft, astrology, and other mystical knowledge. They know quite a bit of ritualistic magic, but it's very easy for them to sense certain existences hidden behind things. They have to be careful and be filled with reverence towards Beyonder powers. We lack most of the sequence, so it's scattered and can't form a chain. For example, it's sequence 8. Of course, perhaps the Holy Cathedral has it. This matches almost all my requirements." Klein nodded slightly, having the urge to choose. Thankfully, he still remembered something else. "What about the other 2? The second type is called Corpse Collector. Many cultists in the southern continent who worship death choose it. After consuming this potion, unintelligent undead will mistake them for one of their kind, preventing them from being attacked. It can withstand the cold, rot, and the corrosion of the aura of death. It can also directly see some evil spirits and understand the characteristics and weaknesses of many undead creatures. It can also improve one's physique. We have its sequence 8 and sequence 7. You should be able to guess its sequence 7. Spirit Medium. This was Daly's choice back then, Dunn described in detail. Spirit Medium does look mysterious and cool, but what I want the most is to grasp the knowledge of mysticism. Klein didn't interrupt as he listened quietly. Dunn Smith turned his head to look at crimson moonlight. "We only have sequence 9 for the third type. I'm not sure if the Holy Cathedral has hidden anything else. It's called Seer." Seer? Klein's pupils constricted as he recalled the regrets Roselle the Great had left in his diary. He regretted not choosing Apprentice, Marauder, and Seer back then. Chapter 29. Klein tried his best not to show any abnormalities as he asked out of genuine curiosity, "What's the matter?" With genuine curiosity, he asked, "What powers does a seer have?" Your question isn't accurate enough. You should be asking what powers one will obtain after consuming the seer potion. Dunn Smith shook his head and smiled. His gray eyes and face were facing away from the crimson moon, hidden in the shadows. Astrology, card divination, spirit pendulums, spirit vision, and many other similar things. Of course, it doesn't mean that you will immediately understand and master them after consuming the potion. The potion only gives you the qualifications and abilities to learn them. Due to the lack of direct means to deal with the enemy, you should be able to imagine that ritualistic magic requires too much preparation. It's not suitable for encounters, so correspondingly, in terms of mysticism, a seer will be more knowledgeable and professional than a mystery prior. Sounds like it fits my requirements. It's just that the lack of direct means to deal with the enemy makes me hesitant. Besides, there's a high chance that the Church of the Evernight Goddess doesn't have any subsequent sequences. Holy Cathedral should refer to the Church's headquarters, the Cathedral of Serenity. A low-sequence direct means of dealing with the enemy might not be comparable to firearms. Klein fell silent. The scales in his mind swayed between mystery prior and seer. As for corpse collector, he no longer considered it. Upon seeing this, Dunn Smith smiled and said, "Don't be in a rush to choose. Tell me your answer on Monday morning. No matter which one you choose, or if you plan to give up, we Nighthawks won't have any other opinions. Calm down and ask your soul." With that, he took off his hat, bowed slightly, and slowly walked past Klein towards the staircase. Klein didn't say a word, nor did he immediately give an answer. He bowed in silence and watched him silently. Although he had always hoped to become a Beyonder, he was still filled with hesitation when the opportunity came right in front of him. After that, the lack of sequences, the loss of control as a Beyonder, the credibility of Roselle the Great's diary, and the illusory whispers that led people to madness and depravity mixed together to form a swamp that hindered his progress. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. It's comparable to a student filling in his choice for the college entrance examination. Klein laughed self-deprecatingly. He restrained his divergent thoughts, opened the door quietly, returned home, and lay on his bed. He lay there with his eyes open, quietly looking at the bottom of the top bunk that was stained with a faint crimson. Drunkards staggered past outside, and in the distance a carriage sped along the empty street. These noises did not disturb the peace of the night, but made it more distant and deeper. Klein's emotions settled down. He thought of all the past events on Earth. He thought of his father, who liked to exercise and always spoke loudly. He thought of his mother, who was chronically ill but liked to do everything for him. He thought of his best friends who grew up with him and evolved from playing football and basketball to playing video games and mahjong. He thought of the failed lover whose face was already blurred. These were like quiet flowing rivers. There were not many ripples or deep sentiments, but they silently drowned the soul. Perhaps one would only know how to cherish something after losing it. When the crimson color faded, the sky was blazing and the golden color appeared. Klein had already made his choice. He got up and went to the public bathroom to wash his face to refresh himself. Then he took a solely note and went to Mrs. Wendy's place to buy 8 pounds of rye bread for 9 pence to replenish the staple food he had eaten last night. The price of bread is starting to stabilize. After breakfast, Banson commented as he changed his clothes. It was Sunday, and he and Melissa finally had a chance to rest. Klein, who was already dressed formally, sat on a chair and flipped through the outdated newspapers he had brought back yesterday. He said in surprise, "There's an advertisement for a house for rent here. 3 Wendell Street, North Borough. Here's an advertisement for a house for rent. 3 Wendell Street, North Borough. A single-family house with a total of 2 floors. There are 6 rooms, 3 bathrooms, and 2 large balconies upstairs. Downstairs, there's a dining room, a living room, a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, 2 guest rooms, and an underground storage room. Outside the house, there's a 2-acre private lawn in front and a small garden at the back. It can be rented for 1, 2, or 3 years. The weekly rent is £1 6 solely. Interested parties, please head to 16 Champagne Street and look for Mr. Gusev. That's our future goal. Banson put on his black half-top hat and said with a smile, "The rent in the newspapers is on the high side. The Tingen Housing Improvement Company has cheaper options that aren't much worse than them. Why don't we look for the Tingen Housing Improvement Association for the working class?" Melissa walked out of the cubicle with a worn-out gauze hat in hand. She had changed into a grayish-white dress that had been mended a few times, but still looked presentable. She was quiet and reserved, but it was hard to hide her youthful aura. Banson laughed. "Who did you hear about the Tingen Housing Improvement Association for the working class? Jenny? Mrs. Rocher? Or your good friend, Selina?" Melissa looked to the side and replied softly, "Mrs. Rocher. I happened to bump into her when I was washing up last night." "Mrs. Rochelle. I happened to bump into her when I was washing up last night. She asked me about the interview, and I gave her a brief explanation. Then she suggested that I look for the Tingen Working Class Housing Improvement Association." When Banson saw Klein's puzzled expression, he smiled and shook his head. "This is a housing association that targets the poor. To be precise, the lower-class citizens. The houses they build and renovate are basically communal bathrooms. They only provide 3 choices: 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. Do you wish to continue living in such a place? The Tingen Housing Improvement Company has the same business as them, but it also provides a choice for the middle and lower classes. Frankly speaking, we're slightly better than the middle and lower classes, but we're still worse than the real middle class. It's not a problem of salary, but the lack of time to accumulate." Klein understood. He put away the newspapers, took his top hat, and stood up. "Then let's go. I remember that the Tingen Housing Improvement Company is on Daffodil Street." Banson said as he opened the door, "They are the same as the Tingen Housing Improvement Association for the working class. They are called the 5% charity. Do you know why?" "No." Klein raised his cane and walked beside Melissa. The girl with smooth black hair that reached her singlet also nodded. Banson walked out and said, "These housing improvement associations and companies were established under Baekeland's influence." These housing improvement associations and companies were established under the influence of Baekeland. They have 3 sources of funds. The first is to raise funds from a charity foundation. The second is to obtain a high-quality loan with an annual interest rate of 4% from the government's Public Affairs Loan Commissioner. The third is to accept commercial investments. By collecting a certain amount of rent, they can give the other party a 5% return every year. That's why it's called 5% charity. Tap, tap, tap. The 3 siblings went down the stairs and slowly walked to Daffodil Street. They planned to find the current landlord, Mr. Frankie, after confirming the house. This was to avoid the situation where they had to move out before they could move in. "I heard from Selina that there are housing improvement companies that are purely charitable?" Melissa said, as though she was in thought. Banson chuckled. "Yes, Sir Deweyville donated money to establish the Deweyville Trust Company. He builds apartments targeted at the working class and provides specialized property management. However, he only charges low rent. However, the requirements are very strict." "It sounds like you don't like it?" Klein asked with a smile. "Yes, I respect Sir Deweyville, but I believe he definitely doesn't know what life is like for the poor." "No, I have great respect for Sir Deweyville, but I'm sure he doesn't know what life is like for the poor. The requirements for his apartment are like the hopes given by a priest. It's too unrealistic. For example, the main vaccinations must be administered The bathrooms must be cleaned on a rotating basis. The apartment cannot be sublet or used for commercial purposes. Litter is not allowed, and children are not allowed to play in the corridors. Goddess, does he wish to turn everyone into a gentleman and a lady? Benson replied in his usual tone. Klein frowned in puzzlement. It doesn't sound like there's any problem. They are all very good requirements. Yes. Melissa nodded in agreement. Benson turned his head, glanced at them, and chuckled. He chuckled. Perhaps I've protected you too well. You have never seen the life of the poor. Do you think they have the money to receive the main vaccines? The queue for free charity medical organizations can last up to 3 months. Do you think their jobs are stable and not temporary? If they can't rent out their apartments and charge a certain fee, they can move out again when they lose their jobs. Besides, many women help people sew clothes and make matchboxes at home to make ends meet. This is considered a commercial use. Do you think they will be chased out? Most of the poor are doing their best to make ends meet. Do you think they have the time to discipline their children and stop them from playing in the corridors? They can probably only be locked in their rooms and sent to places that are willing to accept child labor when they are 7 or 8 years old. Benson didn't use many adjectives to describe it, but it left Klein a little creeped out. This is the life of the poor. Beside him, Melissa also fell into silence. After a long while, she said in an ethereal voice, After moving to Lower Street, Jenny refused to let me go to her house to look for her. Let's hope her father can walk out of the shadow of his injury and find a stable job again. But I've seen too many drunkards numb themselves with alcohol. Benson sneered with a heavy tone. Klein didn't know what to say. Melissa seemed to be in the same state. The siblings walked to Daffodil Street in silence and found the Tingen Housing Improvement Company. The person in charge of receiving them was a middle-aged man with an amiable smile. He wasn't wearing a formal suit or a hat. He was wearing a white shirt and a black vest. You can call me Scarter. What kind of house do you need? He glanced at Klein's silver-inlaid cane and smiled warmly. Klein looked at the eloquent Benson and gestured for him to answer. Benson said very directly, That's right. A terraced house. Scarter flipped through the documents and files in his hands and curled his lips. Currently, there are 5 that haven't been rented out. To be honest, most of them are for people with housing difficulties. 6, 8, or even 10 to 12 laborers and their children squeezed into a room. There aren't many terraced houses. One is at 2 Daffodil Street, one is in the North District, and one is in the East District. The weekly rent ranges from 12 to 16 solely. You can take a look at the introduction. He pushed the documents in his hands to Benson, Klein, and Melissa. After skimming through it, the siblings looked at each other and pointed to a certain spot on the paper. Let's take a look at 2 Daffodil Street first, Benson said. Klein and Melissa nodded. Chapter 30. Daffodil Street number 2, number 4, and number 6 were terraced buildings with polygonal roofs. The overall appearance was grayish-blue with 3 striking chimneys. Of course, there were no lawns, gardens, or porches. The entrance faced the street. Tingen Housing Improvement Company Scarter held a bunch of copper keys and opened the door as he introduced. Our terraced houses don't have a lobby. Once you enter, you'll be in the living room. There's an oriel window that faces Daffodil Street, and the lighting is pretty good. Reflected in Klein, Benson, and Melissa's eyes was a sofa bathed in golden sunlight and a spacious space comparable to their previous 2-bedroom apartment. This living room can also be used as a living room. To its right is the dining room, and on the left is a large fireplace for you to keep warm in the winter, Scarta pointed out with great familiarity. Klein scanned the place and confirmed that it was a crude, open-style layout. There were no partitions between the dining room and the living room, but it was far from the oriel window, making it look rather dim. There was a small, red, rectangular wooden table with 6 upholstered hardwood chairs surrounding it. The fireplace on the left wall was the same as the ones Klein had seen in foreign movies and television series. Behind the dining room is the kitchen, but we don't provide any utensils. Opposite the living room is a small guest room and bathroom. Scarter took a step forward and explained the layout of the first floor in detail. The bathroom was divided into an inner and outer room. The outer room was for washing, while the inner room was the toilet, separated by a folding door. The guest room was said to be small, but it was as big as the cubicle Melissa was currently staying in. She was a little stunned. After looking around the first floor, Scarta led the siblings to the staircase beside the bathroom. Down there is an underground storage room. The air inside is very stuffy. Remember to ventilate it before you enter. Banson nodded without batting an eyelid and followed Scarta up the stairs to the second floor. On my left is a bathroom, and there are 2 bedrooms on the same side. It's the same layout on my right, but the bathroom is near the small balcony. As he spoke, Scarta opened the bathroom door and turned his body so that Klein, Banson, and Melissa could look at him without any obstruction. This bathroom had 1 more bathtub than the one on the first floor, and there was also a folding door next to the toilet. Although there was some dust, there was no other dirty place, and it was not smelly or crowded. Melissa stared at him blankly until Scarta walked to the bedroom next door. Then she withdrew her gaze and slowly followed him. After a few steps, she looked back again. Klein, who had seen the world, was also quite happy and looking forward to it. Even though Mr. Landlord often supervised everyone's cleaning, the public bathroom was still not clean enough. People often had the urge to vomit, not to mention that they would easily encounter a queue when they were in a hurry. The other bathroom was the same as this one. Out of the 4 bedrooms, only one was slightly bigger and had a bookshelf. The rest were about the same size with a bed, a table, and a wardrobe. The balcony is very small, and we can't dry too many clothes at a time. Scarta stood at the end of the corridor and pointed to the area separated by a door and lock. There's a complete sewer, gas pipe, and meter here. It's very suitable for gentlemen and ladies like you. It only costs 13 soldi a week for rent and 5 pence for the use of the furniture. In addition, there's a 2-week deposit. Without waiting for Banson to speak, Klein looked around curiously. If I want to buy this house, how many pounds would it cost? As a transmigrator from a foodie country, the desire to buy a house had always existed in his heart. Upon hearing this question, Benson and Melissa jumped in fright. They looked at Klein as though they were looking at a monster, but Scarta answered firmly, I'm not sure. Scarta replied firmly, Buy? No, we won't sell the property. We only provide a lease. I just want to understand, understand? Understand, Klein explained awkwardly. Scarta hesitated for a few seconds. Last month, the owner of number 11 Daffodil Street sold a house similar to this one. It was sold for £300 for 15 years, which is much cheaper than renting it directly, but not everyone can afford such a large sum of money at once. If you want to buy it completely, the owner's price is £850. £850? Klein quickly began to do the math in his mind. My weekly salary is £3 and Banson's is £1 and 10 soldi. The rent is 13 soldi, and if I eat well every day, I'll need about £2 a week. There's also the cost of clothes, transportation, social expenses, and so on. I can only save about 10 soldi a week. A year is about £35 a year, so £850 will take about 20 years. Even if it's just the £300 with the lease, it'll take at least 8 or 9 years. This doesn't take into account future marriage, separation, children, travel, and so on. In this world, where there's no housing loan, most people can only choose to rent, having come to a realization. He took a step back and glanced at his brother, Banson, gesturing for him to negotiate the rent. As for Melissa's wishes, it was obvious from her sparkling eyes. At that moment, Klein had the illusion of closing the door and letting Banson go. Banson pointed with his cane that wasn't inlaid with silver, looked around, and said, We should look at other houses. The lighting in the dining room is too bad, and the balcony is too small. Look, only that bedroom has a fireplace, and the furniture is too old. We'll have to replace more than half of it if we move in. He spoke unhurriedly and picked out a bunch of faults. In 10 minutes, he successfully convinced Scarter to reduce the price to 12 soldi for rent and 3 pence for the use of the furniture. The deposit was also rounded up to £2. Without wasting any more time, the siblings followed Scarter back to the Tingen Housing Improvement Company. They signed 2 copies of the contract and went to the Tingen notary office to have it notarized. After paying the deposit and the first week's rent, Klein and Banson had a total of £9, 2 soldi and 8 pence. Standing at the entrance of 2 Daffodil Street, they each held a string of copper keys. They couldn't move their eyes away as all sorts of emotions surged through them. After a while, Melissa raised her head and looked at the Moretti house behind her. Her voice was soft and airy as she said, "It feels like a dream." Banson exhaled and smiled. "Then don't wake up." Klein wasn't as emotional as them. He nodded and said, "That's right." He nodded and said, "We have to change the locks on the main door and balcony door as soon as possible. There's no need to rush. The Tingen Housing Improvement Company has a good reputation. The rest is for your formal wear. But before that, we have to go to Mr. Frankie's place." Banson pointed in the direction of the apartment. After returning home and making do with some rye bread, the siblings headed for the townhouse on Iron Cross Street and knocked on the landlord's door. "You should know my principles. You are not allowed to default on your rent," the short Mr. Frankie announced as he sat on the sofa. Banson leaned forward and smiled. "Mr. Frankie, we are here to cancel our rent." "So direct? Is it really appropriate to negotiate like this?" Klein was surprised when he heard that. On the way here, Banson had mentioned that his bottom line was 12 soldi. "Cancel your rent?" "No. We have a contract. There's still half a year left." Frankie glared at Banson and waved his arms. Benson looked at him seriously and waited for him to calm down before saying in a deep voice. After he calmed down, he said, "Mr. Frankie, you should know very well that you should earn more." "Earn more?" Frankie touched his thin face and asked with great interest. Banson sat up straight and explained with a smile. "Renting a 2-bedroom apartment to the 3 of us costs 5 soldi and 6 pence. But if you rent it to a family with 5 or 6 people, with 2 or even 3 of them working and getting paid, I believe they would be willing to pay more than that to a place with poor security, like Lower Street. 5 soldi and 10 pence, or 6 soldi, I think is a reasonable price." Seeing Frankie's eyes light up and his throat move, he continued, "Besides, you must know that the rent has been rising in recent years. The longer we stay, the more you will lose. But I need time to find a new tenant." Mr. Frankie, who had inherited the apartment, was clearly tempted. "I believe that you will be able to find it very soon. You have the ability and resources. Maybe in 2 days, maybe in 3 days. We will compensate you for your losses during this period of time. Just use the deposit we paid, 3 soldi." "That's very fair." Benson immediately made the decision. Frankie nodded in satisfaction. "Banson, you really are a conscientious and honest young man. All right, let's sign the termination contract." Klein watched from the side in a daze. He completely understood how easily Mr. Frankie could be persuaded. That's way too easy to convince. After resolving the issue of the contract, the 3 siblings first helped Klein buy a suit before they busied themselves with moving. They didn't have any heavy or bulky items as they belonged to the landlord. Therefore, Banson and Melissa jointly rejected Klein's idea of hiring a carriage. They did it themselves and went back and forth between Daffodil Street and Iron Cross Street. Outside the window, the scorching sun was setting in the west. The golden sun with the smell of fire shone through the oriel window and onto the surface of the desk. Klein looked at the books and notes that were neatly arranged on the shelf and gently placed the ink and fountain pen on the desk that had been wiped clean. "I'm finally done." He exhaled and felt his stomach growl. He rolled down his sleeves and walked to the door. He had a bed that belonged only to him. The bedsheets and quilt were white, old but clean. Klein turned the doorknob and walked out of the bedroom. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the two doors opposite him open, revealing Banson and Melissa. Looking at the dust and dirt on each other's faces, Klein and Banson suddenly laughed in an unusually carefree manner. Melissa bit her lips lightly and was gradually infected by them as she giggled softly. The next morning, Klein stood in front of the full-length mirror that had no cracks. He carefully adjusted the collar and cuffs of his shirt. The set of white shirt, black tuxedo, half-top hat, black vest and pants, leather boots, and bow tie cost him a total of 8 pounds. It made his heart ache. However, the effect was good. Klein felt that his scholarly aura in the mirror was stronger, and he seemed to be a little more handsome. Click! He closed his pocket watch and placed it in his inner pocket. Then he took his cane, hid his revolver, and took the public carriage to Zetland Street. Just as he was about to enter the Blackthorn Security Company, he realized that he had gotten used to his previous lifestyle. He hadn't given Melissa any extra money this morning and allowed her to continue walking to school. Shaking his head and making a mental note of it, Klein stepped into the Blackthorn Security Company. He saw the brown-haired girl, Roshan, brewing coffee. The aroma of the coffee wafted through the air. "Good morning, Klein. Nice weather today." Roshan greeted him with a smile. "To be honest, I've always been curious. Don't you men feel hot in formal wear in such weather? I know that Tingin's summer can't be compared to the South. It's not hot enough, but it's still summer." "That's the price of poise," Klein replied humorously. "Good morning, Miss Roshan. Where's Mr. Captain?" "Same old place." Roshan pointed inside. Klein nodded indiscernibly. He passed through the partition and knocked on Dunn Smith's office door. "Come in." Dunn's voice and tone were as gentle as ever. Seeing that Klein had indeed changed into a decent formal suit, he nodded slightly and said with a smile in his gray eyes, "Have you made up your mind?" Klein took a deep breath and answered solemnly, "Yes, I've made my choice." Dunn slowly sat up straight, his expression quickly turning solemn. His gray eyes remained deep and unchanging. His gray eyes remained deep and said, "Tell me your answer." Klein answered without hesitation. Chapter 31. Dunn Smith's gray eyes stared straight into Klein's eyes for a full minute without saying a word. Under such silence and the pressure of the gaze, Klein didn't shrink back. He didn't move his eyes away as he stared back firmly. "You should understand that once you consume the potion, there's no chance for regret." Finally, Dunn spoke again. His voice was deep and emotionless. Klein smiled. "I know, but I respect the voice in my heart." First of all, Sleepless didn't meet his requirements. The spectator in the tarot gathering was the same based on the description. He didn't know when he would be able to make contact with the other Beyonder pathways, so there was no need to wait. By the same logic, Corpse Collector was eliminated, leaving only Mystery Prior and Seer. Under the premise that sequence potions were equally dangerous, and in the situation where he couldn't obtain any more information, with the fact that Mystery Prior and Seer both fit the requirements, it didn't matter if Emperor Roselle had casually written it down, or if he really regretted not choosing Apprentice, Marauder, or Seer. It was enough to tip the scales in his heart. Furthermore, from his notes, as long as he could understand the true meaning of digestion and acting, he could avoid the negative effects of the potion to the greatest extent. As for the whispers and illusory temptations that caused people to fall into madness, even if he didn't become a Beyonder, he would still be able to come into contact with them. All right. Dunn Smith stood up and picked up his black half-top hat. As he wore it, he said, "Follow me underground." Klein nodded and gave a gentleman's bow in gratitude. Tap, tap, tap. The two of them went down, their footsteps echoing in the quiet and empty staircase and aisle. Klein suddenly felt a little nervous as he tried to strike up a conversation. "Captain, you said that after consuming the potion, one doesn't directly obtain the corresponding mysticism knowledge, but only the qualifications to learn and grasp them." Then, where did the mysticism knowledge come from in the first place? Did the sages risk their lives to figure it out bit by bit, or did it come from something else? Every time he came underground, he could feel that the air here was quite fresh. Obviously, the ventilation here was very good. However, in this kind of environment, the occasional gust of wind that blew was really frightening. Dunn tilted his head and glanced at him. His gray eyes were unusually deep in the darkness. He calmly replied, "Firstly, the exploration, summarization, and improvement that you mentioned. Secondly, the blessing of the gods. Thirdly, those dangerous whispers that others could not hear were not always crazy and meaningless. Sometimes they would still talk about mysterious things. But as far as I know, those who really listened to these whispers for a long period of time all went mad or degenerated into monsters. Of course, we have to thank them. The notes they left behind are valuable treasures in the field of mysticism. A lab rat in human form." The underground was cold, and Klein suddenly shuddered. "That luck enhancement ritual of mine that turned into friendship magic, will it always be accompanied by those crazy and terrifying whispers? Will it bring about the same effects?" At the crossroads, Dunn did not proceed to Cheney's gate, nor did he turn towards the weapons, materials, and documentation vault. Instead, he brought Klein and chose to approach St. Selena Cathedral on the left. Midway, he stopped. It was unknown what he had triggered, but it opened a secret door. "This is the alchemy lab of our Nighthawks team. I will get old Neil to retrieve the seer potion formula and the corresponding ingredients from Cheney's gate. Hey, you're in luck. The goddess is watching over you. There should still be 2 portions of the seer ingredients left. Otherwise, you'll have to wait a long time." Dunn pointed at the room behind the door and said, "Wait here and watch the entire process of old Neil concocting the potion. This is the most basic thing in mysticism. Yes, don't touch the items inside. They are either very dangerous, very expensive, or both." Having said that, Dunn added, "By the way, I forgot something again. You became a Beyonder because of the need to deal with danger and search for the notebook. The credit is only a portion of it, so you can't become an official member of the team for now. You'll still be a clerk, and you'll still receive the corresponding salary. You'll still do what I arrange for you. But you'll have to learn a lot of mysticism knowledge from old Neil. Make your own arrangements." All right. Apart from being a little resentful about not getting a raise, Klein agreed wholeheartedly. According to Dunn, after consuming the potion and going through the process of learning and mastering it, he would become an official member and participate in missions related to supernatural events. He really didn't know how to spell the word death. Dunn turned around and took 2 steps towards the crossroads before he suddenly turned back. Suddenly he turned back and said, "There's one more thing." I knew it. Klein was already used to captain style. "We've gained something from the secret order's previous operations," Dunn said with his usual expression. "For the time being, they probably won't dare to provoke us again, but don't be careless. For the time being, we can't confirm the importance of the Antigonus family's notebook to them. From what we discovered, they do retain some ancient customs. We can confirm that it has something to do with the Solomon Empire and the fallen nobles of that time." "Got it. Thank you, Captain." Klein exhaled. This was also one of the reasons why he didn't want to wait and couldn't wait to seize the opportunity to become a Beyonder. After watching Dunn leave and confirming that he wouldn't turn back to add anything else, Klein slowly walked into the alchemy room. There were long tables with test tubes, pipettes, scales, and beakers. It looked like the chemistry laboratory he had seen in his previous life, except that it was simpler and older. Apart from that, there were also large cauldrons, black wooden spoons, transparent crystal balls, and strange symbols like the dark sacred emblem that could be seen everywhere. They gave off a mysterious vibe. Klein looked around with interest, but he didn't touch anything. After a while, he heard footsteps. Old Neil walked in with a small silver chest with complicated patterns. He was still wearing a classic black robe that didn't match the style of the times, and he wore a round-brimmed felt hat of the same color. "Little guy, I didn't expect you to choose Seer." As old Neil put down the silver chest, he glanced at Klein with his slightly turbid, dark red eyes. "You have the same character as I did back then. Not bad. Light up these few gas lamps and close the secret door." "All right." Klein held back his trembling and lit up the gas lamps in the alchemy room, allowing the dim light to rule over the place once again. After the secret door was closed, he turned around and came to the side of the white-haired old Neil, who had deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and mouth. He saw old Neil using a few strange tree branches to brush the black cauldron. The concoction of sequence potions is very simple, at least for those below sequence 7. There's no need for special flames, additional rituals, or even incantations. There's no need for the spirituality of the body to participate. All you need to do is to accurately add the ingredients according to the order on the formula and stir it. Old Neil's wrinkles seemed to bloom as he smiled. "Really?" Klein asked in surprise. "This sounds as simple as my luck enhancement ritual. Man, it's a little scary just thinking about it. Perhaps this is a gift from God." "Praise the lady." Old Neil drew a circle on his chest in an extremely irregular manner. Following that, he opened the silver chest and took out an ancient scroll of goatskin. The yellowish-brown goatskin unfolded inch by inch, revealing the words written on it. Klein looked into the distance and realized that it was Hermes, which he was familiar with. They were written in blood-like ink and seemed to retain the feeling of flowing. But other than that, there was nothing extraordinary about it. Seer, 100 milliliters of pure water plus 13 drops of night vanilla juice plus 7 golden mint leaves. Klein silently recited the contents of the formula, but the subsequent parts happened to be blocked by old Neil's elbow, preventing him from seeing them. Pure water is water that has been repeatedly distilled. It just so happens that I've made it before, so there's no need to waste time. As old Neil introduced it, he familiarly picked up a large sealed glass bottle from the long table. He opened the lid and casually poured about 100 milliliters of pure water into the cauldron. Klein didn't dare to ask, afraid that he would affect the concoction process. After all, he had to drink the potion he concocted. 13 drops of night vanilla juice. This can be extracted and turned into essential oil for preservation. Old Neil took out a small brown bottle from the silver chest, and with the aid of a pipette, he easily dripped 13 drops into the cauldron. A faint but calming fragrance emanated, and Klein's mood unknowingly became calm. 7 golden mint leaves. Old Neil picked up the silver pattern tin can, opened the lid, and pinched out a few pieces with his bare hands. He sprinkled them into the cauldron, and a fresh and stimulating smell was faintly discernible. 4, 5, 6, 7. Just right. Old Neil chuckled and looked at the potion formula on the goatskin. 3 drops of poison hemlock juice. You can't drink this carelessly. It will numb your entire body, and you will die in a stiff state. In ancient times, it was the best choice for suicide. I'm not stupid. Klein silently lampooned. Old Neil switched to a pipette and dripped the poison hemlock juice into the cauldron. It was mixed with a strange smell that made one's mind clear. 9 grams of Dracaena powder. Old Neil calmly reached into the silver chest and picked up a transparent test tube. The powder inside was as black as iron. He used a beaker, a balance, and other items to weigh the 9 grams of powder. He casually poured it into the cauldron and stirred it with a black wooden spoon. Klein's liver trembled as he watched. He felt that it wasn't very reliable. Actually, these ingredients are all supplementary. Adding more or less won't affect the final effect. Should I add more? Old Neil joked. The remaining 2 are the key. The amount can be slightly less, but it can't deviate too much. Otherwise, your advancement will fail. Yes, the amount can't be too much, even if it's just a little bit. Otherwise, you'll have to treat your mental problems after taking it. It's not impossible for you to die directly. Klein immediately tensed up and watched as old Neil took out a black glass bottle from the silver chest. 10 milliliters of Lavos octopus's blood. This octopus is an extraordinary species with obvious mutations. Its body is covered with mysterious symbols. Its blood will quickly decompose under the sun and lose its uniqueness. It has to be stored in an opaque material. Old Neil's tone was no longer relaxed. He quickly and carefully extracted 10 milliliters of blood with a test tube. The blood was as blue as the sky. From time to time, it would gurgle with illusory bubbles, as if it was connected to the spiritual world. Pour the blood in the test tube into the cauldron. Don't care about the remaining bit on the wall. This is to prevent overuse, old Neil said in a low voice. As soon as the blue blood entered the cauldron and came into contact with the previous liquid, there was a splashing sound. The surrounding light was dyed blue, giving Klein a strange feeling of distance and familiarity. It seemed to be the experience of being in a mother's womb. It made one's soul feel elevated. The last item, 50 grams of star crystal. Old Neil's voice rang in Klein's ears. He snapped out of his daze and looked at the long table again. In the old man's hand was an extremely pure crystal. Furthermore, the crystal was gelatinous, like jelly on earth. It lacked sufficient hardness. Under the illumination of the blue light, it reflected specks of light. It was as if there was a resplendent starry sky hidden within it. This is an excellent material for making divination crystals, just a little less to consider the margin of error. Old Neil weighed it as he used a patterned silver knife to cut it. Pure water plus night vanilla plus golden peppermint leaf plus poison hemlock juice plus dragon's blood plus Lavos octopus blood plus star crystal equals seer. At that moment, Klein couldn't help but recall the formula. After the preparations were done, old Neil threw a few small pieces of star crystal into the cauldron. Sizzle! An illusory fog instantly appeared, turning the alchemy room into a blur. In the fog, Klein seemed to see the starry sky. He also felt like he was being watched by an invisible existence. A few seconds later, the fog dissipated. Old Neil used a black wooden ladle to scoop out the viscous, dark blue liquid from the cauldron. It had a strange characteristic. It was connected to each other without separating. As a result, there was nothing left in the black cauldron. The dark blue liquid was poured into an opaque cup. Old Neil pointed at it. Chapter 32. Klein looked at the dark blue, viscous liquid, which was hard to tell if it was a cup or a cube, and he swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. I'm going to drink it just like that. Don't you need any other preparations? Like a ritual incantation or prayer? Old Neil tersely said. Preparations? Yes. First, have a cup of Ormer red wine for Intis. Then smoke a Desi cigar. Then, hum a melodious melody and dance a brisk palace dance. If you like tap dancing, that's fine too. Finally, have a round of Gwent. Seeing Klein's expression turn more and more dazed, old Neil smiled and summarized his previous description. If you're feeling nervous, you're quite humorous. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he resisted the urge to pull out his gun. He put down his cane, reached out his right hand, and picked up the opaque cup as though he was holding something heavy. The smell of the potion was faint and illusory. Young man, don't hesitate. The more you hesitate, the more nervous and afraid you will be. It will affect your absorption later, old Neil said in a seemingly casual manner with his back facing Klein. At some point in time, he had walked to the sink beside him, turned on the tap, and washed his hands. Klein nodded silently and took a deep breath. Just like how he pinched his nose to take medicine when he was a child, he brought the opaque cup to his mouth, tipped his head, and gulped it down. A cool and slippery feeling quickly filled his mouth before sliding down his esophagus and into his stomach. The viscous and dark blue liquid seemed to grow thin and long tentacles as the coldness and stimulation instantly drilled into every cell in Klein. He couldn't help but convulse as his vision quickly turned blurry. Everything's colors intensified. The red became redder, the blue became bluer, and the black became blacker. The colors were rich and randomly pieced together, like an oil painting by an impressionist master. Klein had experienced such a scene before. It was the scene of Spirit Medium Daly's inquiry. At that moment his vision was blurry, and his thoughts were fleeting but clear, like a victim floating in the sea. Gradually he saw his surroundings clearly. All the colors clearly overlapped each other as a gray and illusory fog emanated faintly. Around him were indescribable bodies. Some of them were so transparent that they didn't seem to exist. Deep in their depths, there were bright lusters of different colors. These lusters seemed to be alive or contained infinite knowledge. This is similar to what I saw in the luck enhancement ritual. Klein instinctively looked down and realized that himself was still standing in his original spot. His body was convulsing. Suddenly, he came to a realization as his consciousness sank, becoming one with his body. Boom! The fog quickly dispersed, and the color returned to normal at the same time. The clear brilliance and the non-existent object disappeared in an instant. The scene in the alchemy lab returned to normal, but Klein felt his head swell up as though it was about to explode. Everything he saw had countless double images, and he heard an ethereal whisper from an unknown object. Hornacis, Phlegria, Hornacis, Phlegria, Hornacis, Phlegria. Klein felt a stabbing pain in his forehead as his heart was quickly filled with the urge to vent and destroy. He frowned and shook his head. Is there something wrong with your vision? Are you hearing sounds that you couldn't hear previously? Old Neil asked with a smile. Yes, Mr. Neil. What should I do? Klein held back his intense mania and asked. Old Neil chuckled. This is because the potion's powers are overflowing, and you lack the means to control it. All right, do as I say. Imagine an item in your mind. Something common, simple, and easy. Klein focused his attention and outlined his half-tall black silk top hat in his mind. He thought about the feeling of rubbing it and its exact shape. Place all your attention on it. Keep repeating it and outlining it. Do you feel better? Old Neil's voice penetrated his mind like a song of reassurance. Klein slowly shifted his attention to the silk top hat he imagined. He felt the whispers in his ears gradually soften until they disappeared. The double images in his eyes also slowly overlapped and were no longer blurry. Much better. Klein calmed the chaotic emotions in his heart and exhaled. He looked down at his body and didn't discover anything abnormal. After moving his hands and feet again, Klein asked in anticipation and doubt. I succeeded? I've succeeded. I'm considered a seer now. Old Neil took out a mercury-plated mirror and moved it in front of him. Look at your eyes. Klein focused his gaze and saw himself wearing a black top hat in the mirror. His facial features were ordinary, and apart from the sweat covering his face, he didn't seem any different from before. He followed old Neil's instructions and looked at his eyes seriously. Only then did he realize that his brown eyes had deepened significantly. They were so dark that they seemed like a dark night without any light. They were so dark that they seemed to be able to absorb the souls of others. Normally, dark brown pupils were easily mistaken for black. Without careful observation, even Klein wouldn't be able to notice it. This is the manifestation of the potion's powers. When you learn cogitation and know how to restrain it, your eyes will return to normal. Old Neil smiled and extended his right hand. Congratulations, new Beyonder, our seer. Thank you. Klein shook his hand. Mr. Neil, when can I learn cogitation? You can do it now. The initial stages of cogitation are rather simple, especially for Beyonders. Old Neil said with a smile. Just now, you outlined an item in your mind to divert your attention and restrain the overflowing power. That was actually the first step of cogitation. Do it again. Klein closed his eyes and once again pictured the half-tall black silk top hat in his mind. It was easier for him to focus his attention than before. Soon, some distracting thoughts surfaced before they faded away, leaving only the outline of the top hat. Let your mind go slightly blank. Then, replace the item you outlined with something that doesn't exist in this world, something you imagined out of thin air. You have to abide by this rule. Only then can you enter cogitation. Only then will you be able to transcend the me, the limitless me, and the me of the universe. You will obtain insights and revelations towards the truth. You will obtain knowledge that only you can comprehend. In the field of mysticism, this is known as the secret contract experience. Old Neil said in a soothing tone, "You only need to listen to the rest of the description for now. The most important thing now is to enter cogitation, something that doesn't exist in this world, something you imagined out of thin air. Does what's on Earth count?" Klein attempted to replace the black top hat with the earthen green, long and thick intercontinental ballistic missile he had seen on television. However, no matter how he outlined or imagined it, all he did was focus his attention. Looks like it won't work. Klein had no choice but to use his imagination to outline a ball of light. Then he outlined a lot of similar items and placed them together. The balls of light overlapped and were filled with the feeling of fantasy. Klein's thoughts gradually went blank as though they were drifting. His body and mind calmed down. The illusory gray fog that was filled with non-existent objects and pure light appeared once again. It floated silently in the sky within reach. His spirituality extended bit by bit and unfolded inch by inch. Klein quietly looked down at it, feeling it and restraining it. Very good. As expected of a seer, you entered cogitation very smoothly. You're only a little worse than me back then. Just a little. Old Neil chuckled. In that case, I'll begin teaching you the most commonly used, easiest to master, and most promising ability in mysticism. Spirit vision. He switched off the gas lamps one by one, but he opened the secret door to the alchemy room. It made the place where Klein was abnormally dark, but not to the point where he couldn't see the outlines of objects. All right, continue in this state. Raise your hands and place them in front of your eyes. Your index fingers are facing each other, but don't touch. Open your eyes until they're used to the darkness. Following Old Neil's description, Klein completed it step by step. He saw his fingers facing each other and the outlines of the objects around him. You should lie down and let your body completely relax. But since the effects of your cogitation are pretty good, let's continue. Old Neil laughed. Focus your vision on the back of your hand. It has to be the back. Then, slowly move your fingers, maintaining a state of facing each other without touching each other. Don't let them leave your line of sight. Klein listened calmly and cast his gaze to the empty space behind his palm. He slowly moved his two index fingers that were facing each other without touching each other within his line of sight. Once, twice, thrice. Suddenly, Klein saw a fiery red color appear between his fingers. He made a sound. You see the color? That's right. This is the initial stage of spirit vision. The color you see is your own aura. Old Neil chuckled. Don't be anxious. Do it a few more times and stabilize it. Then look at other places. I'll also take this opportunity to explain to you the meaning of different colors. All right. Klein moved his fingers back and forth as he focused on examining the fiery red dot. Old Neil pondered for a moment. To put it simply, the mainstream field of mysticism divides a person's non-physical body into 4 layers. The core is called the spiritual body, which is also the most fundamental spirituality of every person. The animist faction believes that all living things have spirituality and a spiritual body. I don't know about other things, but for mystery priors, the purpose of meditation and the way to increase their strength all point to the spirit body. It's the way the former communicates with the spirit world and the cosmos. It's an external manifestation of the former, and it's directly related to your will and current emotions. The scene you see after consuming the potion is the scene the astral projection sees when wandering the spirit world. It doesn't abide by the rules of the material world. It involves the transcendental me, the infinite me, the me of the universe. The past, present, and future can all overlap. This is the root of divination. In the spiritual realm, what you see is only an image, a symbol. You have to decipher it to figure out its specific meaning. Divination and many other spells are cast through the astral projection. You must not be mistaken about the relationship and difference between it and the spiritual body. One is the body, and the other is the use. Klein continued looking at the aura on his fingertips and made a concise summary. Further out is the body of heart and mind. From here, it fuses with the physical body. It involves the mind, and it's a comprehensive representation of your reasoning, thinking, insight, and ability to recognize things. Some potions mainly improve this, and many spells target it. Old Neil explained in detail. The outermost layer is the ether body. It's a manifestation of your vital energy and physical state. The color of the aura you see is the external representation of the ether body. In other words, you can use spirit vision to directly see some spirit bodies, ghosts and wraiths. Perhaps even some existences that shouldn't be seen. You can also see the ether body or aura of others. From there, you can determine the health and emotional state of the other party through its thickness, brightness, and color. When your spirit vision improves and you grasp more knowledge of mysticism, you can discover even more detailed things, allowing you to determine the length of the other party's lifespan. Yes, I just mentioned the emotional state because the astral projection will also appear externally. When your sequence becomes higher and your spirit vision reaches a relatively powerful stage, you will even be able to see the other party's astral projection. Then you will know more things. This is a level that only beyonders like seers and mystery priors can achieve. Some people even claim that the strongest state of spirit vision allows them to see anything in any place, including the past and future. However, I don't really believe it. It sounds impressive. Klein was almost yearning for it. Old Neil coughed and continued. Let's return to the color of the ether body or aura. Let's go back to the color of the ether body or aura. Your limbs and other parts that are involved in movement will appear red. The head and the surface of the brain will appear purple. The excretion and detoxification will appear orange. The digestive system will appear yellow. The heart and the regulatory system will appear green. The throat and parts of the nervous system will appear blue. And the overall balance will cause the body to be covered in white. These are the symbols of health. Once they turn dim, thin, or change in color, it means that there's something wrong with the corresponding areas. They're in a state of exhaustion or illness. In addition, the corresponding colors of the inner astral projection represent your current emotions. Red is passionate and excited. Orange is warm and satisfied. Yellow is happy and extroverted. Green is calm and peaceful. Blue is calm and contemplative. White is bright and positive. Dark is melancholic, sad, and silent. Purple means that spirituality is dominant, cold, and distant. Klein silently memorized it and stabilized his spirit vision. All right, you can look at other things. Old Neil didn't speak further, as he said with a nod. Klein slowly turned his head and looked at Old Neil. Indeed, he discovered that his body had different colors and auras of varying thickness. The purple on his head was the brightest, while the red on his hands and feet were relatively dim. The overall white was also a little shallow. Is he really getting on in years? Klein silently muttered to himself. Only now, seeing all of this, did he truly feel like he had become a beyonder. I'm a beyonder now. He moved his gaze and carefully sized up Old Neil. But suddenly he saw a pair of eyelash-less, cold, and almost transparent eyes in the void behind him. This pair of nearly illusory eyes were silently watching Old Neil, watching him. This. Klein shuddered, opened his mouth, and blurted out, "That's right." He blurted out, "There's a pair of eyes behind you." Old Neil was taken aback for a moment before he forced a smile. "Ignore it. P.S. It's almost Monday again. I'll continue updating at midnight tonight. Chapter 33. Just as old Neil finished his sentence, the pair of illusory eyes in the darkness behind him quickly disappeared. Even with his spirit vision, Klein couldn't find any traces of its existence. This is a symbol of ritualistic magic, old Neil explained with a chuckle. That's a little magical. Spirit vision is an enhanced version of the yin yang eye. Klein was like a child who had received a new toy. He looked away with great interest and sized up every corner of the room. He wanted to see the difference between the current alchemy room and the previous one. The darkness outlined the objects. The long table, test tubes, scales, cups, cabinets, and other items were no different from before Klein activated his spirit vision. They didn't emit any light. Lifeless objects don't have spirituality. Klein mumbled to himself as he swept his gaze across the silver chest on the table. Suddenly, he saw light appear inside. It was as blue as the sky, as resplendent as the stars, and as red as fire. Materials that originate from beyond our species still have some sort of life. Activity, even if the original owner is dead. Klein deliberated over his words as he asked old Neil curiously. The accurate description is that their spirituality will remain. This is one of the keys to the successful concoction of a potion. It's also one of the reasons why Beyonders lose control. Dunn should have told you, old Neil explained frankly. He seemed to have thought of something as he suddenly laughed. I remember that the corpse collector formula has a dried, adult, black-spotted frog. It takes a lot of courage to consume this potion. Klein imagined it and felt a little disgusted. He didn't echo old Neil's words and turned his gaze to the darkness around him. However, there weren't any spirits or ghosts that he was looking forward to. Isn't it said that the world of spirits is everywhere? He asked in puzzlement. Old Neil chuckled. Little guy, repeat after me. This is the headquarters of the Nighthawks. This is the underground of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. There are many Beyonders here. Do you think we would allow spirits and souls to roam around here? Moreover, the world of spirit and spirit are two different concepts. Klein felt a little awkward for a moment. He turned his head and pretended to look at the faint light from the gas lamp at the entrance of the secret door. I understand. As he spoke, the space between his brows suddenly began to twitch uncontrollably, as if it was spasming. What was going on? Klein was about to turn around and ask when he suddenly saw an almost transparent figure standing quietly at the edge of the bright yellow light. It was in the shape of a human, and the color of its aura blended perfectly with the dim environment, making it difficult to distinguish. Hiss! Klein's eyebrows throbbed violently, and his vision became chaotic. He focused his attention again, but there was no invisible figure. Strange. He turned around and said, Mr. Neil, the space between my eyebrows is twitching. It hurts a little. Haha, that's very normal. You are a newly advanced Beyonder. Spirit vision will place a huge burden on your soul body, and it will constantly drain you. Externally, it will appear as a twitching between your eyebrows, a stabbing pain in your head, hypersensitivity, and some hallucinations. Furthermore, in the spirit vision state, you will easily feel uncomfortable in unfamiliar environments, and you will be easily affected by the emotions of others. These are all things that you need to pay attention to. You have to adapt and eliminate them through repeated practice. In addition, control your usage and end it in time. Old Neil replied with a smile. Why does it feel like you're enjoying it? Klein hurriedly asked for guidance. Then how do I exit the spirit vision state? He had wanted to mention the invisible figure he had just seen, but when he heard that the symptoms included some hallucinations, he dismissed the idea. Combined with the twitching and stabbing pain in the space between his eyebrows, old Neil's answer could be completely guessed. Then switch to cogitation. Close your eyes, control your spirituality, and repeatedly tell it to stop. When you open your eyes again, you will realize that the spirit vision has ended. Old Neil leisurely described, and towards the end he added, "Of course, this is the most cumbersome and clumsy method. We can, through practice, repeatedly hint to ourselves in cogitation to repeatedly influence our spirituality, leaving behind a simple switch action. For example, if I tap my glabella twice, I can easily activate spirit vision, and another 2 taps can easily end it. As for how to set it up, it will depend on your habits and hobbies." Got it. Klein thought for a moment and decided to imitate old Neil by tapping his glabella twice as a switch for spirit vision. Once was easily confused with an instinctive tap on the head, and thrice in a dangerous situation could waste precious time. As for snapping his fingers, it was too individualistic and would attract attention. He focused his attention, visualized the gathered spheres of light, and entered cogitation again. Under old Neil's guidance, he finally set up the switch action after repeated hints and practice. Clenching his fist lightly, he tapped his glabella twice with the knuckle of his index finger. Suddenly, different thicknesses and colors of aura light appeared in front of Klein's eyes. After another 2 taps, everything returned to normal. There was nothing out of the ordinary. "I've finally mastered it," he exclaimed in joy. Only then did he realize that he was so tired that he could fall asleep at any moment. His head was empty and aching, as though he had pulled 3 all-nighters. Old Neil smiled and said, "We aren't sleepless. Every time we practice excessively or use spirit vision excessively, we need a period of sleep to recover. You can go home now and have a good rest. In the afternoon, go to Welch's place and take a stroll along the road to Iron Cross Street. Try to find clues to the Antigonus family's notebook as soon as possible. Tomorrow we will continue teaching you about mysticism. Of course, don't forget to read those historical documents." All right. Klein agreed wholeheartedly with old Neil's arrangements. He took his cane and left the alchemy lab. Watching the secret door close, old Neil returned to the armory. Klein rubbed his glabella and sun acupoint. He pressed on the handrail and walked up the stairs. At this moment, Dunn Smith came from behind. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes were deep. "I heard from old Neil that you adapt very well, be it cogitation or spirit vision. Perhaps it's just something special about being a seer," Klein replied humbly. He guessed that Dunn had been guarding the armory for old Neil. Dunn slowed down his pace, only slightly ahead of Klein. After a few seconds of silence, he said without turning around, "You have to remember that curiosity kills the cat. It also kills the beyonder. Don't try to investigate the whispers you shouldn't hear or the existences you shouldn't see." All right. Klein knew that this was another reminder about losing control as a beyonder. After entering the Blackthorn Security Company, he greeted Roshan, who clearly didn't know that he had become a beyonder. He slowly walked out of the door and onto the streets. He took a trackless carriage back to Daffodil Street, nearly falling asleep on the way. It was still morning, and the temperature was only 26 degrees Celsius. Klein took the copper key from his belt and opened the door to his house. There were many items in the house that hadn't been added. The living room and dining room were empty. Banson and Melissa, one working and the other studying, had long left the house. Klein couldn't be bothered with anything else. He closed the door behind him and quickly went upstairs to his bedroom with bookshelves. After taking off his tuxedo and hanging it on the coat rack, he eagerly fell into bed. The moment his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. Klein was woken up by the bright sunlight. He turned his head and slowly opened his eyes. He realized that the sun was just right outside. "What time is it? I didn't miss the tarot gathering in the afternoon, did I?" He struggled to get out of bed and walked to the coat rack because his pocket watch was still in the inner pocket of his tuxedo. Not only had he forgotten about it, but he had also forgotten to close the bedroom door and draw the curtains of the oriel window. "Pa!" Klein took out his pocket watch and opened it. He immediately felt relieved. It was only a little past 12, and there was still some time before the agreed time of 3 in the afternoon. Today was Monday, the day he, the Hanged Man, and Justice would be having a gathering. Klein pretended to think and tapped his glabella twice. The scene before his eyes changed once again, and he saw his aura regain its bright luster. After tapping twice more and dismissing his spirit vision, he easily walked to the first floor. He boiled a pot of water and put in some inferior tea leaves. With it, and a little cream, he finished a loaf of rye bread. After that, Klein flipped through the history textbooks and the original Klein's notes and leisurely revised and consolidated his knowledge. At 2:57 in the afternoon, Klein closed the book, capped the fountain pen, and drew the curtains. Following that, he locked the bedroom door from the inside, making the room abnormally dark. He tapped his glabella twice again, activated his spirit vision, and surveyed his surroundings. After confirming that there were no invisible spirits in the room, Klein ended his spirit vision, took out his pocket watch, and checked the time. Tick-tock, tick-tock. When it was 1 minute to 3, he took 4 steps counterclockwise like before, forming a square. With each step, he recited the corresponding incantation in Mandarin. However, he didn't prepare any staple food this time. Klein closed his eyes and felt the back of his hand itch. It was as if the 4 black dots that formed the small square were protruding and appearing. Crazy shouts and seductive murmurs began to echo, but Klein realized that his headache wasn't as bad as the last time. It wasn't that he wasn't affected, but that he could control himself from actively listening. Having become a beyonder, he had a little more self-control in such an environment. Soon his body became light and floated upwards. He saw the pervasive, grayish-white, boundless and hazy fog, as well as the crimson stars. 2 of them seemed to have a subtle connection with him, giving him an abnormally familiar feeling. Klein looked at his blurry body and muttered in puzzlement, the astral projection that old Neil mentioned. He calmed down for a few seconds, and once again, the magnificent temple appeared above the gray fog. The long bronze table that was directly under the wide dome, as well as the 22 high-back chairs that had different constellations symbolizing them. Klein quietly walked to the seat of honor and sat down. He covered his body and face in an even thicker gray fog. Then he reached out his right hand and tapped the 2 familiar crimson stars from afar, forming a magical connection. P.S. Seeking recommendation tickets for Monday, PS2. The mysticism knowledge involved in this book has been magically altered. Do not imitate it. Chapter 34. In the windowless basement, the rough-looking Alger Wilson sat beside a long table with various utensils and sheepskin scrolls. In front of him, there was a half-burned candle. The dim yellow flame illuminated the objects and the surface of the long table, making them look like shadows. Alger's hair was as messy as seaweed. It was dark blue and almost black. He wore a robe embroidered with lightning patterns. His hands were clasped together with his thumbs facing each other. He leaned forward and stared at a bottle of black liquid to the left of the candle. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. From time to time, the sound of howling wind could be heard from the sealed bottle, and from time to time, the sound of the surging sea could be heard. In the areas that the black liquid hadn't drowned, a faint mist wriggled, as though it had grown eyes and mouths. Alger turned his head and glanced at the clock on the wall. He saw that the hour hand was pointing at 3 o'clock. He pinched his sun acupoint, and his eyes suddenly turned dark. The various utensils on the table also had a subtle luster. At this moment, he realized that a dark red light surged out of nowhere like a tide and drowned him. Bakeland, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious villa. After sending the dance teacher away, Audrey locked the door and sat upright in front of the dressing table. Outside the window, the sun was shining brightly, and the flowers were blooming brightly. On the table was a blank notebook bound in light brown parchment. On the right side of the notebook was a pen with a golden tip and a ruby embedded in its body. Audrey tried to make sure that she could pick up the pen as soon as she left the gathering and record the formula. I'm really looking forward to it. She took a deep breath and suppressed her excitement. She pursed her lips and looked at the mirror. However, she couldn't see herself reflected in the mirror. Only a dark red and illusory light erupted from her surroundings and her body at the same time. Above the gray fog, in the magnificent temple that looked like the residence of a giant king, crimson blossomed on both sides of the long bronze table, rising and falling like a fountain, sculpting two blurry figures. Their positions were exactly the same as last time. The tall, blonde Audrey instinctively looked towards the seat of honor, only to see the figure shrouded in thick, gray fog leaning back. One of his hands was flat, touching the edge of the table, and the other was lightly stroking his chin. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Audrey shouted in a brisk tone. Then she turned her head, looked at the opposite side, and said in the same tone, "Good afternoon, Mr. the Hanging Man. This girl is really heartless. She's so sure that I'm a good person that she's not afraid at all. A well-protected, noble girl." Klein smiled and maintained his unfathomable image. "Good afternoon, Miss Justice." As he spoke, he lowered his head slightly, raised his left hand, and tapped his glabella twice. What he saw instantly changed. He saw the aura radiating from Justice and the Hanging Man. As for the surrounding gray fog and crimson stars, there were no changes. There was nothing that didn't seem to exist, nor was there any bright brilliance that seemed to have a certain level of life. Shifting his gaze, Klein saw that Justice's aura was completely in line with old Neil's description. It was red, purple, blue, and white when it should be red. Furthermore, it was lustrous and of appropriate thickness. It was obvious that she was a lively young lady. Her emotions are red and yellow, happy, passionate, excited. Klein made a judgment and cast his attention on the Hanging Man similar to Justice. The Hanging Man's aura wasn't anything special. It was just that his emotions were blue, mixed with a few hints of orange. Calm, thoughtful, cautious, and a little satisfied. This was his first attempt, so Klein didn't have much confidence in his conclusion. Just as he was about to shift his gaze away, he suddenly discovered something strange. In the innermost layer of the Hanging Man's aura, the colors and feelings seemed to be completely unified. Klein focused his mind and took a closer look. He could vaguely see that deep within the Hanging Man's ether body was a deep blue that resembled the color of the sea. It gave off the feeling of strong winds and waves. His astral projection? Or should I say the surface layer of the astral projection? From the looks of it, he really is a beyonder. Furthermore, he seems to be stronger than old Neil. Klein's thoughts ran wild as his heart was filled with questions. Not necessarily. Perhaps it's because of this special environment. It's only because this is my home turf that I can see all of this. It's not that old Neil doesn't have similar performances. He turned to look at Justice again and confirmed that it was a special trait that only Beyonders possessed. At this moment, Alger had also completed his greeting. Audrey took a light breath and asked with a hint of anticipation, "Mr. the Hanging Man, did you receive the box of ghost shark blood?" Alger glanced at Klein and saw him tapping his glabella as though he was thinking about something else. "Thank you very much. It perfectly met all my expectations. I really didn't expect you to send it over so quickly." "The blood of a ghost shark isn't an ordinary Beyonder item," Alger answered frankly. Audrey smiled modestly. "I'm very happy to see this outcome." As she had enjoyed matters related to the mysterious since she was young, she had made friends in the aristocratic circles who shared the same interests. They would exchange information, books, and rare items with each other. But before this, no one had obtained any supernatural powers or become a true Beyonder. Instead, a few princes had hinted that if she were willing to become a consort, she would receive the gift she wanted. However, this time, she had directly obtained the ghost shark blood from her family's treasury. In any case, the list only stated that it was a large bottle. It didn't record the number of milliliters, nor did it state whether it was full or not. She believed that no one would notice if she poured half of it away. Even if an accident happened and the matter was exposed, her parents probably wouldn't pursue the matter. Alger took another deep look at the fool who was shrouded in gray fog. He turned his head and smiled. According to the agreement, I'll tell you the potion formula for the spectator. I'll make some preparations. All right, let's begin. Audrey took a deep breath and focused all her attention. The concoction of a low-sequence potion is very simple. Just place it in according to the order given. But remember, it's better to have fewer ingredients than more. That will cause a huge problem. You should have heard of Beyonders losing control. I don't need to repeat myself, right? Alger first mentioned the things to take note of. Audrey nodded gently. I understand completely. As she spoke, she turned her head to glance at Mr. Fool. She wanted to know if the mysterious expert had anything to add. Unfortunately, the fool sat there quietly like a statue. Alger thought for a moment. A little less doesn't mean it's too far off. If you don't have a helper, I suggest you spend some time familiarizing yourself with the chemistry experiments. I have a tutor in this area, Audrey answered without any burden. Alger then mentioned the maximum deviation and other matters before smoothly reciting it. That's right, it's not a problem. Spectator, sequence 9 potion, 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of autumn narcissus essence, 13 grams of cow's teeth peony powder, 7 petals of elf flowers, a pair of adult Manhattan fish eyes, 35 milliliters of goat-horned black fish blood. The last 2 are the main ingredients. They come from marine Beyonder species. You have to be careful. Okay. Audrey recalled as she repeated. 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of autumn narcissus essence, 13 grams of cow's teeth, peony powder, Alger reminded. With the other party's help, Audrey gradually memorized the formula in the correct order. However, she was still not at ease. She muttered softly and repeated it over and over again. Do you know cogitation? Seeing Justice nod, Alger continued. I don't know what you know about cogitation, so I'll describe it first. After consuming the potion, quickly begin cogitation to control your spirituality and strength. You have to practice every day to truly grasp the potion's power and dig out its symbolic meaning and more mysteries. Only by doing so can you avoid the danger of losing control to the greatest extent. And the symbolic meaning of the potion lies in its name, such as spectator. Klein listened to their conversation silently. He originally didn't plan on interrupting and only wanted to secretly memorize and learn. But when he heard this, his heart suddenly stirred as he had an idea. Audrey listened attentively to the hanging man's explanation. Just as she was about to ask a few questions about the details, she suddenly heard a tap on the table. She and Alger turned their heads at the same time and looked at the fool Klein, who was sitting at the seat of honor. They saw the mysterious powerhouse tap his fingers and say in a deep voice, It's not grasping, it's digesting. It's not digging, it's acting. It's not digging, it's acting. The name of the potion isn't just symbolic, it's also an image. It's also the key to digestion. Audrey was stunned and confused when she heard that. She didn't quite understand what Mr. Fool was trying to say. She subconsciously looked at the hanging man's reaction from the corner of her eye, but she was surprised to see his body tremble and stiffen, like an ordinary person hearing a loud and sudden thunder. Digest acting, digest acting, digest acting key. Alger muttered again and again, as if he had grasped something crucial or was under a strange spell. After a while, he raised his head and said in a hoarse voice, Thank you, Mr. Fool. Your hint is as precious as my life. It has allowed me to understand many things. Of course, I believe that I haven't fully understood or understood everything. Klein maintained his mysterious and unfathomable image and said with a smile, This is the payment in advance. In fact, he didn't quite understand the exact meaning of those words. He was only certain that Roselle the Great was stronger than the average Beyonder, stronger than the hanging man advance payment. When Audrey saw the hanged man's reaction, she knew how precious the hint was. As she ruminated over it, she asked, Mr. Fool, what do you want us to do? Alger nodded in agreement. "What can I do for you?" Klein leaned back slightly and glanced at both sides. He said in a low and soothing voice, "That's right. Help me collect Roselle Gustav's secret diary, even if it's just one page." Chapter 35. Roselle Gustav's secret diary? Roselle the Great? Indeed, only such a matter is worthy of the attention of a powerhouse at Mr. Fool's level. Audrey was first taken aback before she realized that she wasn't surprised at all. It was said that Roselle the Great had once seen the blasphemy slate, and it was said that the secret card he created contained 22 pathways of the divine. This was something that every high-sequence beyonder would definitely pay attention to. Diary? That's a diary? Alger frowned slightly as he keenly noticed a detail. Mr. Fool had used an affirmative tone to say that Roselle Gustav left behind was a diary. How did he know? How did he confirm it? Could it be that he has grasped the method to decipher Roselle's secret text? Faced with the hanging man's question, Klein, who had achieved the desired effect, leaned back in his chair and clasped his hands together. He replied in a relaxed tone, "Let's temporarily treat it as a diary." He didn't deny it, nor did he affirm it. It's said that Roselle the Great's diary is written in secret text or symbols that he invented himself. Audrey had heard other aristocratic children mention this matter, but she had never seen it for herself. She was momentarily curious and asked, "Yes." Alger answered simply, "Some people believe that it's a unique set of mysticism symbols, while others believe that it's a form of hieroglyphic text. But to this day, no one has found the correct way to decipher it, at least as far as I know." At the end of his sentence, he turned his head to look at Klein, as if seeking confirmation, but also as if he was doubting something. "It's a text that has evolved over several generations, and it no longer has its original hieroglyphic form. According to your train of thought, how is it possible to decipher it?" Klein remained calm as he secretly scoffed. As for treating it as a mysticism symbol, it instantly made him think of a ridiculous and hilarious scene. An evil wizard in a black hooded robe rolled up his sleeves, revealing a symbol on his arm that was said to have been left behind by Emperor Roselle. It was a symbol of mysterious power. It was 2 large, cyan, simplified Chinese characters. Joker. The corners of Klein's mouth slowly curled up. He was in a good mood. After listening to the hanging man's description, Audrey said awkwardly, "We don't understand symbols or words. Then, how are we to convey them to you here, Mr. Fool? Or should I say, to a certain place? That's an important question. I don't have a secret channel to receive things, yet." Klein wasn't in a hurry to answer. He crossed his hands and touched them with his thumbs. Soon he found an idea. "Since I can create a shrine, tables, and chairs here according to my own thoughts, can I let others directly copy the contents that appear in their minds?" "Give it a try." At this moment, Audrey and Alger saw Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in a thick gray fog, slowly sit up. "Miss Justice, let's give it a try. Imagine a paragraph of text and give it the emotion you want to write. Yes, pick up the fountain pen beside you and write on the paper." Before Klein could finish his sentence, Audrey saw a yellowish-brown goatskin and a dark red fountain pen appear in front of her. She picked up the fountain pen in puzzlement and curiosity and followed the instructions. In her mind, she imagined a poem that Roselle the Great had once written. "If winter comes, can spring be far behind?" Note 1. After examining the text, she picked up the fountain pen and gave it the thought of presenting all of them. Klein sensed this emotion, so he used the fountain pen as a medium to guide it. Just as Audrey put down the fountain pen, she saw an additional line of words on the goatskin. "If winter comes, can spring be far behind?" "Goddess, this is amazing!" Audrey exclaimed in surprise, filled with emotion. Then she looked at Klein with some fear. "Mr. Fool, you can read my thoughts?" "No, I'm just a guide. I've simplified the process of you writing the words and turned it into a rubbing method. If you don't want to express yourself, there won't be any traces of it appearing." Klein used a deep voice to comfort her. Is that so? Then, as long as we remember the symbols or the arcane text, we can directly present them according to our wishes? Audrey heaved a sigh of relief and asked in enlightenment. Yes, Klein answered briefly. That's a pretty good method, Miss Justice. Don't doubt your memory. After becoming a spectator, you will receive a great improvement in this aspect. Alger had watched the attempt from the side and felt that the fool was more mysterious and powerful than he had imagined. He believed that with his subsequent advancement, he would be able to obtain sufficient growth in his memory. With regards to this, Audrey nodded in delight. What a delightful hint. Mr. the Hanging Man, what else do you have to teach me about a spectator? Having said that, she turned to look at the seat of honor. Mr. Fool, I will work hard to complete your mission and try my best to gather as many of Roselle the Great's secret diaries as possible. I've said it before, I'm a person who likes an equivalent exchange. The advance payment just now is only equivalent to 2 diary pages per person. If there are any extras, I'll give you additional, Klein said calmly in a tone that didn't take advantage of a child. As for where the additional payment would come from, it would naturally be from New Roselle, the Great's secret diaries. This would form a good cycle. You are truly a generous gentleman. Alger was silent for a few seconds before he placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly. After bowing, he turned to Justice and said, I'll emphasize it again. A spectator will always be a spectator. I know that many spectators like to imagine themselves as the main character or some other character. As such, they will invest a lot of their emotions into it, to the point that they will cry, laugh, be angry, or be sad along with the drama. However, this isn't something a spectator like you should do. When facing the various dramas in secular society, when facing the characters who are consciously or unconsciously playing a certain role, you have to maintain an attitude of absolute spectator. Only by doing so can you calmly and objectively observe them, discover their habitual actions, detect their habit of lying, smell their nervousness, and grasp their true thoughts from the various minute clues. Believe me, due to the different emotions everyone has, they will naturally secrete different things, which will emit different scents. However, only a true spectator can smell it. Once you invest your emotions, your observation will be affected. Your perception of the emotions of others will deviate. Audrey listened carefully as her eyes lit up. That sounds very, very, very interesting. Klein's heart stirred when he heard that. The requirement of the spectator potion could be summarized as being an absolutely neutral spectator. This is equivalent to acting to a certain extent acting. Could this be what Roselle the Great meant by acting? Then, do I need to act as a seer and digest the potion bit by bit? Just as Klein was deep in thought, Alger finished explaining what he knew about the requirements of a spectator and pondered for a moment. Everything seems to be fine now. Maybe we can have a casual chat and talk about what's happening around us. A piece of information that might seem normal to you might be a very important clue to someone else. Sure. Klein returned to his senses and nodded slightly. He had already planned on acting as a seer since it didn't seem like there would be any negative effects. Shall we start with you, Mr. the Hanging Man? Audrey agreed with great interest. Alger thought for a moment. The pirate who calls himself Admiral Ludwell has begun his voyage to explore the eastern end of the Sonia Sea. Oh, the owner of the Black Tulip? Audrey asked after some deliberation. Yes. Alger nodded in reply. I don't even know who it is. Klein listened in silence as he considered what information he should say, one that wouldn't expose himself while still allowing him to obtain intelligence feedback. Soon he made a decision. He maintained his profound image as the fool and stroked the edge of the long bronze table. According to what I know, the Secret Order has lost a notebook of the Antigonus family. This information wasn't only known by the Tinjin Nighthawks. The Secret Order and the Beyonders who had close ties with them also knew of it. The Antigonus family's notebook? Alger repeated and shook his head with a chuckle. I'm really curious about the reaction of the Church of the Evernight Goddess when they learn of this news. Why is it only the Church of the Evernight Goddess? Klein acutely sensed the problem, but he didn't say anything. That would destroy the fool's mysterious and profound image. At this moment, Audrey asked in puzzlement, "Why are you curious about this? Will the Church of the Goddess have any special reaction?" Alger smiled. The Antigonus family was destroyed by the Church of the Evernight Goddess. As for whether it's the end of the fourth epoch or the beginning of the current epoch, I'm not too sure. Klein's pupils constricted as he felt a chill in his body. From the looks of it, the importance the Nighthawks place on the Antigonus family's notebook far exceeds my imagination. The reason why they suggested for me to become a Beyonder is probably because of a certain degree of contribution and preventing danger. They wish for me to increase my spiritual perception, which would help me find the notebook. Captain didn't hide this point. He did mention it, but I didn't pay much attention to it back then. After hearing the hanging man's explanation, Audrey said with great interest, "I never expected such a thing to happen. All right, it's my turn. Let me think of what to say." She tilted her head slightly, held her forehead with her hand, and chuckled. "Yesterday, my etiquette teacher was teaching me how to faint gracefully and politely. This is a practical technique to avoid awkward situations and despicable people in social situations." Ha ha! I was just organizing my words. What I really want to say is that ever since we lost the war on the east coast of Balam, the king, prime minister, and all the gentlemen have felt immense pressure. They have an urgent desire for change. Chapter 36. As Audrey recalled her father and brother's discussion of the situation, she said, they believe that the current government structure is too chaotic. After every election, as long as there is a change of party, a group of people will be replaced from top to bottom, making things a mess and extremely inefficient. Not only has this led to the loss of the war, but it has also brought great inconvenience to the people. Klein knew very well that, because there was no reference, the Rouen kingdom had yet to evolve a civil service examination system. The governing system was still in its infancy. Therefore, after the election, many so-called administrative positions would be awarded to members and supporters. Roselle the Great actually didn't invent such a system during Intis. It doesn't match his character at all. Could it be that he shifted his focus to something else in the later stages? When the hanging man, Alger, heard this, he interrupted with a chuckle. They think their senses are really slow. Perhaps after being bitten by black mosquitoes, they will only feel itchy after a year. Black mosquitoes were a type of creature in the southern part of the Rouen kingdom. They were known for their potent venom that made people want to scratch their skin. Audrey extended her palm and covered her mouth. Ignoring the hanging man's mockery, she threw out the core of the news. Unfortunately, they haven't found a good way to replace this system for the time being. Klein listened quietly and felt that the topic had entered a domain he was good at. He smiled and said, "That's right." He smiled and said, "This is a simple problem. The Foodie Empire and the corrupt countries that learned from the Foodie Empire had very successful and advanced experiences." Simple? Audrey asked in surprise. Although her tutoring didn't include politics, she often listened to her father and brother's discussions. She still had a sufficient understanding of such matters. Klein seemed to have returned to the forums of the past as he smiled calmly. The examination is just like the university entrance exam. An examination for the public will be held. It can be divided into 2 or 3 rounds, using the most objective method to select the elites. But Audrey vaguely knew what kind of opposition this would bring. Without giving her a chance to organize her thoughts, Klein continued. After that, use these elites to fill the administrative positions in the cabinet, county government, municipal government, and various towns. In other words, the positions that work directly, such as senior cabinet secretaries. Based on the different requirements of different positions, We can conduct separate and differentiated examinations in the second or third round. Professional matters should be left to the professionals. The positions of ministers, sheriffs, and mayors are reserved for the party that wins the election. This is their rightful share of the cake. Alger, who did not have enough interest in this question, subconsciously turned his head and listened carefully. Audrey, on the other hand, frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Don't be in a hurry to replace everyone at once. The cabinet and the governments at all levels will be paralyzed. You can hold an examination every year or every 3 years to gradually replace them. After that, depending on the situation of the kingdom's expansion and the vacancies caused by the resignation or old age of the government employees, the quota will be determined in a planned manner. Klein fully displayed his characteristics as a keyboard politician. In the end, he spread his hands and said, "This design can bring the knowledgeable elites of the kingdom into the government to the greatest extent. And no matter which party comes to power, no matter who the minister is, the administrative officers can maintain the basic and relatively effective operations of the kingdom." Of course, the side effect was the birth of the undying demon of bureaucracy. Audrey asked doubtfully as she pondered. In other words, even if those ministers become curly-haired baboons, it won't have much of an impact. No, Alger took the initiative to interrupt. "I think the curly-haired baboon is a better choice than the current minister." He paused for a moment before adding, "After all, curly-haired baboons only need to eat, sleep, and mate. They won't come up with stupid ideas or insist on brainless plans. Mr. the Hanging Man, it sounds like you have a bad boss." Klein sat at the seat of honor and shook his head with a smile. Audrey ruminated over Mr. Fool's description for a while before saying in surprise, "That's right. This sounds like it can really work. It's a very simple but effective method." She looked at Klein and praised sincerely, "That's right. Mr. Fool, you must be an elder with rich life experience and outstanding wisdom." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. He looked at the Hanging Man and Justice and fell silent for a few seconds. "Let's end today's gathering here. If Miss Justice can influence her family and push for this matter to happen, I'll guide Banson ahead of time and give him a chance to become a civil servant. Come to think of it, Banson is indeed quite suitable for this line of work. However, Justice probably won't take the initiative to do it, because if she does, I'll just have to ask the Hanging Man which noble made the suggestion, and we'll be able to guess her true identity. Of course, she can circle around and use a more covert method. By your will." Audrey and Alger stood up at the same time. Klein leaned back slightly and severed the connection. He saw Justice and the Hanging Man's illusory and blurry figures quickly shatter and dissipate. Above the gray fog, in the magnificent hall that looked like a deity's residence, he was the only one left sitting quietly at the long bronze table. Klein didn't fall into the gray fog and leave like the last time. This was because he was already a beyonder, so he still had enough energy. The reason why he ended the meeting with tarot ahead of time was because he knew the Nighthawk's true attitude towards the Antigonus family's notebook. He decided to look like he was seriously searching for it instead of just lying down and sleeping. That would make Dunn Smith and the others suspect that he had done something at home. Furthermore, he had gained quite a lot today. Klein sat on the high-back chair at the long bronze table. He rested his arms on the armrests and crossed his fingers. He sized up the endless gray fog with a heavy gaze. He found it empty and silent, as though no one had set foot in it for thousands of years. When he established the connection and summoned Justice and the Hanging Man's projection, he acutely noticed something. That was, as a beyonder, he had the remaining strength to touch another crimson star. In other words, I can summon another one. Klein recalled the feeling and muttered to himself with certainty. However, he didn't rashly attempt it before because he didn't know the identity of the newcomer he pulled in and what their attitude would be. After all, not everyone could be like Justice and the Hanging Man because of their unique personalities and quickly blend in. They each took what they needed and seemed willing to hide it. If he pulled in someone like Dunn Smith, then his newly established mysterious organization would immediately be exposed to the church's attention. As the big boss of an evil organization, his future would be bleak. Klein knew that the gray fog was very special, and he knew that it wasn't something a beyonder like Dunn Smith could crack. But the problem was that, since he had beyonder powers, he had to consider the existence of deities. At present, Klein cautiously believed that the 7 orthodox deities truly existed. Of course, he was more inclined to believe that these deities were only slightly stronger than high-sequence beyonders, and that they were under certain strict restrictions. At least since the 5th epoch, other than a few oracles, their deeds hadn't appeared. Forcefully pulling people in isn't a good thing either. No one wants to be involved in mysterious matters for no reason. I'll wait and see. Klein sighed and stood up. He released his spirituality and sensed the existence of his body. Then he began to imitate the heavy feeling of falling rapidly. The scene in front of him immediately changed. The gray fog and crimson instantly went far away. Klein seemed to have penetrated an endless membrane of water and finally saw the real world. He saw the room filled with darkness. This time he was completely awake as he seriously experienced the process. Strange. The gray fog is still a little different from the spirit world. Klein moved his hands and feet, feeling the reality of his flesh and blood. He seriously experienced it for a while, shook his head, walked to the desk, and pulled the curtains. Whoosh! The curtains retracted, and sunlight shone in, illuminating the room. Looking at the streets and the pedestrians coming and going outside the oriel window, Klein took a deep breath and silently said to himself, "It's time to go out and work. How should I act as a seer? This can't be rushed. I can only use spirit vision for now." Bakeland, Empress Borough. Audrey Hull looked at herself in the mirror. She saw her cheeks flushed with excitement and her eyes so bright that no one dared to look her in the eye. She couldn't be bothered to examine this as she quickly recalled the past. Then she picked up the gem-embedded fountain pen and began writing the potion formula for the spectator potion on the exquisite goatskin parchment. 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of autumn lilies essence, 13 grams of cow tooth peony powder, 7 petals of elf flowers, a pair of adult Manhattan fish eyes, 35 milliliters of goat-horned blackfish blood. Phew! Audrey exhaled. She read it a few times and finally confirmed that there was no mistake. She had the urge to dance again, but she told herself to be reserved. After some thought, she began to write the names of various chemicals around the potion formula, disguising the page as complicated and messy scientific knowledge. Yes, as long as one doesn't read it carefully. Anyone who flips through it won't be able to discover the details I've hidden. Awesome. Audrey praised herself and turned her thoughts to obtaining the ingredients. I'll look in the family's treasure vaults first. I'll see if I can exchange for the parts one don't have from others. If I still can't gather them, I'll have to ask the Fool and Mr. the Hanging Man for help at the next gathering. What should I use as payment? After some consideration, Audrey closed the notebook and placed it on a small bookshelf in her bedroom. Then she walked briskly to the door and opened it. A large golden retriever was sitting obediently outside. The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up, revealing a smile as bright as the sun. "Susie, you've completed your mission well." In the serialized stories in the newspaper, the detective always has a capable assistant. I believe that a real spectator also needs a large dog following behind him in the basement with only a flickering candle. Alger Wilson raised his palm and looked at it carefully. After a long while, he sighed. "It's still so magical. I can't grasp the details at all." Even though he had made ample preparations, he still couldn't understand how the Fool completed the summoning. He looked down at the goatskin scroll on the long table. At the top of the yellowish-brown scroll, a line of Hermes was written in dark blue ink. Chapter 37. Under the blazing afternoon sun, Klein walked out of his house. As he had to walk all the way from Iron Cross Street to Welch's residence, he had changed out of his formal suit, top hat, and leather boots into a linen shirt, an old brown coat, a round-brimmed felt hat of the same color, and old leather shoes. This way, he didn't have to worry about the smell of sweat contaminating his expensive outfit. Following Daffodil Street, he slowly walked towards Iron Cross Street. When he turned a corner, he subconsciously looked over. The tents had already disappeared. The circus from before had long finished its performance and left. Klein had originally imagined that the beast tamer who had helped her with the divination was actually a hidden powerhouse. As he had discovered her uniqueness, he had specially come to guide her. There would definitely be subsequent encounters and hints. However, none of that happened. She followed the circus and began the next part of her journey. How can there be so many tricks? Klein laughed and shook his head as he turned towards Iron Cross Street. There wasn't only one Iron Cross Street. Just like its name, it was formed by two intersecting streets. With the intersection as the core, it was divided into Left Street, Right Street, Upper Street, and Lower Street. The apartment that Klein, Banson, and Melissa had previously lived in was located on Lower Street. However, the people who lived in the apartment and the surrounding residents didn't think that the neighborhood was Lower Street. Instead, they coined the term Middle Street to differentiate it from the slums 200 meters away. There, a bedroom could be packed with 5, 6, or even 10 people. As Klein walked along the edge of Left Street, his thoughts wandered. He thought of the Antigonus family's notebook and its unknown whereabouts. He thought of the importance the Nighthawks placed on it, and he thought of the murder that resulted from it. His heart slowly turned heavy as his expression turned gloomy. At that moment, a familiar voice entered his ears. "Little Klein." Klein turned his head in puzzlement and realized that he had walked to the entrance of SLYN Bakery. The gray-haired Mrs. Wendy was waving her hand at him with a gentle smile. "You don't look too happy," Wendy said warmly. Klein rubbed his face. "A little. No matter how many troubles there are, tomorrow will eventually come." Mrs. Wendy smiled and said, "Come, help me try my new sweet iced tea. I don't know if it suits the local taste." "A local? Could it be that you're not Mrs. SLYN? Klein shook his head in amusement. Giving it a try should mean that it was free, right? The corners of Wendy SLYN's mouth lifted. "You guessed it right. I'm actually from the South. I came to Tingen with my husband more than 40 years ago." "Ha ha! Banson wasn't even born then. Your father and mother didn't even know each other yet. I've always been a little unused to the northern food style. I always miss the food from my hometown. I miss pork sausages, potato bread, pancakes, fried vegetables, and roasted meat with special sauces." "Yeah, I miss sweet iced tea too." Klein smiled when he heard that. "Mrs. SLYN, this is really a hungry topic. However, I feel much better, thank you. Delicacies can always cure sadness." Wendy handed Klein a cup of brownish-red liquid. "I concocted this sweet iced tea based on my memories. Try it and see if it tastes good." After thanking her, Klein took a sip. He felt that the drink tasted like the iced black tea on Earth, but it wasn't as stimulating. The tea flavor was stronger and more refreshing, instantly dispersing the heat brought about by the scorching sun. "Excellent," he exclaimed. "Then I'm relieved." Wendy smiled until her eyes narrowed. She kindly watched as Klein finished the cup of sweet iced tea. After chatting with Mrs. SLYN about moving to a new home, Klein returned to the street he was most familiar with. In the afternoon, there were much fewer street vendors. They would only gather again after 5:30. The remaining ones looked listless and listless. Just as he turned into the area, Klein suddenly felt inexplicably gloomy. He felt an indescribable sense of depression, gloom. What's going on? He acutely sensed that something was amiss with him. He immediately stopped and looked around, but he didn't see anything strange. After some thought, Klein raised his hand and tapped his glabella twice, as though he was in thought. Everything in his line of sight immediately changed, and the auras of the street vendors and pedestrians appeared in front of him. Before Klein could examine their healthy colors, he was attracted by the rich gloom that symbolized their emotions. He couldn't determine the exact thoughts of the person he was observing, but the impression of pessimism, numbness, and gloom was deeply engraved in his mind. Looking around, he realized that the surroundings were filled with this gloomy hue. Even sunlight couldn't disperse it. This was a depression that had accumulated over countless days, months, and years. Upon seeing this, Klein instantly understood the reason. Just as old Neil had said, it was easy for him to feel uncomfortable when he entered an unfamiliar environment with his spirit vision activated. It was also easy for him to be infected by the emotions of others. A similar principle could be applied to the ability of spiritual perception. This was an ability that could be obtained without any additional learning after becoming a seer. It was a passive and irresistible sensing ability that allowed one to directly sense the existence of abnormal situations. And there was definitely a certain degree of interaction between senses. Therefore, in the eyes of beyonders like spirit mediums, the strength of each person's spiritual perception was obvious, like a torch in the dark night. Therefore, people with high spiritual perception would naturally and easily be affected by abnormal and intense environments. They could only grasp, control, and adapt through repeated practice. Such a repressive hue probably takes a long time to form, right? Klein sighed and shook his head. He was touched. He tapped his glabella twice again and tried his best to restrain his spirituality. Tap, tap, tap. Klein walked towards the apartment, step by step. He sensed the other possible abnormalities and subtle connections, so as to search for the Antigonus family's notebook that he had hidden. The streets were the same as usual. There was dirty water and trash. It was only clean when he reached the apartment's entrance. Klein pushed open the half-closed door and circled the first floor in the darkness where sunlight couldn't reach. He took one step at a time, causing the wooden stairs to creak. The second floor lacked light as usual. Klein indulged his spiritual perception and stared straight into the darkness. However, not only did he not find any clues to the notebook, he didn't even see a single invisible spirit body. If it were that easy to encounter them, most ordinary people wouldn't be unable to detect the existence of beyonders. Klein sighed to himself. He already understood that most spirits didn't exist in the form of spirit bodies, but spirituality. Only a spirit medium could effectively communicate with them. After circling the third floor, Klein left the apartment and walked to Welch's residence, following the path in his memory. He walked for a full hour, but he still didn't find anything along the way. Standing outside the garden villa, Klein looked at the house through the tightly locked iron door and mumbled to himself. That's right, it's not that simple. He mumbled to himself. There's probably no need to search Welch's house, right? Captain and Daly must have done a carpet search. Besides, I don't have the key to this place. It's not like I can climb over the wall. Let's try another route tomorrow. I've walked so much today, but there's no leaderboard for the number of steps I've taken. As he lamented, Klein turned around and headed to a nearby street. He planned on taking a public carriage to the Blackthorn Security Company to collect his 30 rounds of ammunition for the day and make the best use of his time to practice. A seer lacked fast and effective means of attack, so he could only rely on his revolver and cane to make up for it. The area around Welch's residence was rather clean. There were many clean shops on both sides of the street. After turning the corner, Klein was looking for a public carriage when his gaze suddenly swept across the signboard on the second floor. Harold's Department Store, Military Veterans Club, Divination Club, Divination Club. Klein silently recited the name and suddenly thought of how he had to act as a seer. Yes, I'll go take a look. Search for new ideas as his thoughts ran wild. Klein crossed the street and came to the opposite side. He went up to the second floor and entered the hall. He stood in front of the beautiful lady who was in charge of reception. The lady had brownish-yellow hair. She sized up Klein and smiled. "Sir, would you like to have your fortune told or join our club?" "What are the conditions?" Klein asked casually. the lady with blonde hair tied up in a high bun introduced with great familiarity. Fill in the detailed information and pay the annual membership fee. The first time is £5, and after that £1 per year. Don't worry, we're not like those political or business clubs that require the recommendation of official members to join. Members can use the club's conference room, various divination rooms, and divination tools for free. They can also enjoy the coffee and tea we provide for free. They can also read the newspapers and magazines we subscribe to for free. They can also purchase lunch, dinner, alcohol, and some divination teaching materials at cost. Furthermore, we will invite at least one famous fortune teller to give a lecture every month to answer any questions. Most importantly, you'll be able to find a group of friends who share the same interests, and you'll be able to exchange experiences with each other. Sounds good, but I don't have money. Klein laughed at himself and asked. Chapter 38. Upon hearing Klein's question, the beautiful lady with long brown hair elegantly coiled up did not look impatient at all. She maintained a polite smile and said, Our members are free to perform divination for others in the club and set their own prices. We only take a very small percentage of the fee. If you want to perform divination, you can take a look at this brochure. There are introductions and prices for members who are willing to perform divination for others. However, today is Monday afternoon. Most of our members are at work and busy. Only less than 5 of them came. As she spoke, she invited Klein to take a seat on the sofa near the window in the reception hall. Then, she flipped open the album opposite him and pointed out the current members of the club. Hannes Vincent, a famous fortune teller in Tingen. He's a mentor who's permanently stationed at the club. He's good at all kinds of divination. Each session costs 4 soldi. It's so expensive. It's enough for me, Banson, and Melissa to have 2 sumptuous dinners. Klein was speechless and did not reply. Seeing this, the brown-haired lady continued to flip to the next page and introduce them one by one. The last one, Glassy. He just joined the club this year and has mastered tarot divination. Each session costs 2 pence. Sir, who do you want to choose? Klein didn't stand on ceremony at all. Mr. Glassy. The beautiful lady in charge of reception was silent for 2 seconds. Sir, I have to remind you beforehand that Mr. Glassy is only a beginner. Understood. I will be responsible for my decision. Klein smiled and nodded. Then please follow me. The beautiful lady stood up and led Klein to the door beside the reception hall. There was a corridor that wasn't too long, and at the end of it was an open conference room. The room was full of sunlight, and there were tables and chairs. There were newspapers, magazines, cards, and other things on them. The faint aroma of coffee wafted from the room. When they were 2 rooms away from the conference room, the beautiful lady in charge of reception signaled for Klein to stop. She quickened her pace and walked to the end of the corridor. Mr. Glassy, someone is looking for you for divination. Me? A voice full of surprise and doubt immediately sounded, accompanied by the movement of the chair. Yes, which divination room would you like to use? The beautiful lady replied emotionlessly. Topaz room. I like Topaz. Glassy appeared at the door of the meeting room and looked curiously at Klein, who was waiting nearby. He was a man in his 30s. His skin was darker, and his pupils were dark green. His hair was light yellow and soft. He wore a white shirt, a black vest, and a monocle hung on his chest. He had a good temperament. The beautiful lady in charge of reception did not say much. She opened the Topaz room next to the conference room. Inside, the curtains were tightly shut and the light was dim. It was as if this was the only way to receive the revelation of God and Spirit and obtain accurate divination results. Hello, I'm Glassy. I didn't expect you to choose me to do your divination. Glassy bowed in a gentlemanly manner and quickly entered the room. He sat behind the long table. Frankly speaking, I'm only trying to divine for others. I don't have much experience. At the moment, I'm not a good fortune teller. You still have a chance to back out. After returning the greeting, Klein entered the room and closed the door behind him. He looked at the light that penetrated the curtains and said with a smile, "You are truly an honest gentleman. You're an honest man, but I'm a man who's very firm in his choices. Please have a seat." Glassy pointed at the seat opposite him and thought for a few seconds. "Divination is only my hobby. Ha ha! A person will often receive guidance from the gods in their lives, but ordinary people are unable to accurately interpret the Lord's intentions. This is the meaning of divination and also the reason why I joined this club. In this aspect, I don't have enough confidence in myself. Let's treat the divination from now on as an exchange, a free exchange. How about that? The club's fee will be borne by me. It's only a quarter penny." Klein didn't say yes, nor did he shake his head. Instead, he smiled and said, "I can tell that you have a good and decent job." As he spoke, he leaned forward slightly, clenched his right fist, and tapped his forehead twice. "But that doesn't increase the accuracy of my divination," Glassy replied humorously. He pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you have a headache? You wish to divine something related to your health?" "Just a little. I wish to divine the whereabouts of an item." Klein had long thought of an excuse as he slowly leaned back. In his eyes, Glassy's aura appeared clearly. The orange-red color of his lungs was dim and thin, and it affected the other brightness. "This isn't a sign of fatigue." Klein nodded indiscernibly. "Find a lost item?" Glassy thought for a few seconds. Then, "Let's do a simple judgment." He pushed the neatly stacked tarot cards on the black table towards Klein. "Calm down and recall the item in your mind. Silently ask the question, 'Can you still find it?' At the same time, shuffle and cut the cards." "All right." In fact, Klein didn't remember what the ancient notebook looked like. All he could do was expand the question that needed to be silently asked. "Can you still find the Antigonus family's notebook?" As he repeated the process, he skillfully shuffled and cut the cards. Glassy picked up a card from the top and pushed it horizontally in front of Klein. "Turn it clockwise to vertical, then flip it over. If it's in the reverse position, which means that the picture on the card is facing you, it means that the item can't be found. If it's in the forward position, then we can continue the divination to find its exact whereabouts." Klein followed the instructions and turned the cards that were placed horizontally into a vertical position. He held the edge of the tarot card and flipped it over. It was a card with an inverted picture. "What a pity," Glassy sighed. Klein didn't respond because his attention was focused on the tarot card in front of him. The picture on the reversed card was of the Fool, who is wearing gorgeous clothes and a gorgeous headdress. It's the Fool again. It can't be that coincidental, right? According to the Hanging Man and Old Neil, divination is the result of spirituality and the spirit world communicating with a higher level me. Tarot cards are just tools to facilitate the interpretation of a symbolic revelation. In theory, it doesn't matter what divination item is used. It doesn't affect the outcome. Klein frowned slightly and thought for a moment. "Can I divine if the item has already been obtained by someone else?" "Absolutely. Let's do it again using the same method." Glassy nodded enthusiastically. Klein shuffled and cut the cards again as he pondered over the question. He drew a card, placed it horizontally, turned it clockwise to vertical, and completed his preparations with a serious expression. Taking a deep breath, Klein reached out and flipped the tarot card. "Please don't let it be the Fool again." While praying, he suddenly relaxed because the card appeared to be a star. Inverted. "From the looks of it, that item hasn't been picked up by anyone else," Glassy explained with a smile. Klein nodded, raised his right hand, and tapped his glabella twice in thought. Then he took out 2 dark brass pennies from his pocket and pushed them to Glassy. "Didn't I say it's free?" Glassy said with a frown. Klein smiled and stood up. "This is a sign of respect for divination." "All right. Thank you for your generosity." Glassy stood up and extended his hand. After shaking hands, Klein took 2 steps back, turned around, and walked to the door before turning the doorknob. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned back and tersely acknowledged, "Mr. Glassy, I suggest you see a doctor as soon as possible. It's mainly a lung problem." "Why?" Glassy asked in surprise. "Is he cursing me because he's dissatisfied with the divination's results?" Klein thought and said, "It's a symptom that can be seen from your complexion." "This is a symptom that can be seen from your complexion. Your eyebrows are dark. Black between the glabella." This was the first time Glassy was hearing such a description. Klein didn't explain further as he walked out of the room with a smile, closing the wooden door behind him. "Is he an unlicensed doctor or a rural apothecary?" Glassy shook his head in amusement as he picked up the silver mirror used for divination. He took a careful look and realized that his glabella was indeed black. However, this was a problem with the environment. Under the dim light that penetrated the curtains, not only was his glabella black, but his entire face was black. "A less than flattering joke," Glassy muttered. He divined his health worriedly and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with him. When he left the divination club, Klein had an additional plan for the future. It was to save money as soon as possible, pay the annual fee, and become a member of the club. From there, he could begin acting as a so-called seer. Why didn't he do it himself? It was because he had no resources or channels for the time being. He couldn't possibly stand on the streets as a street vendor. After all, he was a respectable person with a reputation. A few minutes later, he waited for a public carriage. He spent 2 pence and arrived at Zutland Street, which wasn't too far away. When he pushed open the door to the Blackthorn Security Company, he didn't see the familiar brown-haired girl. All he saw was the poet, the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell sitting behind the reception desk. "Good afternoon. Where's Roshan?" Klein asked after taking off his hat and bowing. Leonard smiled as he pointed at the partition door. "She's on duty at the armory tonight." Without waiting for Klein to ask further, Leonard said as though he was pondering something, "Klein, there's something I've always been puzzled about." "What is it?" Klein wore a blank look. Leonard stood up and smiled with a soothing tone. "Why did Welch and Naya commit suicide on the spot while you returned home?" "It's likely that unknown existence wanted me to take the Antigonus family's notebook away and hide it," Klein said, making a widely accepted guess. Leonard paced a few steps before he suddenly turned and looked straight into Klein's eyes. Chapter 39. "In fact, I don't know if the notebook was destroyed or hidden, but I can deduce that if it wanted to be destroyed, it could have done so on the spot. There was no need for me to take it away." Hearing Leonard's question, Klein instantly activated his keyboard detective mode. He pondered and said, "Perhaps the unknown existence that Welch, Naya, and I came into contact with enjoyed the sacrifice of life and wished for something similar to happen. Therefore, knowing that the suicide incident would definitely be discovered, it asked me to take the notebook away and hide it in preparation for a second enjoyment. But I don't know what went wrong in the process, but I didn't succeed in the end." This was a reasonable guess that Klein had based on the information, novels, movies, and television dramas he had read in his previous life that involved evil sacrifices. As for what went wrong in the process, he knew very well that it had to do with him, a transmigrator, as a variable. Not a bad explanation, but I think there might be another possibility. Welch's and Naya's suicide sacrifice made it possible for the unknown existence to descend. That notebook carried or nurtured evil. It asked you to take it away and hide it because it was afraid that we would discover it and destroy it before it was born. Leonard Mitchell elaborated on another possibility. Having said that, he stared into Klein's eyes and smiled. Of course, the notebook might have been destroyed in order to cover up its contents, to hide the true object that carried or nurtured evil. That way, your suicide attempt would have a sufficient explanation. "What do you mean? Is he suspecting me?" "Suspecting that the original Klein's body carried or nurtured evil." "No, he carried or nurtured a transmigre." "Nurture is a good word." Klein was taken aback as he lampooned inwardly. He deliberated and said, I won't defend myself. After all, I've really forgotten that part of my memory. But both Captain and Madame Daly have confirmed that I'm fine. Your joke isn't funny. I'm just investigating a possibility. I can't rule out the possibility that the unknown existence suffered a blow when it descended, causing you to fail to commit suicide. We have to believe that the goddess will always protect us. Leonard smiled and changed the topic. What did you discover this afternoon? After the conversation just now and what happened before, Klein was very wary of Leonard, but he replied without batting an eyelid, Leonard, I'm not afraid. No, I have to change my route tomorrow afternoon. He pointed at the partition. I have to go to the armory to get bullets. The shooting club would be open until 9 o'clock at night. After all, many of its members would only be free after work. May the goddess bless you. Leonard smiled and drew a circle in front of his chest that symbolized the crimson moon. Watching Klein pass through the partition and listening to his footsteps as he walked down the stairs, the smile on Leonard's face gradually disappeared. His green eyes were filled with doubt. He muttered something in a disgruntled tone. After going down the stairs, Klein walked along the corridor that was quietly illuminated by the gas lamp and turned towards the weapons, materials, and documents warehouse. The iron door here was wide open, and the brown-haired girl, Roshan, was standing in front of a long table, talking to a middle-aged man with a thick black beard and a half-top hat. Good afternoon. No, good evening. It's always like midnight here. Klein, I heard from old Neil that you've become a Beyonder? What's his name, Seer? Roseanne turned her head and asked quickly. She did not hide her curiosity and concern. Klein nodded with a smile. Good afternoon, Miss Roshan. Although it's always dark here, it feels peaceful. Your description wasn't accurate enough. It should be said that the name of the sequence potion I consumed was Seer. You still chose to become a Beyonder. Roshan sighed and fell silent. Klein looked at the middle-aged man beside him and asked politely, This is? Another member of the Nighthawks, or one of the two clerks I've never seen before. Roshan pursed her lips and said, Brett, our colleague. He wants to switch shifts with me so that the night after tomorrow will be free. He and his wife are going to the North District Grand Theatre to watch The Proud One to celebrate their 15th wedding anniversary. What a romantic gentleman. Bright smiled and stretched out his hand. With Miss Roshan around, there's no need to repeat anything. Hello, Klein. I didn't expect you to become a Beyonder so quickly. As for me, I might never have the courage to do so. It's probably because the ignorant are fearless. Klein gave a self-deprecating remark and shook her hand. That's not a bad thing. Bright shook his head and smiled. A Beyonder once told me before he died that I should never probe into strange and dangerous matters. The less I know, the longer I live. At this moment, Roshan interrupted. Klein, don't mind it too much. I heard from old Neil that your seer is considered a support. It's relatively safer as long as you don't attempt to communicate with unknown existences. Why are you wearing such clothes? You're not a gentleman at all. What are you doing here? To collect today's 30 bullets. Klein didn't answer Roshan's previous question. He believed that the lady would soon forget about it. All right. Roshan pointed at the table and said, Bright, I'll leave it to you. You should know where the keys and bullets are. Sigh, old Neil sure is stingy. He didn't even leave the hand-ground coffee behind. He promised to let me drink to my heart's content today. As she nagged, Klein collected the bullets. The two left the underground together and parted ways on Zutland Street. One took a public carriage home, while the other walked into the shooting club. Bang, 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 holding the gun, raising his arm, shooting, throwing out the cylinder, ejecting the cartridge, and inserting the bullet. Klein repeated this process over and over again, familiarizing himself with the feeling of shooting. Of course, he had a few breaks in between to summarize and revise. After finishing his practice, Klein used the venue to do various exercises like push-ups. He worked hard to train his body and improve his physique. When everything was over, he took the trackless carriage home. Only then did he realize that it was almost 7 in the evening. The sky had already turned dark. Just as Klein planned on heading to the market or the streets to buy ingredients for dinner, he realized that the door had opened. Melissa had returned with a bag of stationery and books. In addition, she was carrying quite a number of dishes. "I thought that you and Banson would be coming back rather late today. I took one solely from where you hid the money when I left in the morning," Melissa explained seriously out of habit when she saw her brother's puzzled gaze. "You already took the money. Why didn't you take the public carriage to school?" The reminder reminded Klein of what had happened in the morning. Melissa frowned slightly. "Why should I take the public carriage? It costs 4 pence to go to school, which means 8 pence for a round trip. Including you and Banson, we will have to spend 24 pence a day on the public carriage. That's a total of 2 soldi. A week? Excluding Sundays, that's 12 soldi. It's almost equivalent to our rent." Stop. Don't show off your math skills." Klein pressed his hand down in amusement. Melissa paused before adding, "It's pretty good for me to walk to school." "It's pretty good for me to walk to school. The teacher said that everyone should exercise regularly. Besides, I can pick up some broken parts on the way." Klein chuckled and said, "Then let's do the math again. The public carriage costs 12 soldi, and the rent is 12 soldi and 3 pence. That's a total of £1 for soldi and 3 pence. We can use Banson's salary to pay for it, so there's still quite a bit left." He received last week's salary. "As for me, I can still receive £1, 10 soldi every week. Even if we eat meat every day, even if we include the cost of gas, coal, wood, condiments, and so on, if we eat frugally for lunch, there'll still be leftovers. We can even subscribe to the morning paper for 1 penny a day. 2 months later, after I've made up for my advance salary, I can save money to buy new clothes for Banson and you. But we have to consider the unexpected." Melissa insisted on her unchanging point of view. Klein looked at her with a smile and said, "Then we can eat less meat. Don't you think it's a waste of time to spend 100 minutes on the road every day? We can use it to read more books, consider more problems, and improve our grades. This way, Melissa, you can graduate with excellent grades and find a job with a good salary. When that happens, what's there to worry about?" He used his past experience in debating with people on the forum and finally convinced Melissa to agree to take the public carriage to school. Phew, I've finally hoodwinked her. No, how can it be called hoodwinking? This is called convincing through reasoning. Klein lampooned inwardly. He took the groceries that Melissa bought and sighed. "Remember to buy beef, lamb, or chicken tomorrow. Eat your fill and eat well. Only then will you have a healthy body and a smart brain to deal with difficult studies." Just saying it makes me want to salivate. Melissa pursed her lips and was silent for a few seconds. All right. The next morning, Klein and Banson parted ways at the street corner after supervising Melissa to board the public carriage and arrived at their respective companies. Just as Klein stepped through the door, he saw old Neil and Roshan chatting at the reception desk. The former was still dressed in a classic black robe, seemingly unbothered by the gazes of others. The latter had changed into a light yellow dress. "Good morning, Mr. Neil, Miss Roshan." Klein took off his hat and bowed. Old Neil gave him a mischievous look. "Good morning. You didn't hear anything you shouldn't have last night, right?" "No, I slept very well." Klein was also rather puzzled by this. He could only attribute it to his lack of spiritual perception. Don't mind it. It's actually not that easy to hear. Old Neil pointed at the partition. "Let's go to the armory. We'll continue our mysticism class this morning." Klein nodded and followed old Neil down the stairs and underground to the armory. He replaced Bright, who was on duty last night. "What do we need to learn today?" Klein asked curiously. Old Neil gave a long grunt and said, "Complex, basic knowledge. Complex, basic knowledge. But before that, let me teach you an interesting technique." Chapter 40. An interesting trick? Klein asked out of curiosity. Old Neil chuckled. "I'll patrol the weapons, materials, and documents warehouse. Use the 2 cups on the table to brew 2 cups of coffee. Put something bad in one of the cups. As for what it is, you can decide for yourself. Use your imagination. The only requirement is that you don't waste too much coffee powder. I ground it myself using coffee beans from the Highlands." All right. Although Klein didn't quite understand what old Neil was up to, he still happily agreed. As he watched Klein take out a copper key and open the armory's metal door, he heard the drawn-out footsteps echoing inside. He slowly set up the cups and confirmed that there was hot water in the kettle. Removing the lid of the silver-inlaid tin can, Klein used a small spoon that suffused a metallic luster to scoop a spoonful of fragrant coffee powder into the 2 cups. Then he poured in hot water and stirred it. As a transmigrator who had come from an era with abundant resources, he wasn't a stranger to coffee. After doing all of this, Klein thought for a moment before sitting down. He crossed his right leg and used his hand to scoop up some of the dirt on his leather boot before placing it into the cup on his left. Then he carefully stirred it again until the 2 cups of coffee were almost identical in terms of color and fragrance. A few minutes later, old Neil walked out of the armory with his key, string in hand, and closed the metal door with a clang. "It's done." His slightly turbid dark red eyes turned as he looked at Klein across the table. "It's done." Klein nodded in reply. Old Neil chuckled as he undid the silver chain around his wrist and sat down. His expression quickly turned calm as he extended the chain in his left hand, letting it hang vertically over the coffee cup on his right. The pure white crystal was just short of being stained by the liquid. Amidst the relaxing tranquility, the white crystal inexplicably began to sway slightly as the silver chain began to spin counterclockwise. "This cup is for letting off bad things," old Neil said with certainty. Without waiting for Klein's confirmation, he put away the silver chain and took a sip of the coffee beside him. "Do you like bitter coffee? I have a spoonful of sugar and a spoonful of milk." Klein didn't answer. He asked with great interest, "Your divination results are very accurate. Did you rely on that white crystal? Is it a white crystal?" This is the pendulum in divination, also known as spirit pendulum. It relies on one's astral projection's connection with the spirit world and the cosmos. It uses natural materials to communicate with spirituality, such as crystals, gems, and special metals to divine the good or bad of an object. Let's go back to the 2 cups of coffee. Shaking it counterclockwise is bad, and shaking it clockwise is good. Not shaking it means it's neither good nor bad. You can also write the incident on a piece of paper. Take note it's an incident, not a question. Old Neil put down the coffee cup in his hand and explained in detail. As if in thought, Klein said yes. "In other words, don't use questioning sentences?" "Yes, you can't use 'who is willing to be my fiancé.' You have to use 'who is willing to be my fiancé.' Write it on a piece of paper and place it flat on the table. Then, use your non-dominant hand to hold the pendulum chain. Take note, use your dominant hand." Old Neil chuckled. "At this moment, straighten your arm and adjust the length of the pendulum chain. Let the crystal hang right above the piece of paper, almost touching the incident we wrote. Then, close your eyes and recite the sentence 7 times in your heart. After you finish, open your eyes and see if the spirit pendulum is spinning. If not, close your eyes again and repeat the previous process until there is a pendulum." Klein nodded slightly. "Counterclockwise, no, and clockwise, yes?" "It can also be interpreted as not going well and going well," old Neil corrected him and taught Klein the other uses and details of spirit pendulum divination. Klein thought about it a few times and realized that it was a very practical divination technique. For example, in an unfamiliar environment, he could use it to quickly determine if food was poisonous. He didn't need to learn skills like field biology. Of course, this form of divination was too simple, and there were only 2 or 3 answers. There was no way to conduct in-depth research and interpretation. For example, although some things were harmful to the body, they could become extremely beneficial after certain treatment. For example, some ingredients were indeed harmful to the human body, but it wasn't serious. When one was about to starve to death, it wasn't too much of a problem to eat. These were things that couldn't be determined with spirit pendulums. I have to quickly save up money to buy crystal or pure silver to create a spirit pendulum. Klein sighed. Old Neil looked at him in surprise. You can directly apply for it. It's a standard equipment for Beyonders, especially support-type Beyonders like us. There's also a topaz and a pure silver spirit pendulum in the armory. But I'm not considered an official member of the team. Klein's heart palpitated as he hesitated. Old Neil chuckled. For Beyonders, regardless of whether they are official members or not, since they aren't getting a raise, they definitely have to be given some convenience in other aspects. It might be more appropriate to use benefits. I'll apply to Captain later. Klein secretly clenched his fists and made up his mind. Without giving it a try, how would he know if Captain would agree? All right. Old Neil smiled and said, let's begin the official mysticism course. One of its basics is symbolism. Do you know what symbolism is? Klein recalled the bits and pieces he had heard before, as well as what he had seen and heard in the spirit world and above the gray fog. He deliberated and said, be it the spirit world, the illusory cosmos, or the unknown realms, they are all beyond the world of our senses. It's not something that can be accurately described by our ears, nose, or eyes. What we get are indescribable, intuitive revelations and experiences. They also appear as abstract symbols and graphic symbols. These symbols represent different things and different meanings. It's very accurate, as expected of a seer. Old Neil nodded solemnly. Only by grasping the ability to interpret symbolism can one be considered to have truly entered the door of mysticism. Yes, the patterns on the tarot cards and every element on the pattern are a symbol, a man-made symbol that helps us understand and interpret the primordial revelation. He took out a piece of paper, picked up a fountain pen beside him, and drew a short arc. Following that, he added a few vertical lines below the arc and looked up at Klein. Do you know what this symbol represents? Klein looked at it again, and after a while he hesitantly said, eyelashes. Old Neil exhaled and said, this is the symbol of the harvest constellation. This is the symbol of the thunder constellation. And this is the symbol of the hoarfrost constellation. He casually drew a few more symbols. As Klein memorized them, he couldn't help but say, the names of these constellations are really, really simple. Yes, simple. How rustic and primitive. Old Neil revealed a smile. Back then, Roselle the Great thought so too. He always wanted to change the constellations' names to something like Virgo, Cancer, or Scorpio. Unfortunately, he was unable to resist the power of tradition. At least the ancient names of these constellations and the dates they represent can guide farming and harvest. I have to say, Roselle the Great is a person with ideas. Klein didn't know how to lampoon. Yes, Roselle the Great was probably a decent person when he was alive. Old Neil couldn't understand Klein's humor. He continued explaining the various basic symbols, such as the various constellations, such as the sun, the crimson moon, the brown star, the scarlet star, and the blue star. As he spoke, he also taught Klein how to draw a divination astrolabe and things to take note of. He also taught him the production and materials of the crystal ball and the choice of incantations. It was a feast for Klein's eyes. If he hadn't discovered that the seer potion could slightly improve his memory, he would have gotten old Neil to stop long ago to make it easier for him to digest what he had learned. That's all for today's mysticism lesson. Think about it yourself. If you have any questions, you can come to me. Old Neil took out a golden pocket watch and snapped it open. Don't forget to read the historical information I prepared for you. Frankly speaking, I feel fear when I see it. All right, Klein took the draft that old Neil had written with symbols and quickly went through the mysticism knowledge he had learned today to prevent himself from forgetting it. Old Neil took another sip of the coffee he had brewed and said, "Just memorizing it won't do. Memory alone won't do. You have to use it often. Only then can you turn the knowledge into your instinct. Also, meditation has to be done every day. Only by practicing and using it often can you truly grasp the power of the potion, dig out its hidden mysteries, and eliminate the negative effects." At the mention of this, Klein thought of acting and the divination club. He probed, "My potion's powers are related to divination. It's impossible to practice it alone. I have to interact with a large number of people and divine for them separately to quickly grasp it. I plan on joining the divination club on House Street in Northborough when I have extra money. I want to become a true seer. This matter would definitely not be hidden from the Nighthawks in the future. It was better to lay the groundwork ahead of time. Your thoughts are very similar to Daly's. She keeps saying that she wants to become a true spirit medium." Old Neil shook his head and laughed. "But why wait until I have extra money? You can write an application to Dunn and get him to approve the fees. Organizations like the Divination Club might have cultists and members of evil organizations mixed in. As a civilian member of the Nighthawks, you are a standard beyonder. Joining them will make it easier for you to monitor them. It's a job requirement. We used to patrol these places regularly, but due to a lack of manpower, it was difficult for us to follow them for long periods of time. Now I'll leave it to you." Was there such a thing? Looking at old Neil's serious expression, Klein was stunned. This was an open and above-board excuse to claim expenses for his personal affairs. "I don't know anything about such things. I'm just a keyboard warrior after all. You want to use your own money to do this?" Old Neil saw this and added with a smile. Klein immediately shook his head and replied in a firm tone, "I'll report it to the captain later." Old Neil nodded in satisfaction and looked at the cup of coffee that had yet to be poured out. "What exactly did you put in there?" Klein smiled in embarrassment. It's just a little bit of mud on the soles of my boots. It's almost the same color as your coffee powder." Old Neil was startled. He suddenly covered his mouth with his hand and growled in a low voice. Chapter 41. After pouring himself a cup of coffee, he returned to the armory and took the thick stack of historical documents and explanatory drafts that old Neil had organized. Klein followed the gas lamps on the wall and turned towards the staircase that led to the Blackthorn Security Company. Tap, thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed in the sealed and empty underground. Klein walked down the spiral staircase, pushed open the door, and went straight for the second office on the opposite side. After 2 days of familiarizing himself with the place, he had a general understanding of the layout of the Blackthorn Security Company. The first thing he saw was a spacious reception hall with a set of sofas, tables, and chairs. After passing through a partition, he reached the inner area. The 3 rooms on the left of the corridor, from near to far, were Mrs. Oriana's accounting office, a lounge with a few sofa-like beds, and the staircase that led underground. The 3 rooms on the right, from near to far, were Captain Dunn Smith's office, the civilian staff office with typewriters, and the recreation room for the official members of the Nighthawks. Klein had previously seen Leonard Mitchell playing cards with 2 other team members in the recreation room. He guessed that it was Fight the Landlord. Of course, Roselle the Great had already renamed it Fight the Evil, but the gameplay was no different from what Klein knew. Bright would have a day of sleep after his night shift. Roshan stayed at the reception desk. Cesar Francis, who was in charge of purchasing and applying for supplies, as well as part-time carriage driver, was out as usual. When Klein pushed open the door to the civilian staff office, he saw that the 3 tables inside were empty. A typewriter was placed there silently. Ackerson Company's model 1346 typewriter. Klein, who had seen similar items in his tutor's office and Welch's house, muttered. He felt that the vaguely visible complex control system was filled with a mechanical beauty. He walked to the desk with the typewriter and sat down. After some thought, he attempted to type in virtual mode. In the beginning, he instinctively converted it to pinyin. Only when he was familiar with it did he digest the corresponding memory fragments of the original Klein and stop making mistakes. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic tapping of the keyboard was like a hard music from metal and industry. Accompanied by this melody, Klein quickly completed the application documents. But he wasn't in a hurry to find Dunn Smith. Instead, he calmed himself down and carefully read the historical materials provided by old Neil. It was both revision and learning. When it was close to noon, he stretched his neck and put away the materials. Based on the draft of the Mysticism Studies course, he reflected on and consolidated the content he learned in the morning. It was not until then that he took the application, went to the office next door, and knocked on the door slowly. Dunn was waiting for lunch to be delivered. When he saw the documents handed over by Klein, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Old Neil taught you that. Klein betrayed old Neil without hesitation. Dunn picked up the dark red fountain pen and signed. I was just about to apply for funding for July, August, and September from the church and the county police department. I'll include yours in the list. Once it's approved, I'll get Mrs. Oriana to withdraw it. The spirit pendulum can be collected in the afternoon. All right, Klein answered simply and forcefully. His tone and gaze were tainted with obvious joy. Before he left, he asked casually, "What's the matter? How can there be a need to apply for July's funding in July?" Dunn was silent for a few seconds. He picked up his coffee cup and took a sip. There were 3 cases in a row in June. I was so busy that I forgot some things. As expected of Captain with a bad memory, Klein knew that he had asked a question he shouldn't have. He laughed dryly and hurried out. As expected of Captain with a bad memory, Klein knew that he had asked a question he shouldn't have. He laughed dryly and hurried out the door. Just like that, he began a simple and regular life. Half an hour of cogitation in the morning, 2 hours of mysticism lessons in the morning, and 1.5 hours of historical information. After lunch, he would take a nap in the lounge to recover his energy. Following that, he would get some bullets and head to the shooting club to practice. After practice, he would stroll to Welch's residence, which wasn't too far away. He would change his route and walk back to Iron Cross Street. This way, he could save on the public carriage fare. If he had free time, he would practice his spirit vision, spirit pendulum, and other skills. He would also do some grocery shopping in a private chemistry laboratory with complete equipment and items. Audrey, who was tall and had soft blonde hair, stared at the cup in her hand. Countless bubbles emerged, causing the atmosphere to become quiet. Finally, the liquid in the cup settled into a sticky, silvery white. Haha, I really do have talent in mysticism. I succeeded on my first try. I was worried about failure and prepared 2 sets of ingredients. The girl muttered to herself in delight. She put away the leftover ingredients she had taken from her family's treasury and exchanged with others. She took a deep breath and prepared to close her eyes and drink the spectator potion. Just then, a woof, woof, woof came from outside the laboratory. Audrey frowned. She placed the cup with the silvery white liquid gently rippling in a dark corner, turned around and walked to the door. "Susie, who's here?" Audrey twisted the doorknob and asked the golden retriever sitting by the door. Susie wagged her tail with a fawning look. Her personal maidservant, Annie, appeared in the nearby corridor. Audrey walked out of the laboratory, closed the door, and looked at Annie. She looked at Annie and said, "Didn't I tell you? Don't disturb me when I'm doing chemistry experiments." Annie answered in distress, "But there's an invitation from the Duchess." "There is an invitation from the Duchess, Lady Della, the wife of the Duke of Negan." Audrey took a few steps forward and approached Annie. "Yes, she invited the royal baker, Madame Weaver. She invited Madame and you to have afternoon tea." Annie explained the contents of the invitation. Audrey indiscernibly puffed up her cheeks and said, "Tell my mother that I'm dizzy. Perhaps it's because the sun is too strong and I'm a little dehydrated." Get her to apologize to Lady Della on my behalf." As she spoke, she pretended to be weak. "Miss, this isn't just afternoon tea. It's also a literary salon," and he added, "but this won't cure my dizziness. I need rest." Audrey firmly rejected. At the same time, she silently muttered inwardly, "If you insist, I'll faint for all of you to see. The etiquette teacher said that I did it perfectly. I think I heard something. All right." And he exhaled. "Do you need me to help you back to your room?" "There's no need. I'll clean up the laboratory first." Audrey wished she could immediately return and consume the potion. However, she held back her urge and watched Danny leave before returning to the laboratory's entrance. Suddenly, she realized that Susie, who was supposed to be outside, was gone. The laboratory's door was ajar. "I forgot that Susie knows how to open doors with handles. What's that sound? Not good." When Audrey heard the crisp sound from inside, she suddenly thought of something and rushed into the laboratory. All she could see was the shattered cup on the ground, and the golden retriever, Susie, had licked off the last drop of silvery white liquid. Audrey stood dumbfounded at the door, like a statue. The golden retriever, Susie, immediately sat up straight and looked at her owner innocently, wagging her tail. In the outer seas of Pritz Harbor, on an island that was always shrouded in storms, an ancient sailboat was docked at the harbor. A man with soft blonde hair and a lightning-patterned robe looked at Alger Wilson opposite him and said in puzzlement, "Alger, you could have returned to the kingdom and become a captain of the mandated punishers or a respectable bishop." "Alger, you could have returned to the kingdom and become a captain of a mandated punisher team or a respectable bishop. Why did you choose to go out to sea and become the captain of the Blue Avenger?" Alger's rough and deep face didn't have any additional expression as he solemnly replied, "The sea belongs to the storm. This is the Lord's kingdom. I am willing to follow the Lord's will and patrol this kingdom for him." "All right." The yellow-haired man clenched his fist and punched his chest. "May the storm be with you. May the storm be with you." Alger returned the standard etiquette. He stood on the deck with only a few crew members and watched as his companion left the ghost ship and walked further and further away. "Signs you don't understand because you don't know enough." Alger muttered silently. At the same time, Audrey completed the second concoction in fear. Looking at the silvery white potion that didn't look any different from before, she was so touched that she nearly cried. Phew! She drank the spectator potion in small but quick sips. On Friday, a storm hit Tingen, and the rain beat on all the windows. Inside the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein, Roshan, and Bright sat on the sofa in the reception hall, enjoying lunch on a table. As there was only a stove to boil water, there was no way to heat up leftovers. Klein couldn't possibly eat black bread every day or take the public carriage back. He would have to consider taking a bus back after walking from Iron Cross Street to Welch's residence in the afternoon. It was a huge waste of money. Therefore, he could only follow Roshan and his colleagues to eat the so-called office food. The nearby Old restaurant would send a waiter over at 10:30 every day to ask how many people wanted lunch. After confirming the number of servings, they would send it over at 12:30 in a container similar to a lunchbox. At 3 in the afternoon, they would ask if they wanted to order dinner and take back the cutlery. Such meals included meat, vegetables, and bread. Although the portions weren't large, it was enough to fill a person's stomach. A meal ranged from 7 to 10 pence, with different grades. Klein shamelessly chose the meal that cost 7 pence every time. Usually there was half a pound of oat bread, a small piece of meat cooked in different ways, a spoonful of vegetable soup, and a little cream or butter. There's actually only one nighthawk here today. Roshan scooped the soup into her mouth. I heard that there's a case in Golden Industry. There's a cult involved, so the police department invited 2 nighthawks over. Bright said as he put down his bag. Klein dipped the remaining oat bread into the last bit of meat juice and stuffed it into his mouth without saying a word. Inside his left sleeve, There was a faint silver chain with a topaz hanging on it. At that moment, there was a knocking sound coming from the half-closed door. "Please come in." Roshan was taken aback. She put down her spoon, quickly wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, and stood up. The door was pushed open, and a man wearing a half-top hat walked in. His black suit was drenched on his left shoulder. His sideburns were white, and he held an umbrella in his hand. He looked at Klein and company. "This is the former mercenary squad." "You can say that," Roshan answered familiarly. The lanky man coughed and said, "That's right." Chapter 42. I have a mission to entrust. I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. This security company's brand is really just a brand. Upon hearing the visitor's words, Klein immediately cursed. He hated the fact that there weren't any forums or bullet screen comments for him to communicate with. However, he quickly recalled that he had once asked a similar question. The captain's answer was that if he was free, why not take on the job? The money earned could be used for the team's coffers and the welfare of the participants. Roshan's eyes darted around as she thought for a moment. Our security personnel are out on a mission. They will take at least an hour to return. If your matter isn't urgent, we can consider it. Among the 6 official Nighthawks, Captain Dunn Smith had been invited to the cathedral by the bishop. It was unknown what they were discussing. Leonard Mitchell was guarding Cheney's gate on his behalf. Corpse Collector Fry and Sleepless Rowradine had already headed to Golden Indus Borough to cooperate with the police in investigating a theft that was related to a sect. Another Sleepless, Kenley White, was on a break. Another midnight poet, Sikatron, had gone to Raphael Cemetery in the outskirts of the North Borough for her daily patrol. As for the remaining 2 Beyonders, Old Neil was old and weak. He hadn't been on a mission in a long time, while Klein was still considered beginner. He was truly a dabbler in every aspect. None of them are here. The tall, thin man with white sideburns and an umbrella had a gloomy expression. He took off his hat and bowed. "Sorry for disturbing you. Farewell." He turned around and walked out the door. Amidst the pitter-pattering rain and howling wind, he left 36 Zutland Street along the stairs. What a coincidence! Roshan watched the gentleman leave and sighed regretfully. Although she wouldn't receive a share of the commission, she would definitely be able to share in a sumptuous meal. There's no other way. Cheney's gate needs to be guarded at all times. Klein put down his knife, fork, and spoon in satisfaction. Even though he didn't like the turnip and vegetable soup, he finished it all. "Don't tell me you want Bright to go on a mission? Or yourself?" Roseanne's eyes darted around as she giggled. "Bright can't, but you can." "Our Mr. Sear!" Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly came to a realization and hurriedly shut her mouth. This was because the door had yet to close. If anyone passing by or visiting heard about Beyonders, it would be considered a leak. Fortunately, Captain isn't here. Roshan looked at the door and secretly stuck out her tongue. Otherwise, I would have to go and repent again. Bright and Klein laughed at the same time. They looked at each other and began to clean up the tableware. After settling everything, Klein, who didn't bring an umbrella, chose to stay at Blackthorn Security Company when he saw that the storm hadn't stopped. He took a newspaper, sat on the soft and bouncy sofa, and took a leisurely lunch break. The airship route from Bakelin to Desi Bay is open. The Great Detective Munson has been compiled into a book and will be published soon. An advertisement for the Leagla's Arms Shop? A standard revolver with 6 bullets costs £3 and 10 soldi. A double-barreled shotgun costs £2. As Klein flipped through the Tinjin City Honest paper, he suddenly discovered a piece of news. The criminals who murdered Mr. Welch and Ma Amnaya have all been arrested. It is believed that the panic that has spread through North Borough, Golden Indus Borough, and East Borough will be greatly alleviated. Welch's father, the banker, Mr. McGovern, has escorted his youngest son's corpse back to Constant City for a grand funeral. After reading it a few times, Klein suddenly sighed. From the looks of it, Welch's father has already believed the police and didn't hire another private investigator to investigate. His feelings for losing his youngest son are definitely not as bad as my parents losing their only son. With his mood sinking, Klein sat there for a long time without moving. As for the fact that he wasn't invited to Welch's and Naya's funerals, he didn't find it strange, nor did he feel depressed. When everything calms down, I'll find an opportunity to offer a bouquet of flowers to their graves. Just as Klein was about to take a nap in the lounge, there was a sudden knock on the reception hall's door. "Please come in." Roshan's head nodded, and she immediately sobered up. The half-closed door was pushed open, and the tall, skinny man with white sideburns and dressed in formal attire from before walked in again. "Can I wait here for a while? Your mercenaries, no, security personnel should be back soon, right?" He tried to hide his anxious expression and asked sincerely. "Sure, you can sit there for a while." Roshan pointed to the sofa next to her. Klein, on the other hand, asked out of curiosity, "Where did you hear about our security company? Who referred you here?" So much so that he had to make 2 trips in the afternoon in the heavy rain and was willing to wait? Yes, it must be because the members of the Nighthawks easily completed missions that others thought were difficult and accumulated enough reputation in this line of work. The tall and thin man leaned his umbrella against the door, walked to the sofa, and answered with a bitter smile, "I visited all the mercenaries, security companies, and private detectives in the nearby streets. Only you have any hope. They don't have the manpower to take on other missions. To be honest, if I hadn't met a waiter who delivered food, I really wouldn't have thought that there would be a security company here. It's completely different from what I imagined." Klein was stunned. Roshan interrupted and asked, "They're very busy? So many missions?" The tall and thin man with white sideburns sat down and sighed. "You're a mercenary team, no, a security company. You should have heard of the burglary and murder case on House Street, right? House Street, burglary and murder case. All right, unfortunately, I'm one of the people involved." Klein nodded with a heavy heart. "You're a mercenary team, no, a security company. You should have heard of the burglary and murder case on House Street, right? Yes. Due to the viciousness and cruelty of the criminals, all the tycoons in the nearby streets, and even all of Tingen City, are afraid. Other than increasing their own guards, they also hired a lot of additional security personnel and private detectives. This has created an obvious lack of manpower in this line of work," the tall and thin man answered clearly. A standard chain reaction. Klein and Roshan looked at each other and saw the self-deprecating look on each other's faces. The security industry had entered its golden age, but the Blackthorn didn't feel anything at all. It was obvious how much of a failure this company was. Of course, in a certain sense, it also proved that the Nighthawk's concealment was successful. After waiting for another 20 minutes, seeing that the storm was about to stop, Klein prepared to pack up and leave for the shooting club to practice his revolver. At that moment, the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell came out from the partition and looked at the sofa in confusion. "Who is this? The client, Captain, is back." Roshan asked happily. "Back." The tall and thin man was stunned. "I've been sitting here, staring at the door. Why didn't I notice anyone coming back?" Roshan's expression froze as she chuckled. "As a security company, we don't just have the front door. Got it." The tall and thin man nodded in enlightenment. As for being addressed as captain, he didn't find it strange at all. A security company used to be a small mercenary team or a small mercenary guild. It was rather normal for a captain to appear. Leonard's white shirt wasn't tied up, and his black vest was casually draped over his shoulders. He looked at the tall and thin man and suddenly snapped his fingers. "I'm a security member of the Blackthorn. How should I address you? What's the matter you wish to entrust me with?" Perhaps having heard of the unrestrained nature of mercenaries, the tall and thin man wasn't angered by the insult. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. He watched as Leonard sat down and organized his words. "My name is Clee. I'm the butler of the tobacco merchant, Mr. Vickroy. His only son, little Elliot, was kidnapped this morning. We have already reported it to the police and received sufficient attention. However, Mr. Viceroy is still worried. He wishes to use your mercenary security channels, as well as your understanding of Tingen, to investigate from another direction to ensure that little Elliot is rescued safely. If you can find the kidnapper's hideout, Mr. Viceroy is willing to pay £100. If you have a way to successfully rescue young Master Elliot, he is willing to double the payment to a lump sum of £200. Leonard Mitchell smiled leisurely. Mr. Viceroy seems to only wish for us to find the kidnapper's hideout. Otherwise, he wouldn't think that his only son is only worth £100. A tobacco merchant with close ties to the southern plantations wouldn't only be able to fork out £200. No, Mr. Viceroy is only an ordinary businessman. He isn't a tycoon. Besides, he believes that the police are more professional when it comes to rescuing people, Clee answered frankly. All right, no problem. Leonard snapped his fingers again. He looked at Roseanne with his dark green eyes. Beautiful lady, I'll have to trouble you to draft up a contract. Don't always think of yourself as a poet. In fact, you only know how to recite the works of others. Roshan was used to exchanging mockery with Leonard, so she forgot that there were guests present. Of course, the Blackthorn Security Company didn't care who the client was. It was fine if they had it, but it didn't matter if they didn't. Roshan left the reception desk and entered the clerk's office. Tapping sounds could be heard immediately. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. He felt that they were too unprofessional. They didn't even have a standard, ready-made contract. This is really a sad thing. And what's even sadder is that I'm actually in such an unprofessional company. Amidst his thoughts, Rona drafted up a contract that only had a few clauses. She got Clee and Leonard to sign it. After Clee stamped it, she took the contract and entered the accounting office. She got Mrs. Oriana to get the Blackthorn Security Company stamp. The stamp was practically useless. Dunn usually handed it to Oriana for safekeeping. On Sundays, he would give it to Roshan and the rest. I'll be waiting for your good news. After receiving one of the contracts, Clee stood up, took off his hat, and bowed. Leonard didn't respond. He remained silent for more than 10 seconds, as though he was thinking about something. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Klein, revealing a smile. He revealed a smile and said, I need your help. Ah, Klein was taken aback. What I mean is that you and I will complete this mission together. Leonard's lips curled up as he explained, I'm good at fighting, shooting, climbing, sensing, and reciting, as well as some support, but that doesn't include finding people. You wouldn't want old Neil to go out in such weather, right? When he said sensing, his voice was muffled, making it impossible for anyone to hear him clearly. All right. Klein had the urge to try out a new skill, but he was also a little wary of Leonard Mitchell. Chapter 43. Looking at Klein, Leonard nodded with a smile in his green eyes. What do you need from them? He had worked with old Neil and the others many times, so he naturally knew that divination needed a medium, especially when the protagonist wasn't around. Klein thought for a moment before looking at Butler Clee. I need clothes that Elliot has worn recently that haven't been washed. It would be even better if there are accessories that he used to wear. He tried to choose the normal medium, and not the kind of thing that would arouse the imagination of ordinary people. But even so, Clee still had a puzzled expression on his face. Why? After asking, he added, I have young Master Elliot's photo with me. Why? Because we need to find his whereabouts through divination. Klein was momentarily at a loss for an answer. If he told them the truth, ignoring the fact that it might violate the confidentiality clause, Kelly would most likely turn around and leave. He would tear up the contract and curse inwardly. These cheats! If this works, I might as well find the most famous shaman in Alwa County. Beside him, Leonard Mitchell chuckled and said, Mr. Clee, my colleague, has a strange pet. Its sense of smell is even more sensitive than hunting dogs. So we need the clothes that little Elliot has worn and the items that he once carried with him to help us find him. As you know, clues usually only lead to a general area. As for that photo, we also need it. And I need to know what Elliot looks like. Clee accepted the explanation and nodded slowly. Are you going to wait here, or are you coming with me to Mr. Vickroy's residence in the city? Let's go together to save time, Klein answered concisely. He wanted to test his beyonder abilities, but he also had the simple desire to save others. All right, the carriage is downstairs, the old butler, Clee, said as he took out a black and white photograph from his pocket and handed it to Leonard. This was a solo photo of Elliot Vickroy. He was about 10 years old, and his hair was slightly long, almost covering his eyes. There were obvious freckles on his face, and he didn't look too special. Leonard glanced at it and passed it to Klein. Klein took a closer look and pocketed the photo. He picked up his cane, put on his hat, and followed the two people in front of him out of the Blackthorn Security Company. They entered the carriage, parked downstairs. The interior of the carriage was quite spacious, with thick carpets and small tables for placing items. Due to the old butler Clee's presence, Klein and Leonard did not say anything. They quietly sensed the carriage moving forward steadily on the puddled road amidst the gradually lightening raindrops. Not a bad coachman. After an unknown period of time, Leonard broke the silence and praised with a smile. N. Klein replied perfunctorily. The old butler, Clee, squeezed out a smile. Your praise is his honor. We're almost there. Fearing that the kidnappers would notice them, the carriage did not approach Vickroy's residence. Instead, it stopped at a nearby street. The old butler, Clee, returned alone with an umbrella. While waiting, Leonard said to Klein, I didn't have any ulterior motives when I speculated the reason. Last time. I just wanted to tell you that the notebook will definitely appear again, perhaps very soon. That's really not a pleasant deduction. Klein used his chin to point at the coachman outside, indicating that they should not discuss sensitive topics with others around. Leonard whistled and turned to look out the window. He saw droplets of rain sliding down the glass, leaving behind blurry marks. It made the world outside a complete blur. After a while, Clee returned with a bag of items. As he had left in a hurry, his pants were covered in mud. There were many wet marks on the front of his body. These are the clothes young Master Elliot wore yesterday. This is the storm amulet he wore previously. Klein received it and took a look. He realized that it was a miniature gentleman's suit. There was a shirt, a vest, a bow tie, and so on. As for the storm amulet, it had a bronze base and was engraved with symbols that symbolized strong winds and waves. However, it did not trigger Klein's inspiration. I'll now tell you the details of young Master Elliot's kidnapping so that you can lock onto your target. The old butler, Clee, sat down and repeated the nightmare he had experienced in the morning. He hoped that the helper he had gone to great lengths to find would be of some use. Klein and Leonard were not interested in the details. They were only concerned about the number of kidnappers, whether there was anything unusual about them, and whether they were armed. 3. Normal, armed. After obtaining the information they wanted, they bade farewell to Clee and hired a 2-wheeled carriage nearby. Unlike public horse carriages, these kinds of carriages had 4 wheels and 2 wheels. They could be charged based on the distance traveled or the time traveled. The former was 4 pence for 1 kilometer in the city and 8 pence for 1 kilometer in the suburbs. The latter was 2 soldi per hour. If it was less than an hour, it would be charged as 1 hour. If it was more than an hour, it would be charged as 6 pence for every 15 minutes. If it was less than 15 minutes, it would be charged as 15 minutes. If there was bad weather or an emergency that needed to be sped up, the price would increase. Klein had heard from instructor Aztec that in the capital, Bakelin, the carriage drivers were famous for asking for ridiculous prices. To him, this was a rather extravagant luxury. However, he did not need to worry about this at the moment because Leonard had thrown 2 1-soldi notes to the carriage driver. Charge according to the time, Leonard instructed before closing the carriage door. Where are you going? the carriage driver asked, feeling both delighted and at a loss as he held the two notes. Wait a moment. Leonard cast his gaze at Klein. Klein nodded slightly. He took out Elliot's clothes and spread them on the carriage's floor. Then he wrapped the storm amulet around the tip of his cane. He held the silver-inlaid black cane and propped it straight on Elliot's clothes. A ball of light condensed in his mind as Klein's mood quickly calmed down. The brown color of his eyes darkened as he entered a half-cogitation state. He felt that the spirit in his body was showing signs of becoming light and floating. He could vaguely see the omnipresent world of spirits as he silently chanted Elliot's location. After repeating it 7 times, his hand left the black cane. Surprisingly, the cane did not fall to the ground. It remained standing straight, even though the carriage was shaking slightly. Subtle but invisible movements came from all directions. Klein felt as though he could sense pairs of indifferent eyes staring at him. During this period of time, he would occasionally experience similar feelings in his spirit vision state during cogitation. With this slightly creepy feeling, he stared at the cane with his dark eyes and chanted again in his heart. Elliot's location. Just as he finished chanting, the silver-inlaid, wooden, and black cane fell to the ground in front of him. Go straight, Klein said in a deep voice as he held the cane. His voice sounded ethereal, as though it could penetrate the unknown world of spirits. This was one of the divination powers he possessed. It was called dowsing rod seeking. The item had to be made of wood, metal, or a mixture of both. Typically, this required 2 real dowsing rods. The shape was similar to an unbent iron wire bent at a right angle. One could then hold the shorter end of the rod and rotate it to determine the direction. However, as a seer, Klein realized that he could directly use this method to find people through practice. He could also use a cane in place of a dowsing rod. The direction in which it fell was the direction of the item he was looking for. As for the Antigonus family's notebook, Klein had no impression of it since he couldn't remember what it looked like. Go straight, Leonard instructed the carriage driver loudly. I'll tell you when it's time to turn. The carriage driver didn't understand why he was doing this, but the cash in his pocket and the fact that Klein didn't hesitate to hand over the money made him choose to accept it without saying a word. The carriage slowly moved forward, passing through one street after another. Along the way, Klein used dowsing rod seeking several times to correct his direction. After the carriage circled a building, he finally confirmed that Elliot was inside. It had only been 30 minutes since he bade farewell to Clee. After dismissing the carriage driver, Klein didn't use Elliot's clothes. Instead, he struck the cane that had a storm amulet swirling around it into the ground. His eyes darkened once again as the few raindrops around him suddenly swirled in place. The cane fell diagonally in front of him as Klein pointed at a staircase. There. Sometimes I'm envious of old Neil. Similarly, I'm envious of you now. Leonard sighed with a smile when he saw this scene. Klein glanced at him and replied calmly, This isn't considered difficult. As long as you are willing, you will definitely be able to learn it. Your spiritual perception should be very high, right? Leonard nodded and chuckled. That's not a good thing. He hastened his footsteps and walked into the staircase amidst the lingering rain. Afraid that he would ruin his suit, Klein nearly jogged to keep up. The building only had 3 floors, similar to an apartment building on Earth. There were only 2 rooms at each entrance. Klein used dowsing rod seeking on the first and second floors, but the cane remained stationary as it pointed upwards. The duo lightened their footsteps and arrived at the 3rd floor. Klein placed the silver-inlaid black cane on the ground again. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew past the staircase as his eyes changed color. They were so dark that they seemed to suck at one's soul. Woo, woo, woo! There seemed to be invisible, sobbing sounds around him. Klein released his palm as the cane that had a storm amulet swirling around it magically stood upright. Silently reciting Elliot's location, He watched as his black cane fell to the ground and silently pointed at the room on the right. It should be inside. As Klein picked up the cane, he tapped his glabella twice. As the various colors deepened, he looked at the door on the right and saw the various auras inside. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 kidnappers and a hostage. The numbers match. One of them has a short aura, so it should be Elliot. Mr. Klee mentioned that they have 2 hunting rifles and a revolver. Klein whispered. Leonard chuckled. Let me recite a poem for them. Why do you want to be a kidnapper? Can't you be a civilized person? He put down the bag containing Elliot's clothes and took 2 steps forward. His expression instantly turned serene and sorrowful. His magnetic and deep voice slowly spread out. Ah, the thread of fear, the crimson hope. At least one thing is true, this life flees. One thing is true, and the rest are lies. Chapter 44. Leonard's recitation was like a lullaby. It gently reverberated between the left and right doors, and it echoed in the winding wooden staircase. Klein's mind immediately went into a trance, as though he could see the tranquil moonlight and the tranquil surface of a lake. His eyelids rapidly turned heavy, as though he could fall asleep standing up. In this blurry state he felt an invisible, strange, and indifferent gaze from behind. It was as though he was roaming the spirit world. A baffling sense of déjà vu suffused him as Klein suddenly regained his train of thought. With his powerful spiritual perception and extremely familiar cogitation, he barely escaped the influence of the midnight poem. However, he remained calm, unable to produce any other emotions. Soon, Leonard stopped reciting and turned his head with a smile. I am considering applying for a Phanepotter lute. How can I recite without any accompaniment? Haha, I'm just joking. I heard them falling asleep. The black-haired, green-eyed nighthawk with the bearing of a poet strode forward and walked to the door where the kidnappers and hostages were. He suddenly swung his shoulders and punched the door lock. Ka-cha! The wooden boards around the door lock shattered, and the sound was extremely weak. This requires precise control, Leonard joked as he turned his head back. He reached his hand into the hole and opened the door. Klein, who had regained consciousness, wasn't as confident as he was. He reached under his armpit and pulled out his pistol. He adjusted the cylinder to ensure that he could fire immediately. As the door retreated, he saw a man sleeping on the table with his pistol by his feet. He also saw a man rubbing his eyes in a daze as he tried to stand up. Thud! Leonard slid forward and knocked out the hijacker, who was about to wake up. Klein was about to follow in when he suddenly sensed something. He turned around abruptly and faced the stairs. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps gradually became clearer. A man in a brown coat without a hat was carrying a paper bag of bread. He circled the corner of the stairs and headed for the 3rd floor. Suddenly he stopped and saw the metallic muzzle of the gun looking down at him. His pupils reflected a young man in a half-top hat, a black suit, and a bow tie of the same color, his cane leaning against the railing, his dangerous revolver. Stop all your movements and raise your hands. 3, 2. Klein's tone was low and soothing. He held the revolver with both hands and tried to use the man as a practice target. In the tense atmosphere, the man in the brown coat threw away the bag of bread and slowly raised his hands. Sir, have you misunderstood something? He stared at Klein's finger on the trigger and squeezed out a smile. For the time being, Klein couldn't determine whether he was a companion of the kidnappers or a neighbor, but he didn't show any abnormality on his face and said in a deep voice, Don't try to struggle. Someone will come to check if it's a misunderstanding. At this moment, Leonard, who had dealt with the kidnappers in the house, walked out. He glanced at the man at the corner of the stairs and said leisurely, So the kidnappers have a companion who's responsible for receiving and buying food? Upon hearing this, the pupils of the man in the brown coat constricted. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked the bag of bread in front of him in an attempt to block Klein's line of sight. Klein didn't seem to be affected as he calmly pulled the trigger as though he was practicing. Bang! Blood spurted out from the man's left shoulder. He rolled and was about to escape to the second floor, but Leonard had already reached out to hold the railing and jumped down. With a muffled thud, Leonard fell from the sky and landed on the man's body. The man fainted. Leonard patted away the bloodstains on his clothes and looked up at Klein with a chuckle. He chuckled and said, "Your marksmanship isn't bad." "I was thinking of hitting his leg." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched indiscernibly as he caught a whiff of the faint scent of blood. He realized that although his vision, hearing, and touch hadn't been enhanced after consuming the seer potion, he could still see things that were blocked and hear weak footsteps, allowing him to make judgments in advance. Does this fall under the category of inspiration? Klein nodded in thought as he watched Leonard find a sharp dagger from the kidnapper's companion and drag him into the room. With a gun in one hand and a cane in the other, Klein walked into the room where the kidnappers were. He saw Elliot Vickroy wake up from the gunshot. His body went from curled up to straight before he slowly sat up. The original 3 kidnappers had been tied up tightly by Leonard with the rope they had used to deal with Elliot. They were strung together and thrown into a corner. As there wasn't enough rope, their clothes were torn to make up for it. The one who had been shot in the shoulder was being bandaged in an unconscious state, but Leonard didn't remove the bullet because he found it dirty. Who are you?" Elliot stuttered with a hint of pleasant surprise when he saw the scene in front of him. "Yes, you guessed right. Very accurate," the half-squatting Leonard replied casually. "I didn't expect this fellow to have some sense of humor." Klein lowered his revolver and looked at Elliot. "We are mercenaries hired by your father. You can also call us security personnel." "Really? Have I been saved?" Elliot asked with joy, but he didn't dare to make any sudden movements. It was obvious that he had suffered quite a bit in the short few hours since he was kidnapped. He didn't have the impulsiveness that a person his age should have. Leonard stood up and said to Klein, "Go downstairs and find the patrolling police. Go downstairs and find the patrolling police. Tell them to inform the tobacco merchant. I don't want to be like a kidnapper with a child and these 4 guys." Klein, who was thinking about how to deal with the aftermath, nodded, put away his revolver, and walked down the stairs with his cane in hand. As he walked down the stairs, he had a vague feeling that he had forgotten something. He then heard Leonard say to Elliot, "Don't be nervous. You will soon be able to meet your father, mother, and old butler, Clee. Why don't we play Gwent?" Klein held back his laughter as he walked into the streets outside. Following the directions of a passerby, he found 2 patrolling police officers. He did not use the badge and ID of the Special Operations Department. Instead, he told the whole story in the name of a professional security guard. As for the problem of him being armed, he wasn't worried at all. This was because he had just received the all-category weapon use permit the day before yesterday. He could apply for it through internal channels, and it would be approved very quickly. The 2 policemen exchanged looks, and one of them went to inform the helpers and the Vickroy family. The remaining one followed Klein back to the room where the kidnappers were. After waiting for more than 40 minutes, while the police weren't paying attention, Leonard signaled to Klein to sneak out of the room with him. "Trust me, going to the police station is a waste of time. Let's leave first," the Nighthawk with the bearing of a poet explained in a relaxed manner. Klein didn't retort and followed behind with the mentality that even if the sky collapsed, there would always be someone taller to hold it up. After nearly 5 minutes, a few carriages rushed to the building where the kidnappers were. The old butler, Clee, accompanied his fat master, Vickroy, down. Up to this point in time, he was still in a daze. He couldn't believe that the good news would come so quickly. It was as fast as a dream. Suddenly, he heard a crisp sound, and he subconsciously turned his head to look. A 2-wheeled carriage drove past with the windows open. The black-haired, green-eyed Leonard snapped his fingers again. After passing the Vickroy family's carriage, Leonard closed the windows, turned around, and looked at Klein. He smiled and raised his right hand. "It was a pleasure working with you. We don't seem to know each other well." Klein politely high-fived him. He never expected the kidnapping case to be resolved so quickly. All he could do was sigh that Beyonders were indeed Beyonders. Even a half-baked Sequence 9 like him was capable of doing many unbelievable things. This is a gesture nobles use to express their celebration after fencing, Leonard explained with a smile. I know. Klein had quite a number of noble classmates. He looked out the window and frowned. Aren't we going to confirm it with Mr. Klee? If he believes that the police rescued Elliot, our payment will be halved. A full £100. As for the matter of providing the kidnapper's location, there was no doubt about it due to the meeting. Don't worry about it. Money isn't that important in our lives, Leonard said with a smile as he shrugged. To me, it's very important. Klein forced a polite smile. Many poets die young because of poverty. Leonard chuckled. I believe that Elliot wouldn't lie about this matter. I can tell that he still has some innocence left in him. However, even if you receive £200, you won't get much of it. How much can I get? Klein immediately asked. According to the unspoken rules, half of the payment has to be given to Mrs. Oriana as an additional expense for the team. The rest is split equally among the participating members. Unfortunately, you aren't an official member, so you can only get 10%. £10? That's not bad. Klein pretended not to feel the pinch as he asked, Aren't you worried that the kidnappers will realize that they have been affected by Beyonder powers after they wake up? They won't suspect anything. They will only believe that the weather is too good and suitable for sleeping, which is why they couldn't help but collapse. They might even believe that the chanting only exists in dreams. This is something they have verified, Leonard answered confidently. Instead, it's that demon-hunting bullet of yours that makes people find it odd. Of course, a strange person who likes mysticism is a very reasonable explanation. Yes. Klein let go of his worries. He felt that he had forgotten or rather, neglected something. After returning to Zutland Street, Klein didn't wait for Klee. He strolled to Welch's residence and took a different route home. He also bought beef, cabbage, and other ingredients for dinner. As usual, it was a pleasant dinner, and as usual, the siblings chatted leisurely while they studied. However, there was an additional visitor who knocked on the door. He was a staff member who had come to take away all the pennies in the gas meter. As the night deepened, the siblings bade each other good night and returned to their respective rooms. Klein was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by the rustling outside. He opened the door in puzzlement and came to the unoccupied bedroom. Pushing open the mottled door, Klein saw a gray table. On the table was a notebook. Its cover was made of hard paper and was completely dyed black. A baffling sense of déjà vu surfaced in his mind as Klein walked over and opened the notebook. The open page had a picture. It was of the fool wearing gorgeous clothes and a gorgeous headdress. Beneath the fool was a line written in Hermes. Everyone will die, including me. Klein was alarmed as he suddenly realized that the fool's lips had curled up. Phew! He suddenly sat up and saw the crimson moonlight peeking through the curtains. He saw the bookshelf and desk and the outline of his bedroom. He realized that he had had a nightmare. As a seer, he knew that dreams often revealed something. Hence, he seriously recalled it. As he recalled, Klein froze. This was because he knew what he had overlooked today. While immersed in Leonard's chanting, he had felt an invisible, indifferent gaze from behind him. This sort of gaze was different from normal cogitation or spirit vision. It gave him a sense of déjà vu, and according to Captain Dunn, once he had such a feeling, it usually meant. Klein suddenly sat up straight and confirmed his feelings. Chapter 45. The Antigonus family's notebook was in the room opposite the kidnappers. Although it was a coincidence, Klein believed that his intuition wasn't wrong. He immediately got out of bed and took off the old clothes he wore to sleep. He took the white shirt beside him and put it on. He quickly buttoned it from top to bottom. 1 button, 2 buttons, 3 buttons. He suddenly realized that he was missing a button and the left and right sides didn't seem to be symmetrical. Upon closer inspection, Klein realized that he had buttoned the wrong buttons from the beginning, causing the shirt to become distorted. He shook his head helplessly, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. He used some cogitation techniques to restore a certain level of calmness. After putting on the white shirt and black trousers, he reluctantly put on the armpit strap. He took out the revolver hidden under the soft pillow and placed it inside. Without bothering to put on a bow tie, he put on his formal suit and walked to the door with a hat in one hand and a cane in the other. After putting on his half-top hat, Klein gently twisted the doorknob, opened the door, and entered the corridor. He carefully closed the wooden bedroom door and went down the stairs silently like a thief. He used a pen and a piece of paper in the living room to leave 2 lines of words, indicating that he had forgotten to mention that he had matters to attend to at the company last night and needed to arrive early today. When he walked out the door, Klein immediately felt a cool breeze calming him down. The street in front of him was dark and silent. There were no pedestrians, and only the light from the gas lamps shone quietly. Klein took out his pocket watch from his inner pocket and snapped it open. He discovered that it was only 6 o'clock. The crimson moonlight had yet to completely fade, but there was already a hint of light in the sky. He was about to look for an expensive rental carriage to hire when he suddenly saw a trackless public carriage with 2 horses and 4 wheels driving over. "There's a public carriage so early in the morning." Klein was slightly surprised. He went forward and waved for the carriage to stop. "Good morning, sir." The carriage driver skillfully stopped the horse. The staff beside him, who was in charge of collecting fees, covered his mouth with his hand and yawned. "To Zutland Street," Klein said as he took out 2 pennies and 4 halfpence from his trouser pocket. "For pence," the staff in charge of collecting the fees answered without hesitation. After handing over the fare, Klein boarded the carriage. He saw that the carriage was empty. There were no other guests. In the darkness, there was an obvious sense of desolation. "You are the first," the coachman said with a smile. The 2 brown horses began to move forward at a relatively brisk pace. "Frankly, I didn't expect to see a coach so early." Klein sat near the driver and answered casually to distract himself and ease the tension in his heart. The coachman laughed at himself. 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day, but my weekly salary is only £1. "Is there no time to rest?" Klein asked in surprise. "Take a day off every week." The coachman's tone became heavy. The toll collector beside him added, "We are in charge from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. After that, we go for lunch and a lunch break. After dinner, which is 6 p.m., we take over our colleagues. Even if we don't need to rest, the 2 horses do. It wasn't like this in the past. Ever since some coachmen were too tired and made mistakes that they shouldn't have, causing the horses to lose control and the carriage to overturn. There was such a rotation. How could those vampires suddenly become kind? The coachman sneered. Under the light of dawn, the public carriage headed for Zutland Street. Along the way, there were only 7 or 8 passengers. After Klein eased his tension, he didn't speak anymore. He closed his eyes and replayed yesterday's experience frame by frame to see if he had missed anything. When the sun completely rose and the sky was truly bright, the public carriage arrived at Zutland Street. Klein pressed his left hand on his hat and jumped off the carriage. He quickly entered 36 Zutland Street and arrived outside the Blackthorn Security Company via the stairs. At that moment, the door was closed and hadn't opened. Klein removed the key ring from his waist and found the corresponding brass key. He stuffed it into the keyhole and twisted it. He pushed it forward and slowly opened the door. He saw the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell sniffing the recently trendy cigarettes. "In fact, I prefer cigars. You seem to be in a rush?" the poet-like Nighthawk asked in a relaxed manner. "Where's Captain?" Klein didn't answer and asked instead. Leonard pointed at the partition. "In his office." As a beyonder who advanced from a sleepless, He only needs to rest for 2 hours in the day. I believe those factory owners and bankers will definitely like this potion the most." Klein nodded and quickly passed through the partition. He saw that Dunn Smith had already opened the office door and was standing at the entrance. "What's the matter?" He was wearing a black trench coat and holding a gold-inlaid cane. His expression was calm and solemn. "I have the feeling that I've seen it somewhere before. It should be that notebook, the Antigonus family's notebook." Klein tried his best to control himself and make his answer sound logical. "Where?" Dunn Smith's expression didn't change significantly. However, Klein's spiritual perception told him that there seemed to be an obvious, invisible fluctuation in the other party. It might be the glow of a spirit, or it might be a change in his emotions. "It's at the place Leonard and I rescued the hostages yesterday. It's opposite the kidnapper's room. I didn't notice it back then until I had a dream and received a revelation." Klein didn't hide anything. "It looks like I missed out on a huge credit yesterday." Leonard, who had walked to the partition, chuckled. Dunn nodded slightly and instructed solemnly, "Get Kenley to replace old Neil in guarding the armory. Get Kenley to replace old Neil in guarding the armory. Get old Neil and Fry to go with us." Leonard didn't act frivolously anymore. He immediately informed Kenley and Fry, who were in the Nighthawk's recreation room. One of them was a sleepless, and the other was a corpse collector. 5 minutes later, the two-wheeled carriage belonging to the Nighthawks sped up in the early morning, when there weren't many pedestrians. Leonard wore a felt hat, a shirt, and a vest. He was temporarily acting as the carriage driver, cracking his whip from time to time. Inside the carriage, Klein and old Neil sat on the same side. Opposite them were Dunn Smith and Fry. This corpse collector's skin was so white that it looked like he hadn't been out in the sun for a long time, or he was suffering from a severe lack of blood. He was about 30 years old, with black hair and blue eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. He had a cold and gloomy aura, as though he had the faint smell of touching corpses all year round. "Tell me in detail again." Dunn adjusted the collar of his black trench coat. Klein rubbed the topaz pendant that was hidden by his sleeve. He recounted everything from accepting the mission to the dream. Beside him, old Neil chuckled. "You and the Antigonus family's notebook seem to have some sort of predestined connection. To think that you would encounter it. That's right, this is too much of a coincidence. If not for the fact that Leonard mentioned that the preliminary investigation of Elliot's kidnapping showed that there wasn't any secret faction or mysterious power behind it, and that it was just a case of taking risks for money, I would have suspected that it was deliberately arranged by someone." Klein found this rather strange as well. "It's too much of a coincidence." Dunn didn't say anything, as though he was deep in thought. Corpse collector Fry, who was also wearing a black trench coat, remained silent. Only when the carriage stopped and the building that Klein mentioned appeared outside the window did the silence break. "Let's go up. Klein, you and old Neil walk at the back. Be careful. You have to be careful." Dunn alighted from the carriage, took out a strange revolver with a long and thick barrel, and stuffed it into the pocket of his right hand. "All right." Klein didn't dare to be rash and take the lead. After Leonard found someone to watch the carriage, the 5 Beyonders entered the staircase in an orderly manner and arrived at the 3rd floor with light footsteps. "Is this the place?" Leonard pointed at the room opposite the kidnappers. Klein tapped his glabella twice and activated his spirit vision. In this state, his spiritual perception was enhanced again. He felt that the door was familiar, as though he had entered it before. "Yes." He nodded affirmatively. Old Neil also activated his spirit vision and observed carefully. "There's no one inside, nor are there any signs of magic." Corpse collector Fry added in a hoarse voice, "There are no evil spirits." He didn't need to activate his spirit vision to see many spirits, including evil spirits and wraiths. Leonard took a step forward, and just like yesterday, he punched the door lock. This time, not only did the surrounding wooden board shatter, Even the door lock flew off and fell to the ground with a clang. Klein felt an invisible seal disappear in an instant. Following that, he caught a whiff of a strong stench. Corpses, rotting corpses. Corpse collector, Fry stated coldly. He didn't show any signs of nausea. Dunn stretched out his right hand, which was wearing a black glove, and slowly pushed open the door. The first thing that everyone saw was a fireplace. In the early July weather, it was abnormally hot inside. In front of the fireplace, there was a rocking chair. An old woman in a black and white dress was sitting on it with her head lowered. Her entire body had abnormally enlarged. Her skin was blackish green and swollen to the point of glowing. It was as though a simple poke would cause her to explode, spewing out a putrid stench. Maggots or parasites crawled in and out of her flesh and rotting liquid, her clothes and her folds. In his spirit vision, they were like points of light clustered around an extinguished darkness. Pa! Pa! 2 of the old woman's eyeballs fell to the ground and rolled a few times, leaving a few yellowish-brown marks. Chapter 46. Ugh! Ugh! Klein squatted there and couldn't stop himself from vomiting. As he hadn't eaten breakfast, he quickly vomited out all his food. At this moment, a pewter-colored square flask that resembled a cigarette box appeared in front of him. The opening of the flask emitted a mixed smell that resembled tobacco, disinfectant, and peppermint leaves. It made Klein's nose choke as he felt energized. The strong stench still lingered around him, but Klein no longer felt nauseous. His vomiting quickly stopped. He traced the pewter-colored flask upwards and saw a pale hand that didn't seem alive. He saw the sleeve of a black trench coat and the cold and gloomy corpse collector Fry. Thank you. Klein had completely recovered. He propped his hands on his knees and stood up again. Fry nodded without any expression. It'll be fine once you get used to it. He plugged the flask and placed it in his pocket. He turned around and walked to the heavily decomposed corpse of the old woman. Without wearing gloves, he began his inspection. As for Dunn Smith and Leonard Mitchell, they were strolling around the room, occasionally touching the table and newspapers. Old Neil pinched his nose and stood outside the door, grumbling in a low, muffled voice. He grumbled in a low, muffled voice. It's disgusting. I'm applying for a subsidy this month. Dunn turned his head and used his black-gloved right hand to touch the dust on the wall beside the fireplace. He looked at Klein. Is this place familiar? Klein held his breath as he outlined the appearance of his silver pocket watch in his mind, calming his body and mind. Already in his spirit vision state, he immediately had a different feeling. A scene that came from the deepest recesses of his memories flashed before his eyes. Fireplace, rocking chair, table, newspapers, rusty nails on the door, tin cans inlaid with silver. The scene was dark and hazy, just like a documentary on Earth, but even more blurry and illusory. It quickly overlapped with everything that Klein saw. The sense of déjà vu and déjà vu appeared clearly. An illusory and fleeting shout once again penetrated an invisible barrier. Hornaces! Phlegria! Hornaces! Phlegria! Hornaces! Phlegria! It's a little familiar, Klein answered honestly. His head was hurting, so he quickly tapped his forehead twice. Hornaces! The Hornaces mountain range that appeared in the original Lin Lee's diary? That was the content he had deciphered from the Antigonus family's notebook. The whisper just now was very similar to a previous one. It involved the word Hornaces. Is this a seduction? Klein was shocked. He didn't dare to think too deeply, fearing that he would lose control. Dunn nodded slightly and walked to the cabinet. He suddenly reached out and pulled open the wooden door. The bread inside was covered in mold, and there were 7 or 8 gray, stiff, furry mice lying dead next to it. Leonard, go downstairs and find the patrolling police to figure out the situation here. Dunn ordered his team members. All right. Leonard turned around and left the house. Dunn then opened the doors of the 2 bedrooms and searched them carefully. After he confirmed that he didn't find any clues or the Antigonus family's notebook, corpse collector Fry straightened his back and wiped his hands with a white handkerchief he carried with him. It has been more than 5 days since the death. There are no external injuries, nor are there any obvious effects from beyond her powers. The exact reason will require further investigation. Did you discover anything? Dunn turned to look at old Neil and Klein. The duo, who had long left their spirit vision state, shook their heads. Apart from the dead person, everything here is normal. No, there was an invisible force that sealed the room in the beginning. As you know, we often have similar operations when we use ritualistic magic, old Neil added after thinking for a few seconds. Just as Dunn was about to speak, he suddenly looked outside the door. A few seconds later, Klein and old Neil sensed something as they turned to look at the corner of the staircase. A few seconds later, the soft footsteps grew louder as Leonard and a police officer walked up. The police officer's expression changed slightly when he caught a whiff of the stench. He immediately cooperated with his colleague from the Special Operations Department to knock on the second floor's door and roughly asked about the situation on the third floor. Moments later, he, who was wearing a 2V silver epaulette, looked at the corpse on the rocking chair. Katie Stephanie Bieber, between 55 and 60 years old. Widow. Lived here with her son, Ray Bieber, for more than 10 years. Her husband was a jeweler when he was alive. Her son is about 30 years old and doesn't have a wife. He inherited his father's business and earns about £1.15 a week. According to their neighbors, they haven't been seen in more than a week. At this point, Klein already knew what the main point was. Missing, or to be more precise, Ray Bieber was nowhere to be found. That ancient notebook might very well be on him. Do you have a photo of Ray Bieber? Dunn looked at the police officer. He was acting as a high-ranking inspector. However, this couldn't be considered acting, because on the police department's files, he was indeed a high-ranking inspector. His salary and allowance were based on this. Of course, it didn't include the church's portion. The police officer shook his head nervously. I don't know. We have to return to the station to search. Normally speaking, we can't leave a photo of every guy. I understand. Continue asking the residents on the first floor and ask them in detail, Dunn ordered. Looking at the police officer, he closed the door and turned to old Neil. I'll leave the rest to you. Otherwise, we'll have to let the residents sleep in peace and search for Ray Bieber's appearance in their dreams. Yes, I don't really trust drawings that are based on oral accounts. Old Neil nodded and took out a few thumb-sized bottles from a hidden pocket at the waist of his black classic robe. He sprinkled the liquid inside in a certain order. Right on the heels of that, he took out a handful of powder and sprinkled it around himself. A strange, pungent smell emanated. It wasn't affected by the stench in the room, but Klein suddenly felt an invisible force around old Neil. It was a force that separated him from the environment and everyone else, just like how the house was previously. Old Neil half closed his eyes as his mouth quivered, chanting a deep and indistinct incantation. Klein wasn't prepared for it and only vaguely heard, I pray for the power of the goddess, and I look forward to the blessings of the night. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind entered through the window and blew the powder away. Klein's heart suddenly palpitated as goosebumps protruded all over his skin. He felt an indescribable and extremely terrifying smell that he didn't dare to look at directly emanate. His mind was in a mess, but he was tense and unable to relax. It was as though he had just finished a set of difficult math problems. Suddenly, old Neil opened his eyes. His pupils were pitch black. He took out a fountain pen from his pocket and scribbled on the waste paper on the table. His movements were so fast that his entire body was trembling. Klein focused his gaze and saw a face with deep eye sockets and a high-nose bridge quickly appear. After the naturally curly short hair was completed, old Neil wrote a line of words below the portrait. Black hair, dark blue eyes, full porcelain dentures on the left side of the mouth. Clatter! The fountain pen in old Neil's hand fell onto the paper as his body convulsed a few times. This is the remnant of Ray Bieber's appearance in the room. Old Neil, whose eyes quickly returned to normal, muttered. Then he returned to his previous spot and slowly circled it. The invisible force that separated them instantly dissipated and turned into a gentle breeze. Praise the lady! Old Neil tapped his chest 4 times, forming the shape of the crimson moon. Klein relaxed and observed even more carefully. He realized that Ray Bieber's facial features were nothing special, and he had a rather calm demeanor. However, the wrinkles on both sides of his nose were clearly drooping. Let me see if I can use dowsing rod searching. He picked up the portrait and rummaged through the male clothes in the bedroom before spreading them on the floor. Dunn, Leonard, and old Neil didn't stop him. They watched as he placed the silver-inlaid black cane on the clothes and the portrait. Corpse Collector Fry was as silent as ever. The brown color turned black. Klein's gaze was deep as he completed the silent incantation and released his palm. The black cane stood there silently, as though it had been inserted into the floor. Ray Bieber's location, Klein repeated inwardly. Amidst the howling wind, the cane fell down. However, as it fell, it kept changing directions until it finally spun slightly around a pivot point. Without the help of any external force, the silver-studded black cane was able to stand firm again. Klein tried a few times, but the outcome was the same. All he could do was shake his head at Dunn and old Neil. A strange force is interfering with my divination. Dunn took off his black gloves and said to Leonard and Klein, "Take Ray Bieber's portrait and ask the residents here. Take Ray Bieber's portrait and ask the residents here for a final confirmation. Then put him on the wanted list for murdering his mother." All right. Klein held the cane and bent down to pick up the portrait. After the neighbors confirmed that the person in the portrait was indeed Ray Bieber, Dunn got Leonard and the police officers to go to the police station to complete the paperwork. He and Fry headed to a few bars in Tingen City to look for him through underground channels. Klein and old Neil took a public carriage back to the Blackthorn Security Company. It wasn't even 8 yet, and Roshan hadn't arrived yet. After closing the door, Klein turned his head to look at old Neil. He asked, half puzzled and half seeking guidance. Why would I send the Antigonus family's notebook to Ray Bieber's house? This was a completely different direction from Iron Cross Street, from where Welch lived. Old Neil walked to the sofa and chuckled. Isn't it obvious? You didn't know if you triggered the power within the notebook, or if you did a certain ritual out of curiosity, but you provoked a strange existence that you shouldn't have provoked. And this power, this existence's goal was to send the notebook to Ray Bieber and cut off all clues so that no one could discover it. Therefore, other than you, who was chosen, Welch and Naya committed suicide on the spot. As for you, frankly speaking, I still don't understand how you survived. I don't know either. Klein sat down and deliberately answered with a bitter smile. I've thought of your guesses about what happened, but I don't understand why the notebook was given to Ray Bieber. Old Neil spread his hands. Perhaps his birth spirit number meets the requirements, or perhaps he's the only remaining descendant of the Antigonus family. In short, there are too many possibilities. There should be a similar reason why the notebook was sold to our Tingen City. I believe it's because he's a descendant. Klein came to a realization and sighed. Unfortunately, I didn't notice immediately that Ray Bieber and the notebook were gone. Old Neil smiled. That's a problem for Dunn to worry about. It's a good thing for you. Chapter 47. Old Neil massaged Son's acupoint. The reason why you committed suicide is mostly clear. The notebook is also in Ray Bieber's hands, and the matter has been exposed. Regardless of whether you are alive or dead, it will not affect the subsequent developments. I think the strange existence or mysterious power that caused all of this will no longer pay special attention to you, just like how you don't care about ants on the ground. Ha ha! as long as you don't attempt to make him think of you. And the matter of us issuing a warrant for Ray Bieber will soon reach the secret order. They should be able to guess that this is related to the whereabouts of the Antigonus family's notebook. Believe me, this secret organization that has existed for more than 1,000 years definitely has all sorts of information channels. Therefore, their focus will turn to Ray Bieber's whereabouts in an attempt to find the notebook before we do. They won't and can't harass you, follow you, or deal with you. Young man, congratulations. You have escaped the shadows of the past and are about to welcome a new journey filled with sunshine. Klein nodded repeatedly as he listened. He was both delighted and relaxed. He said in delight and relief, "I hope so." The haze that had shrouded him ever since he transmigrated seems to be dissipating. However, to be frank, Klein was still a little uneasy. This was because he seemed to have a certain level of connection with the notebook. It was to the extent that he would coincidentally discover traces of it during normal hostage rescue missions. He was really afraid that one day the postman would suddenly deliver a package, and when he opened it, he would realize that it was the Antigonus family's notebook. I hope everything will develop as old Neil described. He prayed silently. When old Neil heard his answer, he immediately scoffed. You don't seem to be a devout believer of the goddess. Shouldn't you be drawing the crimson moon in front of your chest and saying, "May the goddess bless us"? Mr. Neil, you don't seem to be one either. A true believer wouldn't say, "Welcome a new journey filled with sunshine." After this period of mysticism lessons, Klein and old Neil had established a good friendship. Therefore, he didn't stand on ceremony with his sarcasm. The two looked at each other and laughed in unison. They tapped their chests 4 times at the same time. Praise the goddess. At this moment, the sound of a plectrum and marbles turning could be heard. The door of the Blackthorn Security Company was opened. The dainty Lady Oriana, with her hair stylishly coiled up and her pale green skirts, swayed lightly into the hall. "Good morning, Mr. Neil." "Good morning, Klein." She held a calf leather handbag in her hand and greeted him with a smile. "Today is another sunny day. It's a good day. Good morning, Oriana. You're still as beautiful as you were 10 years ago," old Neil replied with a chuckle. Oriana narrowed her eyes and said with a straight face, "Mr. Neil, your compliments are still as infuriating as they have been for the past decade." She stressed the words more than 10 years. "Is that so?" Old Neil looked at Klein in puzzlement, his face filled with doubt. Never mention anything that can make a lady remember her age. As a keyboard warrior who knew a little about everything, Klein instantly understood what Mrs. Oriana was getting at. He chuckled. "Good morning, Mrs. Oriana. You are as beautiful as ever." "Thank you, our outstanding graduate from Koei University." Oriana smiled faintly and nodded. She then said, "The old butler has already paid the commission for the mission. According to the captain's rules, half of it is extra funds, and the other half is for you and Leonard. Since you're not an official member, you can only get 10% of the other half. You can come and sign for it later." "How much did he pay?" Klein asked, feeling both happy and distressed. £200. That's what he said at the time. Oh, Lord Tempest, I really can't imagine. I can't believe this matter is resolved just like that. This is no more difficult than having a dream. Why isn't your security company famous? It's a disgrace to the whole profession," said Mrs. Oriana, imitating the old steward's slightly southern accent. Klein thought about it seriously for a few seconds and said humorously, "This isn't fair to the kidnappers." The two Beyonders quickly resolved a problem in what could be described as a relaxed and comfortable manner. It was like a fully armed adult bullying a few children. They're too unlucky. They must have lost the blessings of the gods. Oriana chuckled. "I told the old butler that we were lucky enough to get the job this time. An informant happened to see the kidnappers entering the hiding place with the child. So, don't expect too much from us. We are really just a very ordinary security company." Oriana chuckled softly. Generally speaking, the more ordinary something is, the more extraordinary it is. Klein lampooned with a smile as he watched Mrs. Oriana pass through the partition and enter the accountant's office. Old Neil smacked his lips and said with a hint of envy, "You're really a lucky lad. You've only joined us for a short period of time, and you've already encountered a commission worth £200. Is that rare?" Klein asked in puzzlement. Previously he was either studying history or mysticism, or he was wandering around outside, using his spiritual perception to search for clues. According to Oriana's statistics, we might not even encounter a commission a week, and most of the commissions are worth less than £20. Old Neil rubbed the white crystal pendant on his wrist and replied with a sigh. Following that, he looked at Klein with a hint of anticipation. "If you encounter a similar commission in the future, please remember to inform me." Upon hearing old Neil's words, Klein suddenly had a strange feeling. Hence, he asked directly, "What's wrong with you?" "Mr. Neil, you seem to be in need of money? How much do you earn every week? If it's not convenient for you to tell me, please ignore my question." Old Neil leaned back into the sofa and chuckled. "This isn't something that needs to be hidden. I've been here for many years. Currently, I receive a weekly salary from the church and the police department. The total value is £12. £12 a week?" Klein blurted out in surprise. With a weekly salary of £12 and 52 weeks a year, that would be more than £600 a year. Previously, when he read the Tingen Morning Post and the Honest paper, they had introduced that high-ranking lawyers only earned £800 to £1,000 a year. This was a high-ranking lawyer. As for the manager of Banson's Import and Export Company, his weekly salary was only £6. He was considered a rather respectable person. Yes, such a salary is actually quite generous. Furthermore, we don't have to pay income tax, old Neil added with a smile. Klein had heard from his brother, Banson, that if a weekly salary was more than £1, they would have to pay Type E tax, which was the income tax for government and company employees. It was 3% for £1 to £2, 5% for £2 to £5, 10% for £5 to £10, 15% for £10 to £20, and 20% for more than £20. Apart from that, he had read in the newspapers that there were 4 other types of income tax. Type A was a tax on land, housing, and other physical appreciation, which included land rent and rent. Type B was a tax on agricultural income. Type C was a tax on bonds, funds, and stocks. Type D was a tax on commercial, financial, and professional income. "It's admirable," Klein echoed old Neil's words. However, old Neil shook his head. For beyonders like us who need to constantly explore the mysteries, practice, and attempt rituals, the salary is never enough. "Aren't all the materials obtained through application?" Klein asked in surprise. Old Neil scoffed. "There's a limit. Sometimes there's a need for a sufficient reason. If you want to practice and experiment in the mystical domain, you can only use your own money to buy the materials. You can buy them internally, or you can go to some underground markets." Klein perked up and immediately asked, "What's the matter?" He immediately asked, "Underground markets with beyonder materials? I thought the church definitely wouldn't allow them to exist." He lacked the means to obtain the materials. With a secret organization in embryonic form behind him, he couldn't possibly settle everything within the Nighthawks, right? There's no way to control such matters. Yes, from the point of view of mysticism, all things have spirituality and come from the same source. The ingredients we use are not only from beyonder species, but also from normal animals, plants, and minerals. For example, the poison hemlock, golden mint, and night vanilla in your seer potion can often be encountered in daily life. They might not have any beyonder qualities, but they have their own characteristics. By mixing and fusing them, they can achieve a certain effect. Therefore, this isn't a transaction that the church can ban just because they want to, explained old Neil in detail. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he continued, Besides, Beyonder species don't only have their cores. Take the Lavos octopus, for example. Other than its blood, its eyeballs, skin, and tentacles are all good materials. Unless the church uses its own people to capture all of them, it will be a huge financial burden to hoard and control the flow of them. The lower the grade of the Beyonder material, the more so. We can only try our best to prevent the more special ones from circulating. Old Neil suddenly laughed. Another important reason is that the underground markets we know are better than the ones we don't know. Under the premise that the secret organization hasn't been completely destroyed, this is a good strategy. Furthermore, it can help us obtain the materials we lack. Of course, with such a market, there will definitely be prohibited items appearing. As long as it's not too exaggerated or dangerous, we can pretend not to see it. At most, we can use it to enrich our treasure vault. It's also because the churches are restraining each other, preventing us from using too drastic methods, right? Klein guessed. Old Neil tersely acknowledged, but he did not elaborate on the specifics. I'm a seer, so I'll definitely need repeated practice in the future. I'll need more materials. Mr. Neil, can you take me to the underground markets to take a look? Klein requested with a legitimate reason. Old Neil revealed a troubled expression. Actually, most of the people who are active in those places aren't Beyonders. Some are nobles who like to be mysterious, while others are rich people who yearn for such things. All right. I have a 30-pound bill that's about to be due. It's not convenient for me to go for the time being. All right. Klein didn't expect it to be because he owed money. After a while, he deliberated and said, Mr. Neil, do you need to borrow money? I have a 10-pound reward. There's no need. I have a way to resolve it. There's no need. I have a way to resolve it. Old Neil patted the sofa and slowly stood up. Sigh. Aging is really the worst enemy a living being can't deal with. Last night's night watch made me very tired. Well, you can revise the lessons from before this morning and read more literature. Tomorrow, I'll teach you the basics of ritualistic magic. All right. Klein stood up and took off his hat to bid farewell. In the afternoon, seeing that Captain Dunn hadn't returned yet, Klein pretended to be searching for the notebook and wandered the streets once again. With 10 pounds as a reward, he didn't need to wait for the funds to be allocated. He could head straight to the divination club. The whispers and allusions that occasionally appeared in his cogitation and spirit vision made him eager to begin acting. Chapter 48. North Borough of Tingen City, 13 House Street, in the divination club on the second floor. Klein once again saw the beautiful lady in charge of reception. She still had her brownish-yellow hair coiled up, making her look mature and elegant. It was difficult to determine her exact age from her appearance. Hello, Mr. Glassy isn't around today. Would you like to change your fortune teller? The beautiful lady said with a smile. Upon hearing that, Klein, who had just taken off his silk-top hat, was surprised. You still remember me? That was 5 days ago. The brown-haired lady pursed her lips and smiled. You are the first customer to seek Mr. Glassy's divination. You are also the only one to this day. It's hard for me not to have a deep impression of you. The impression of you being greedy for a small advantage and suffering a huge loss, right? Klein lampooned himself and pondered for a moment before asking, When was the last time Mr. Glassy came to the club? The brown-haired lady glanced at him and replied as though she was thinking, To be honest, we are unable to grasp the pattern of members coming here. They have their own free will and all sorts of things to do. Well, I remember that after that day, Mr. Glassy didn't come to the club again after I performed a divination for you. I wish him good luck. May the goddess bless him. Klein prayed and didn't ask any further. He smiled. He smiled and said, I'm not here for a divination. I want to join the club. Really? It's our honor. The brown-haired lady revealed a look of pleasant surprise. As a first-time member, Please pay an annual fee of £5. Thereafter, it will be £1 per year. I don't need to explain the details again, right? Klein took out a new £5 note from his inner pocket and watched as Henry Augustus I's portrait moved away from him. After carefully checking the anti-counterfeiting watermark, the brown-haired lady solemnly put away the note, took out a form, and handed it to Klein. Please fill in the details and I'll issue you a receipt. Is there an invoice? I'm looking at the Blackthorn Security Company. Klein was amused by his own thoughts. He picked up a fountain pen on the table and filled in his name, age, street, and company name with blue-black ink. However, he had deliberately left out his date of birth. To a seer, this was a spirit number that was related to one's mysteries. After issuing the receipt and registering the membership information, the brown-haired lady stretched out her right hand. Welcome to Tingen City's Divination Club. I am Angelica Bearheart, your hardworking server. This is your member cufflink. It has our unique inscription on it to prove your membership. Nice to meet you, Lady Angelica. Klein shook her hand and took the dark gold cufflink. He discovered that the unique inscription on it used the root of a word in Hermes, which was fortune teller. Angelica retracted her left hand and thought for a few seconds. I wonder what kind of divination art you're good at, or what kind of divination method you'd like to learn in the club. We will consider inviting a famous fortune teller to teach us. We will also introduce you to other members with similar expertise so that you can have a pleasant exchange. I know a little of every kind of divination art. There's no need to give me special consideration, Klein replied with a slight embellishment. He then asked, Can I do divination for others now? I'm not a rookie who has just begun learning. He was here to act as a seer and not to learn divination methods that ordinary people could come into contact with. Angelica maintained her polite smile and said, You are free to do divination for others in the club at any time. You are free to perform divination for others at any time in the club. However, before we confirm your level, we will not help you put in a good word for you when customers ask, How much do you want to charge for your divination? Let's do it at 2 pence. Klein planned on winning with a price when he wasn't famous. We will charge a quarter of a penny based on the standard of 1/8 of the total price. Angelica first explained the various rules before writing Klein's information into the fortune teller booklet that customers could choose from. After doing all of this, she smiled and pointed to the meeting room at the end of the corridor. Mr. Hannas Vincent is currently explaining astrolabe divination. You can find a quiet spot to listen, or you can raise your hand to ask questions. All right. Klein walked to the meeting room with interest. He wanted to hear the difference between Hannas Vincent and old Neil. At that moment, Angelica caught up to him and suppressed her voice. Mr. Moretti, would you like coffee or tea? We will provide Side Black tea, Southville coffee, and Desi coffee for free. Having been reading the newspapers recently, Klein knew that the coffee and tea were of lower than average quality. However, he also knew that they were definitely better than the inferior ones at home. Hence, he thought and said, A cup of Southville coffee, 3 spoonfuls of sugar, no milk. The Southville County of Rouen was most famous for its beer and red wine. Many important figures liked them, but coffee was relatively unknown. All right, I'll send it to you later. Angelica pointed to the meeting room. Klein slowly walked to the half-closed door and heard the explanation with a thick Ottawa County accent. Astrolabe divination is considered one of the more complicated types of divination. This is only relative to ordinary people. Klein silently added. He saw 5 to 6 long tables in the meeting room, forming a semicircle around a middle-aged man dressed in a classic black robe, Hannas Vincent. This man had obvious dark circles under his eyes, and his brown hair was thick and bristly. Each strand stood up stubbornly, as though he was playing the role of a hedgehog. Apart from that, he didn't have any obvious traits when explaining astrolabe divination. Upon seeing Klein enter, Hannas Vincent nodded slightly. He didn't interrupt the lesson, but he spoke at a slower pace. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding his cane, Klein found a seat by the side and leaned back comfortably. He surveyed the area under the bright afternoon sun and saw 6 members, 4 men and 2 women. Some of them were focused on taking notes, some were discussing something softly, and some were smiling wryly at Klein. After putting down his cane, he pressed down on his half-top hat and tapped his glabella twice with his finger. He looked at Hanas and saw his aura. He saw the different colors, brightness, and thickness. Dark red, a little anxious emotionally. Everything else is healthy except for a problem there. I wonder what it is. Klein listened to the lecture leisurely as he muttered to himself. At this moment, he clenched his right hand into a fist and covered his mouth to prevent his laughter from leaking out. He suddenly felt like an unlicensed doctor. He was now rather satisfied with his spirit vision ability, although he could only use it to determine the general situation and not the specific details. It was enough to obtain a lot of useful information. After surveying the area again, he tapped his glabella twice again, as though he was thinking about what Hanas had just said. Astrolabe divination was a type of astrology, but ordinary people could also attempt to interpret it. For example, the most basic birth astrolabe was based on the positions of the sun, moon, blue star, and scarlet star at the time of the inquirer's birth. Their symbols would be marked in the correct spots on the astrolabe, along with the corresponding conditions of the various constellations. Finally, one could use this to interpret the person's fate. This required the seer to know how to calculate the conditions of the planets and constellations. It was rather complicated. Of course, there were also people who published reference books for people to consult. There were also people who simplified it and only used the constellations for the vaguest interpretation. Klein listened silently without interrupting or asking any questions. From time to time, he would rub the topaz pendant in his sleeve and take a sip of the Southville coffee Angelica brought in. After a long while, Hanas rubbed his glabella and said, "Perhaps you need to attempt drawing your own astrolabe. You might need to try drawing your own astrolabe. If you have any questions, you can come to me. I'm in the white crystal room." Watching him leave, a young man in a white shirt and black vest stood up with a smile and walked to Klein's side. "Hello, I'm Edward Steve." "Hello, Klein Moretti." Klein stood up and returned the greeting. "Astrolabes are just too complicated. Every time I hear about it, I can't help but have a dream," Edward Steve said in a self-deprecating manner. Klein smiled. "That's because Mr. Vincent can't help but teach us all the knowledge he has. It's like he's giving us an intis feast. It's not good for digestion. If it were me, I would be able to finish a table full of intis. They always use huge plates to hold a little bit of food." Edward chuckled and sat down. He asked curiously, "Are you a new member? I haven't seen you in the past 2 years." "I just joined the club today," Klein answered frankly. "What are you good at?" "I'm best at tarot and poker divination," Edward asked casually. "I know a little of them, but only a little." Klein used the description he had given himself in the past. He wasn't being humble, but there was indeed too much mysterious knowledge in the field of divination that he had yet to grasp. Just as the other members were about to discuss astrolabe divination, Angelica walked into the meeting room. "Mr. Steve, someone is looking for you for divination." "All right." Edward Steve smiled and stood up. "It looks like you're an excellent fortune teller," Klein said as he looked at him. "No, it's because my price is the most suitable," Edward said with a chuckle. "When an ordinary person comes for divination, they definitely won't choose the most expensive ones. And unless they've been kicked in the head by a donkey, they definitely won't be at ease with the cheapest ones. The ones in the middle are the easiest to get. I'm the one who's been kicked in the head by a donkey." As he watched him leave, Klein suddenly shook his head with a bitter smile. "There seems to be a problem with my pricing." He stood up, picked up his cane, and walked out of the meeting room to find Angelica again. "I wish to change the divination price." 8 pence. Angelica gave him a deep look. "We will satisfy your request, but we will also tell our customers that you've just joined our club." "No problem." Klein didn't mind and nodded. At times, mystery was also an important element for a seer to attract customers. After changing the information, Klein turned and walked back to the meeting room. At that moment, he saw Han-ass Vincent walk out of the white crystal room with a silver-plated mirror in his hand. This famous fortune-teller said to the 5 members in the meeting room, 3 men and 2 women, "I've recently grasped a new divination spell, magic mirror divination. Do you wish to learn it? Magic mirror divination? That's not a safe divination method." Dressed in a black suit, Klein stopped outside the meeting room and frowned.